Chapter 151, Chu Tian's Star Change, Xiao Fan. Yi Tianshang stepped in front of Yi Fan, grabbed him with his big hand, and the terrifying Dao energy suddenly surged into his body. The person I feel most sorry for in my life is your father, Tianying. Tianying and Tiancheng are twins. Talent is strong, but they were severely injured in order to protect me. The Dao Foundation suffered irreparable damage. Otherwise, he should be the head of the Yi family. I promised the two brothers that I would protect them for their entire lives and lead the Yi family to the top. Yi Tianshang muttered to himself, and the rolling reincarnation energy rushed into Yi Fan's body frantically, washing it madly, but his hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Tianshang was actually using the life essence of Emperor Venerable as a price, and was not hesitating to spend thousands of years of his life to cleanse Yi Fan's body, strengthen his foundation, and at the same time cleanse the venom that had penetrated deep into Yi Fan's bone marrow on the Hongmeng Holy Bone, and Emperor Venerable on the heavenly ranking paid the price of his most precious life. That kind of power can change the world and reverse the sun and the moon. It is nearly omnipotent. Cleansing Yi Fan's Hongmeng Holy Bones is naturally a piece of cake. Yi Fan's eyes widened angrily and his mouth opened wide, but he could not utter a word. The terrifying Samsara Dao energy washed over every inch and every hair of his body. The Hongmeng Holy Bone between his eyebrows began to glow, and a power from the beginning of heaven and earth began to permeate, as if the supreme divine ability was beginning to be nurtured in the Holy Bone. I'm sorry to your father, sorry to Tiancheng and Tianong for not being able to protect them, and even more sorry to you, Yi Fan. Until today, I haven't been able to find the murderer who poisoned you. Yi Tianshang's voice was hoarse. He muttered to himself, his hair had turned dry and white, just like Chu Tianwang. Xiao Fan, time is running out, don't talk, just listen to me. Your elder brother Yi Feng has been possessed by the devil. You must find a way to save him. Only when you two brothers join forces can you have a greater hope of revitalizing the Yi family and overcoming this disaster. But if it is impossible, don't force it. Chu Tian's calculations are far-reaching. All this is definitely not a coincidence, because letting the killing devil soldiers massacre the Hengtian continent sects was my previous plan. Even if I take on everything, the Chu family will definitely pursue the Yi family in the future. The Yi family's foundation can still support it for a while. You must grow up as soon as possible and prove your potential. In the Hengtian competition 3 years later, you must prove yourself in it. This is the only way to save the Yi family. Boom. Yi Tianshang raised his hand and tore the space apart, wrapping Yi Fan with Dao essence and endless life essence, and handed him a ring and a dark spear, then knocked Yi Fan into the void. He quickly disappeared into the depths of the void, and no one knew where he was teleported to. Yi Fan, I'm leaving the fate of the Yi family in your hands. You, the younger generation, are the future of the family. Yi Tianshang muttered to himself, in fact, I have already lost because I failed to kill Chu Tian under the protection of King Chu Tian and let Chu Yunsheng and Chu Yuyao grow up. Puff. Suddenly, a flood dragon horn tore through space and pierced Yi Tianshang's chest directly. The head of the flood dragon king tore through space, and its eyes, as huge as stars, were filled with endless murderous aura. The murderous aura began to turn into flames, refining Yi Tianshang's body and life. You actually dared to hurt Big Brother. Bingbing is very angry. Bingbing stood on top of the flood dragon king and waved her hand. The star crystal coffin flew out. The rolling star power rolled down like a waterfall from the sky. The stars were dotted and dazzling, filled with endless mysterious murderous intent, which seemed to be able to bury the myriad worlds. This was a treasure of the Star Clan that once ranked among the top 20 myriad worlds. It was also the only treasure that Saint Ancestor Duanmu carried with him when he passed away. One can imagine the earth-shaking power contained within it. Dao Venerable tore through space and stepped into the realm of sin, but a streak of blood was actually faster than him. Yi Tianshang, where is my father? What have you done to him? Chu Tianxing appeared next to the star crystal coffin. At this moment, the spiritual power that emanated uncontrollably from his body was actually filled with a faint blood color. This elegant middle-aged man seemed to have entered a state of hysterical madness. Even his soul became extremely strange, as if he had entered an unheard-of state. He has studied unorthodox methods for many years and avoided participating in sect struggles and family struggles. However, because of King Chu Tian's affairs, he had to come out, but suddenly learned that his biological father had his soul searched by Yi Tianshang. Chu Tianxing, you are very talented and smart, but unfortunately, you are too modest and don't like to fight. Otherwise, If you really compete for the position of the head of the family, Heavenly King may not be able to win over you. Yi Tianshang smiled, and his skin was visibly aging rapidly and his vitality was fading away. Uncle Feng was very kind to me in the past. Don't worry, I have already buried him for you. I performed the 3 bow and 9 kowtow ceremony on your behalf before burying him. The coffin and the stone tablet are made of the most apex-level materials. I asked a strong man from the Wensheng clan to carve the inscription himself. My father is dead. Chu Tianxing lowered his head and muttered to himself. Boom. Suddenly, a roar sounded in Chu Tianxing's soul. The blood-red strange energies were actually like divine thunder. They burst out with a shocking roar and condensed into a blood-red lightning, appearing between the eyebrows of Chu Tianxing's soul. Now, the outside world was suddenly covered in blood, and visions of ghosts and gods wailing appeared continuously between heaven and earth. Blood rained from the sky, and bloody winds howled, as if some strange existence was born between heaven and earth. Chu Tianxing stood stiffly where he was. A strand of his hair turned into blood-red hair, and a blood-red lightning mark appeared between his brows. At this moment, he looked like a demon descending to the world, with his blood-red hair fluttering, captivating everyone. Yi Tianshang, what did you do to my second brother? Chu Tianyan rushed into the Sin domain, and when he saw this scene, his eyes were bloodshot. At this time, when all eyes in the sect were focused on Yi Tianshang, and endless divine ability blasted towards him, Chu Tian landed in front of the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak with a calm expression, raised his head and looked forward, and said lightly, Body and Longzhen, do you want to die? At this time, Tuo Lao also appeared beside him. His eyes were bloodshot, looking at Tyrant Dragon Lord in front of him, and said, Saint Emperor Peak Main Hall, no one is allowed to enter, otherwise you will die. Get out of here, you little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** cold and domineering, with a hint of bloodshot in his eyes. The memory fragments given by Yi Tianshang do contain memory fragments about the dissection of tens of millions of dragons in Yama Palace over the past millions of years. This is not groundless, but involves my dragon race majesty. Get out of the way. Otherwise, anyone who stands in my way will die. Boom. A golden dragon claw suddenly tore the sky apart, and a tall man wearing a golden imperial robe and with golden dragon horns on his head walked out. It turned out that there was an invincible dragon emperor who crossed the endless star domain and sent down his soul from the sky. The dragon emperor who descended was none other than the patriarch of the golden dragon clan, the sharp golden dragon emperor, the invincible emperor venerable who was famous throughout the myriad worlds. King Hengkong, I have already reported to the dragon emperor and asked him to search the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak for matters concerning Yama Hall. Do you want to stop me? The voice of the sharp gold dragon emperor was filled with boundless majesty and tyranny. Chapter 152. Today, we, the grandfather and grandson, slay the dragon side by side. Sharp gold dragon emperor, are you using the dragon emperor to pressure me? The face of the human king Hengkong was gloomy. He glanced at Tyrant Dragon Lord in front of the Saint Emperor Peak main hall. He knew in his heart that the sharp gold dragon emperor was determined to challenge the Chu family. The Chu family's matter was indeed too complicated. It involved the dragon race and the memory fragments that Yi Tianshang took out. He was also a little cautious. Human king, you may think so. My dragon race is not targeting the heavenly human race, but only the Chu family of the Holy Heaven sect who violated the dignity of my dragon race. The sharp gold dragon emperor also noticed the hesitation of the Hengkong human king, and immediately turned to the tyrant dragon emperor and said coldly, do it. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to intimidate the king of Hengkong with his powerful force for a moment and quickly confirm the matter. The memory fragments provided by Yi Tianshang alone are far from being irrefutable evidence. Anyone who dares to stand in the way of dragon race will be killed without mercy. My golden dragon clan is the strongest clan in the dragon race. We have never been afraid of anyone, not even the Holy Heaven sect. Sharp golden dragon emperor said coldly. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the golden dragon emperor was killed by Saint Ancestor Duanmu, but dragon race didn't even say a word. This was the biggest shame in the history of golden dragon race, and golden dragon race has always been brooding over it. It's just that the dragon realm is too far away from the heavenly world, and the heavenly human race is not weak, and the most powerful people have appeared one after another in the Holy Heaven sect, so the golden dragon race has never found a chance to wash away this shame. Now, Yi Tianshang personally brought this great opportunity to golden dragon race, and they naturally didn't want to let it go. as long as it is confirmed that for millions of years, the Chu family has been capturing the strongest bloodlines of the dragon race and dissecting them, and various dragon races are also imprisoned in the Yama Palace. Destroying the Chu family, or even directly destroying the Shungshan sect, would be as easy as taking candy from a sack, and would not arouse the heavenly world's hatred of the enemy and the mentality of jointly resisting foreign invasions. After all, it was the Chu family that trampled on the dignity of the dragon race first. Dragon race can't be bullied. The terrifying pressure from the sharp golden dragon emperor covered 1,000,000 miles of the sky. When it comes to the dignity of the dragon race, anyone who dares to interfere is making an enemy of our golden dragon race and going against the entire dragon race. The sharp golden dragon emperor's voice was loud, cold, and overbearing. King Hengkong hesitated for a moment, and the most powerful people who came from outside the sect were also intimidated. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Yes, sir. Boom. Tyrant Dragon Lord did not hesitate, his eyes were cold, and he directly transformed into a winding 9-clawed golden dragon, spanning thousands of miles of the sky. The sharp and huge dragon claws covered the sky of Saint Emperor Peak and pressed directly towards the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak. The overwhelming dragon power distorted the sky. He was crushed by Hengkong Human King and Yi Tianshong one after another, but this did not mean that he was not strong enough, but that the strength of these two Emperor Venerables on the heavenly ranking was too terrifying. As the pure descendant of the 9-clawed golden dragon and loved by God, his strength is definitely far beyond that of the Dragon Lord. Boom, boom, boom. Before the dragon claws approached, the majestic Saint Emperor Peak was shaking continuously under the pressure of the vast power of the Dragon Lord. Palaces were crushed and turned into dust. Mountains collapsed, the ground cracked, and huge rocks rolled down. At this moment, the Chu family token that could activate the Chu family's assets was taken to the Xin domain by Chu Tianxing. Chu Tianyan and most of the Chu family's senior executives also followed to surround and kill Yi Tianshong. The heavenly group, the only way is to fight to the death. The old hunchback's eyes were bloodshot, his dry white hair turned blood red, his hunchback straightened, and a terrifying demonic nature revived in his body. He had lived for too long, and his lifespan was almost exhausted. Even though he had taken the soul formation pill to repair the hidden injuries in his body, he was no longer at his peak. Facing the terrifying pressure from Tyrant Dragon Lord, he was burning up his little remaining life essence. In the Hengtian Palace, strong men from the Tian group who were guarding the main palace also began to fly out of the main palace and set up formation patterns around the main palace. My lord, I have guarded Saint Emperor Peak for thousands of years and have never allowed outsiders to step foot inside. The camel smiled and said, as long as I am still alive, Saint Emperor Peak will not be lost. Don't worry, Buzz. But at this moment, Chu Tian smiled calmly, directly used the Heavenly Emperor's Advent Talisman, stretched out his hand to suppress Tuo Lao's action of burning his life essence, and said, Grandpa Tuo, since Tyrant Dragon Lord is looking for death, let's fulfill his wish. His dog life is not worth exchanging your life for yours. Today, we, grandfather and grandson, will slay the dragon side by side. Boom. The power of the Heavenly Emperor ancient symbol exploded, and an extremely powerful pressure permeated his body. Two chaotic divine rays shot out from his eyes, directly piercing the dragon claw, and dragon blood splashed. The Chaos Demon God visualization technique body is one of the strongest physiques in the myriad worlds. The more advanced it is, the more powerful it becomes, and its potential is limitless. Chu Tian's realm was too low at this time, and he was actually far from being able to bring out the power of the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body. In the history of myriad worlds, there was even a Chaos Demon God visualization technique body that was half a step away from Emperor Venerable Realm, who slashed back Emperor Venerable and shocked the world. The last time I used the Heavenly Emperor Advent Talisman was to save my second sister's life. This time, let me experience how powerful the Chaos Demon God visualization technique of the Emperor Venerable Realm is. Chu Tian was suddenly filled with chaotic mist, like a chaotic divine sun. His body instantly appeared above Tyrant Dragon Lord and he punched out to kill him. In an instant, a horrible chaotic storm appeared on his fist, directly knocking Tyrant Dragon Lord's huge dragon body into the chaotic void. This punch was so powerful that it shook the world and destroyed all the rules. Puff. It was visible to the naked eye that the dragon head of Tyrant Dragon was actually blown up by Chu Tian's punch. Emperor Venerable Ancient Symbol. The pupils of Hengkong Human King shrank slightly, and he was shocked. he was simply unable to comprehend the magnitude of Chu Tian's chance encounter. One Emperor Venerable ancient symbol was incredibly precious, but Chu Tian had used 2 in less than a month. What kind of opportunity did Chu Tian get that he actually had 2 Emperor Venerable ancient symbols in it? The Chaos Demon God visualization technique body of the Emperor Venerable realm, once it breaks through, it will directly become the most apex level Emperor Venerable, at least it can be ranked on the heavenly ranking. As long as they can break through Emperor Venerable, each of the Chaos Demon God visualization techniques that appeared in the history of myriad worlds will be a powerful person who can dominate myriad worlds and shock the past and present. The eyes of Hengkong Human King were solemn. Chu Tian's realm is too low, and the potential of his Chaos Demon God visualization technique body has not been fully tapped. Therefore, although he has the power of Emperor Venerable, he still cannot fully display the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body's peak combat power. But even so, the fighting power displayed is still terrifying. You know, Tyrant Dragon Lord has broken through to Emperor Venerable thousands of years ago, and his understanding of rules, divine ability, bloodline, heaven and earth, and Tao is far beyond what Chu Tian can compare to. Chu Tian now, relying solely on the strength of his Chaos Demon God visualization technique body and forcibly stimulating it with the combat power of Emperor Venerable, unexpectedly displayed this earth-shaking power. Boom! Chu Tian's huge hand covered the sky and sun, pressed into the chaotic time and space, directly grabbed Tyrant Dragon's tail, and swung it around, allowing it to make a terrifying dragon roar, but it couldn't break free at all. Chapter 153, Dragon Slaying, ha 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 ha, today this old slave dares to slay the dragon side by side with the young master. The old camel grinned, stopped burning his life essence, a blood-red magic knife appeared in his hand, and he charged directly into the chaotic void. With one slash, he cut Tyrant Dragon Lord into 2 pieces. Boom, 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 countless blood-red sword lights traversed time and space. Chu Tian was firmly suppressed. Tyrant Dragon Lord, who was unable to resist at all, was chopped into countless golden pieces of meat. Dragon blood rolled and poured into the chaotic storm. His body was aging, and his fighting power was far from its peak, but he was still Emperor Venerable who had survived for a long time. Facing a suppressed Tyrannosaurus who had no room for resistance, he almost slaughtered him. The body of Tyrant Dragon Lord was extremely powerful, almost undying and indestructible. The golden pieces of flesh kept reorganizing themselves, but the camel old man was holding a blood-red sword, which he swung billions of times per second. Countless blood-red sword lights swept across the sky, constantly chopping it down. Tyrant Dragon Lord was extremely miserable. It's not that he's not powerful, but Chu Tian's Chaos Demon God visualization technique body, combined with Emperor Venerable's combat power, is truly terrifying to an unimaginable degree, and with an Emperor Venerable cooperating from the side, he is completely suppressed. Otherwise, in a one-on-one fight with Chu Tian, he would not be without the ability to fight, at least he would not be beaten so badly. Is this the supreme physique Chaos Demon God visualization technique? Outside the sect, Emperor Venerable of Spiritual Wind muttered to himself with boundless horror in his eyes. His intuition told him that he would never be able to defeat Chu Tian who had used the Emperor Venerable ancient symbol. Because he is not even a match for the Dragon Lord, let alone the even more powerful Tyrant Dragon Lord. An old antique said in horror, if Chu Tian breaks through Emperor Venerable, he will probably be able to squeeze into the top 50 of the heavenly ranking. Is this the strongest physique? 10,000 Dao Ding. Chu Tian's eyes were cold and filled with terrible murderous intent. A huge green 3-legged cauldron that was billions of feet long fell from the sky. The visions of yin and yang beasts, the hand of heaven, and the prison dragon emperor were directly transformed by him into the fire of the great Tao in the cauldron, and he began to refine the endless pieces of meat that Tyrant Dragon Zun had turned into. First you trampled on the dignity of our Chu family, and then you broke into the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak. If I don't kill you today, how can the dignity of our Chu family remain? Chu Tian's voice was filled with endless murderous intent. The 10,000 Dao Cauldron is the most powerful divine ability he created. Although it is far from perfect, under the stimulation of Emperor Venerable's power, it has already produced a terrifying scene. In a very short period of time, a large part of Tyrant Dragon Lord's vitality was directly refined. Cooperating with the old camel beside him who kept slashing out bloody sword beams to block Tyrant Dragon Lord's body from reorganizing, everyone could feel that Tyrant Dragon Lord was on the road to death, and without external intervention, death was only a matter of time. What is Chu Tian going to do? Is he going to directly refine Tyrant Dragon Lord to death? Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable was extremely terrified, and his voice was shaking. Tyrant Dragon Lord is the messenger of the Dragon Palace and has a very high status. The many Apex-level sect powerhouses who came here were confused and their faces were slightly pale. Killing the Dragon Race Messenger is a world-shattering event. Now, between heaven and earth, the visions of ghosts howling and blood raining became more and more terrifying, as if some terrifying creature was really about to be born. The law enforcement peak not far away had completely turned blood red, as if it had become a hell. Even Emperor Venerable could not figure out what was going on inside. Today, the Shungshan sect seems to have two battlefields, which is dazzling. However, one could sense that something horrific had occurred in the Sin realm. A strange and terrifying aura began to increase at a rapid rate, even causing some Emperor Venerables outside the sect to shiver all over. Hole, do you dare to kill me, the Golden Dragon Race King? The moment the cold voice of the sharp Golden Dragon Emperor sounded, a golden dragon claw flew across the sky, spanning 100,000 miles, huge and boundless, and slammed down on Chu Tian and Tuo Lao. As a member of the strongest race of dragon race, the Golden Dragon Race Dragon Emperor, the strength he displayed was breathtaking. He was definitely an Emperor Venerable who was not inferior to Yi Tianshang in any way, and even more powerful. Even though the dragon soul had descended across the endless starry sky, the divine ability it displayed was terrifying beyond imagination. Camel Old swung his sword back and collided with him head-on. The blood-red sword was actually broken directly, and even Camel Old's body was destroyed and reassembled once. The old camel's face was pale, his life essence had indeed weakened to an extremely weak level. Each destruction and reconstruction was a huge trauma to his vitality, and there was even a faint smell of decay on his body. Without Tuo Lao's restraint, Tyrant Dragon Lord's body began to reorganize rapidly, and the golden dragon body that stretched for thousands of miles began to wreak havoc in the 10,000 Dao Cauldron. What a shame! Tyrant Dragon Lord roared, his dragon roar shook the sky. Little beast, I will eat you alive. Boom, 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 he swung his dragon tail and struck out with his dragon claws, causing the Wandao Cauldron to vibrate continuously and cracks to appear on the cauldron. And at this time, the Emperor Venerable ancient rune used by Chu Tian only has 3 minutes left. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I said, you must die today. The eye of heaven between Chu Tian's eyebrows suddenly opened. In an instant, between the bloody sky and earth, purple air spanned 30,000 miles, and a supreme and great sacred aura descended with a bang. This unique divine ability treasure, created by Dao Venerable through his lifelong understanding, has exerted unimaginable power in the hands of Chu Tian from the Emperor Venerable realm. Boom! The dragon claw transformed from the spirit of the sharp golden dragon emperor was directly obliterated by the purple air. The vast and supreme power of heavenly Dao directly suppressed Tyrant Dragon Lord. A giant eye of heavenly Dao appeared and smashed down boundless heavenly Dao divine thunder, submerging his dragon body in it and continuously destroying it. It's worthy of being the most powerful divine ability left by Dao Venerable, who is ranked 35th on the heavenly ranking. The eyes of the human king Hengkong became solemn, and he slowly retracted his hand that he had already extended. After all, his status as a king determines that if he attacks the sharp golden dragon emperor directly, the impact will be too great. It is better not to take action if you can avoid it. With the blessing of the Eye of Heaven, Chu Tian's current combat power is probably enough to enter the ranks of Emperor Venerable on the heavenly ranking. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable and other powerful people were completely shocked. You little b*****************, D, you're looking for death. The sharp golden dragon emperor's voice was cold, and the dragon soul directly tore through the sky, communicating with the body in the distant outside world. In an instant, a real golden dragon claw actually came directly across the endless realm and starry sky and descended with a bang. This dragon emperor from the most powerful race is incredibly powerful. The murderous intent was boundless. Even though they were billions of miles apart, he actually wanted to kill Chu Tian directly. Puff! At this moment, a ray of sword energy flashed outside the endless realm that the sharp golden dragon emperor's dragon soul was communicating with. The huge dragon claw that the sharp golden dragon emperor had descended from the air was suddenly broken, and dragon blood flowed like a golden waterfall, flooding the land for thousands of miles. What happened? The strong men who witnessed this scene were stunned, and instantly felt cold. The pupils of Hengkong Renwang shrank violently, and his whole body trembled. An incredible thought came to his mind. Could it be? At this moment, a cold voice penetrated the endless starry sky and resounded directly between the skies. Old Hengkong, besides constantly scheming against each other, Don't you human races have anything else to do? Chapter 154 Extreme Jian Kongju's cold and domineering voice resounded through the sky. As a great world, you have been oppressed by foreign races and forced into the hinterland. Facing the sole projection of a mere dragon emperor, you are still hesitating. No one dares to take action. No wonder your Hengtian world is the weakest among all the major worlds. If it weren't for my husband supporting the rise of Shungshan sect, your Hengtian heavenly world would not be worthy of being among the top 100 myriad worlds. A bunch of rubbish. Suddenly, the cold and furious voice of the sharp golden dragon emperor tore through the endless sky. Broken sword divine maiden, you are looking for death, sneaking into the dragon realm to attack me. Faintly, one can see outside the endless domain, a golden dragon that is winding for who knows how many miles, crossing the sky, confronting a woman holding a broken sword. The collision of their auras alone causes the endless space to collapse. Why do you need to be sneaky wherever I go? It's just the dragon realm. There's nowhere I can't go. Endless sword energy overflowed from the ancient broken sword in Jian Kongju's hand, causing the stars outside the endless domain to tremble, be destroyed, and be filled with murderous aura. Who gave you the guts, golden dragon race, to break into my husband's house and bully my precious son? Today, I will take your dragon head. Boom. A sword energy that penetrated endless time and space obscured everyone's vision, and in an instant, all the scenes disappeared. At the last moment, one could only see endless golden dragon blood splashing up, accompanied by the furious and terrified roar of the sharp golden dragon emperor. It seemed that many old dragons flew out of the golden dragon race and besieged Jian Kongju. My dear son, mother is here. I will kill anyone who dares to bully you. Even dragon race won't allow that. Jian Kongju's voice crossed the endless starry sky and reached Chu Tian's ears. Daughter. Chu Tian muttered to himself. Even he didn't expect that the broken sword divine maiden would be so powerful and directly break into the golden dragon race. So how did she die in the original book? Chu Tian didn't think too much about it for the time being. After all, in the original plot, Jian Kongju's death happened more than 10 years later, so he still had enough time to solve it. He then began to work on refining Tyrant Dragon Lord. Yi Tianshang gave the memory fragments to Tyrant Dragon Lord, so Tyrant Dragon Lord must die. Letting him return to dragon race would be a disaster for the Chu family. The shady things that the Chu family has done over the past millions of years can never be confirmed. As long as there is ambiguity, the Chu family still has room to maneuver and make detours. Tuo Lao grinned, and began to cooperate with Chu Tian to refine Tyrant Dragon Lord. The arrival of the dragon race messenger was such a big event that he naturally informed his mistress Jian Kongju, but Jian Kongju had not had any spiritual projection for a long time, and he thought that Jian Kongju was in seclusion and did not receive the information. I never expected it would be the mistress. Chu family, you dare to kill me, aren't you afraid that my dragon race of millions of dragons will overthrow your Hengtian human realm? Tyrant Dragon Lord was completely terrified and roared continuously. The broken sword divine maiden sword Diabolo actually made it into the golden dragon race territory. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable was stunned. Faintly, one could see the body of the Hell Poison Lord trembling constantly, as if out of fear and horror. Hell Valley, but also helped Yi Tianshang plot against Jian Kongju's daughter. Now that Yi Tianshang has lost his position as the sect leader, if Jian Kongju returns, he may be able to destroy Hell Valley on his own. The whole audience was completely shocked. This is almost like a myth. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. That is the Dragon Realm, a place where the heritage has never been interrupted or destroyed for thousands of years. Myriad Worlds has the longest history and deepest cultural heritage. Looking around the Myriad Worlds, there are few tribes that can compare with it. Jian Kongju's strength is so strong that it is almost mythical. I'm afraid this woman will be able to squeeze into the top 20 of the heavenly ranking. There was shock in the turbid eyes of Hengkong Human King, but seeing Chu Tian and Tuo Lao working together to refine Tyrant Dragon Lord, he frowned slightly and said, Young Master Chu, Senior Tuo Lao, Tyrant Dragon Lord is after all the dragon race's messenger, representing the dragon race walking in the myriad worlds, so maybe just punish him and teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and his hands did not stop moving. He glanced at Hengkong Human King and said, Human King, since you did not take action when Tyrant Dragon Emperor took action, now that I am refining him, you'd better not interfere in the internal affairs of my Shungshan sect. Dragon race has bullied my Saint Emperor Peak. Killing him is only natural. Chu Tian's voice was calm and cold, extremely powerful, and he did not give the human king any face at all. King Hengtian smiled bitterly and said, I know you are a little dissatisfied. I hesitated for a moment just now. It was my fault, but I also have my own difficulties. However, Chu Tian directly rejected it, and he did not try to persuade him. The Hengtian ancestral temple does not interfere in the internal affairs of various sects. This is the ancestral precept of the Hengtian clan. Moreover, the Shengtian sect is the strongest sect in the Hengtian continent at this time, and he cannot interfere with it casually. Boom. Suddenly, endless blood burst out from the Sin realm, and at the same time, the power of Emperor Venerable rose. Someone has certified the Emperor. The pupils of the Hengkong human king contracted violently, and he could finally see the scene in the Sin realm clearly. Many powerful people were also slightly confused and looked over immediately. In the Sin domain, Chu Tianxing had a head full of blood-red hair. He was extremely powerful and had already broken through the realm of Emperor Venerable. There were endless blood-colored fragmented thunders lingering around him, as terrifying as a blood-colored thunder hell. Another Chu family tycoon has achieved the status of Emperor. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable's scalp tingled, and he said, Human King, what kind of power is that blood-colored lightning? Why do I feel that Chu Tianxing's state is very strange and terrifying, and even makes me want to turn around and run away immediately? An old man next to him was also shocked and said, Chu Tianxing doesn't like to delve into unorthodox methods. He is the weakest among the Chu family's direct descendants. He should still be a long way from Emperor Venerable. How come he suddenly broke through to Emperor Venerable? Incredible. The king of Hengkong remained silent, his face was moved, and there was a hint of horror in his turbid eyes, as if he had a vague guess about Chu Tianxing's current condition. Could it be the legendary Hengkong human king? Did not finish his words, his turbid eyes fixed on the thunder around Chu Tianxing. Extreme realm, God, are you really going to destroy my Yi family? But at this time, Yi Tianshang, who was suppressed by the star crystal coffin, roared hoarsely, his imperial soul burned, and a terrifying force burst out, directly overturning the crystal coffin, but the already weak life breath on his body became even weaker. He can't die yet. Even if he died, he had to see that person die and resolve the last doubt in his heart before he died. As an Emperor Venerable on the heavenly ranking, Yi Tianshang's strength was too terrifying. Even when facing the bombardment and suppression of so many forces, he still forcibly tore through the void, broke through the heavy blockade, and quickly flew towards the outer realm above the sky. The hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. Chu Tianxing's blood hair danced wildly, Emperor Venerable's pressure was terrifying, and the blood-colored lightning around him pierced through the sky and struck Yi Tianshang. Boom. It can be seen that Yi Tianshang was hit by the blood-colored lightning, but his body was unharmed. However, his aura was greatly weakened, his imperial soul was even more weak, and his life essence seemed to be devoured by the blood-colored lightning. Body and Longzhen, you deserve to die too. Chu Tianxing, the elegant middle-aged man, seemed to have become a different person at this moment. His eyes were evil and murderous. He appeared next to the Wandao cauldron. Blood-colored thunder surged around him, directly covering Tyrant Dragon Lord. The already weak Tyrant Dragon Lord's dragon soul quickly became wilted, and his huge dragon body quickly dried up. Soon, his life breath was directly eliminated. The mighty 9-clawed golden dragon-level dragon fell instantly. Chu Tianxing, who had been barely able to contain Tyrant Dragon Lord by relying on the Grand Emperor pattern and the Chu family token, unexpectedly killed Tyrant Dragon Lord instantly after breaking through Emperor Venerable. Even though Tyrant Dragon Lord had been severely injured by Chu Tian and Tuo Lao, it was still terrifying. After all, you have to know that Emperor Venerable has attained enlightenment, his Emperor soul connects heaven and earth, and he is reborn with a drop of blood. He is almost undying and indestructible and extremely difficult to kill. If you want to kill an Emperor Venerable, you need to pay a huge price and effort. The strange blood-red flash revealed by Chu Tianxing frightened countless people. He. Chu Tianxing let out a strange laugh, his blood-red hair flying, and countless tiny blood-colored thunders around him devoured the power of Tyrant Dragon Lord and became even thicker. They directly tore through the space and chased in the direction where Yi Tianshang fled. The speed was so fast that it seemed to transcend the limitations of time and space, and he disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Extreme realm. Tuo Lao's face turned pale, but he immediately turned to Chu Tian and said, "My young master, the second master's mental stimulation was too great, and he entered the extreme state of the three ancient realms." The extreme realm, Yes, this is the extreme realm that has not been seen in billions of years. There was horror in the voice of Hengtong Human King. According to ancient legends, when an extreme realm appears, a great catastrophe will befall the world. P.S. Brothers and sisters, if you feel that you have not read enough, you can first go and read the author's million-word old book about villains. You can see it by clicking on the author's homepage. The plot of the old book is a bit broken at the end, but the writing at the beginning is still good. Chapter 155 10 seconds left. Human King, are you talking about the ancient legend, the first of the three realms, Extreme, Tao, and Beginning, which is the highest realm? Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable's voice was trembling. When the Human King said this, the pupils of many powerful people who came to Shungshan sect suddenly shrank, and deep fear flashed in their eyes. The three ancient realms are mysterious and unpredictable. Although the initial realm is rare, prodigy can enter from time to time. The realm of Tao is the most mysterious, and there are no legends circulating. The extreme state is the most terrifying, feared by both humans and gods. Once it appears, it is always accompanied by a catastrophe. Legend has it that in the ancient Golden Age, which was said to be the most powerful of all time, there appeared an Emperor Venerable who swept across the myriad worlds by himself and slaughtered a clan ranked in the top 100 by himself. In that world, billions of lives were all killed without a trace, and no body was left. An old man looked forward with an extremely horrified look. The huge dragon body of Tyrant Dragon Lord that had been sucked dry was suddenly turned into dust by a breeze. This scene is so similar to the scenes in ancient legends, and so terrifying. After attaining the status of emperor, one's body is close to undying and indestructible. A drop of blood can bring one back to life. One's body is integrated with the laws of nature. Even after sitting in meditation for millions of years, one's body can still remain lifelike. This is an excellent material for refining the ultimate treasure, comparable to immortal Emperor Gold. Tianming Dao Venerable has been in meditation for hundreds of millions of years, but his body is still lifelike, allowing the Lu family to borrow it and quickly rise to become a second-rate clan in the sect. They even created Lu Yun, a fake innate Dao body. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since Saint Duanmu died, and Bingbing's consciousness had just been born and was still young, but he was able to use the immortal Tao essence in his body to easily suppress Tyrant Dragon Lord. This is the power of Emperor Venerable's body, which is close to immortality. Not only was Tyrant Dragon Lord killed instantly, but he was also instantly absorbed and turned into a mummy, then weathered away. What a horrifying thing this was. Just now, I could feel that Chu Tianxing had just broken through to Emperor Venerable, but after absorbing the essence of Tyrant Dragon Venerable, his strength even surpassed mine. I really had an illusion just now. The lightning around Chu Tianxing could kill me instantly and devour everything I have. Emperor Venerable of Spirit Wind said tremblingly, Human King, according to legend, the power of the extreme realm is invincible at the same level. Chu Tianxing has now broken through Emperor Venerable and entered the extreme realm. Does that mean he is already invincible in the myriad worlds? Chu Tianxing's current state looks very strange, as if he is possessed by a demon. Will he destroy our Hengtian continent? When these words were spoken, many powerful people were extremely shocked. After all, according to the ancient rumors, the Supreme Emperor Venerable really destroyed a world that was probably even stronger than the current heavenly world, leaving no trace behind. He emptied the entire world and devoured everything, turning the bodies of countless creatures into dust. Can Chu Tianxing do it too? Hence, there is the saying, when the extreme state is reached, a great catastrophe is about to occur. At the extreme level, the more you kill, the stronger you become. The more you kill, the more terrifying your strength becomes. Is there any record about the ultimate realm in the books left by Heavenly Emperor? A powerful person asked. No, the Heavenly King said in a solemn voice, from ancient times to now, Chu Tianxing is the first extreme realm to appear in my heavenly world. Even if you look at the myriad worlds, the extreme realm is too rare. There are too few records about this realm. My Heng family's ancestor has never encountered the extreme realm. But even if there are a few words recorded in the classics, it is full of endless blood and gore. The king of Hengkong sighed, tore through the void, and rushed towards the outside world. What a troubled time. Since you have all come to Shungshan sect, please do not leave for the time being. I have something important to discuss with you later. I will go outside the domain to see how Chu Tianxing and Emperor Venerable are doing. The most powerful ones also nodded slightly, feeling very heavy-hearted. The shocking changes in the Holy Heavenly Sect, as the strongest sect, will inevitably affect the entire heavenly world. After killing the dragon race messenger, no one can predict how things will develop next. The last race that killed the dragon race messenger was tens of millions of years ago. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable was in a heavy mood and flew out of the domain. Many powerful people hurriedly followed him. Everyone wants to know how this huge change within the Shungshan sect will come to a temporary end, and the race that killed the dragon race messenger has been extinct forever. Especially Emperor Venerable, the hero who shook heavenly world for an era. Is this the end of him? At this time, the Dragon Lord looked extremely unhappy and said in a low voice, "Let's go." At this point, no matter whether Yi Tianshang is dead or alive, he will definitely lose his position as the sect leader. The Dragon Divine Sect is the legacy left by the dragon race in the heavenly world. It can also be said to be a vassal of the dragon race. Now, no matter how you look at it, the Dragon Divine Sect and the Holy Heavenly Sect, or the Chu family, are completely standing on opposite sides. But at this moment, a body shrouded in chaotic mist blocked his way. "Leave." Chu Tian's eyes were calm and cold. "Did I let you go? Chu Tian, I have already told you the truth behind the scenes. It was Yi Tianshang who instigated discord and spread rumors. What else do you want?" The Dragon Lord's face turned pale and he shouted angrily. 10 seconds left. As Chu Tian's voice fell, his body disappeared instantly. The next second, with a puff sound, a huge fist filled with chaotic mist instantly pierced through the Dragon Lord's chest covered with blood-colored scales. Boom. In an instant, the Dragon Lord's body exploded and turned into endless blood mist. In front of other Chaos Demon God visualization technique bodies, the powerful Hell Dragon of dragon race is like scum, not to mention that the Dragon Lord has not yet taken the last step and transformed into a real dragon body, and 1/10 of it is still from the body of the human race. Just as King Chu Tian said in Chu Tian's memory, the people of the Dragon Divine Sect, who are below the God realm, are relatively strong thanks to the dragon race's strongest bloodline, but the further they go, the more powerless prodigy, the real monster in front of them, will become. The Dragon Lord was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Chu Tian from the venerable realm. "Chu Tian, don't forget that my Dragon Divine Sect is also an apex level sect. Do you, the Shungshan sect, want to go to war with us?" On the top of the mountain, an old man among the people who came from the Dragon Divine Sect was furious and shouted loudly. "My Dragon Divine Sect is not to be bullied." Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Tian turned his head, and 2 chaotic divine rays burst out of his eyes, accompanied by the vision of Wandao Ding, which directly blew it into blood mist. Wandao Ding suppressed it and directly wiped out its soul. The Dragon Divine Sect strongman who was half a step away from Emperor Venerable was killed. Instantly. 7 seconds left. Wandao Ding, suppress. Chu Tian's eyes were extremely cold. He waved his hand and the 10,000 Dao cauldron, which was tens of millions of feet high, came crashing down, suppressing the Dragon Lord inside. The 3 strange phenomena turned into Dao fire, burning fiercely, madly destroying the vitality in the Dragon Lord's body. "Uncle San, Tuo Lao, if you don't uproot the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze." Chu Tian said to Tuo Lao who was standing beside him, Chu Tianyan who had returned from the Xin domain, and many other senior Chu family members. His eyes were calm, but the ruthlessness and decisiveness flashing in them were simply creepy, and some of the Chu family's top leaders felt their whole bodies numb when they saw it. The Chu family had just killed the dragon race envoy. Were they going to completely offend the Dragon Divine Sect again? But dragon race is, after all, far outside the endless realm. However, the Dragon Divine Sect was a recognized apex-level sect in Heavenly World, with a very long history and profound heritage. Yet Chu Tian was going to wipe it out completely, kill the leader. This is an undoubted declaration of war, a feud that will never end. There are still turmoil within the Holy Divine Sect, and the future of the Dragon Race Envoy is still uncertain. At this moment, continuing to go to war with the Dragon Divine Sect would be simply too crazy. Not to mention, the losses suffered by Shungshan Sect this time were huge, very huge. After all, Yi Tianshang was an Emperor Venerable on the heavenly ranking. His dethronement and departure were a huge blow to the strength and dignity of the Shungshan Sect. The power and influence of the Yi family are deeply rooted in the Shungshan Sect, and they have many vassals. Even if Yi Tianshang is deposed, the 2 founding families, the Chu family and the Yi family, are in such a state of conflict that it is not a good opportunity to go to war with an apex-level sect. Chapter 156 The Yi Family's Choice. Little Saint Child, think twice before you act. The Dragon Lord is the Lord of the Dragon Divine Sect, right? Soon, The supreme elders and senior members of the sect came out to dissuade Chu Tian. Even the senior members of the Jiyu and Su families spoke out. In their opinion, Chu Tian was simply crazy, completely crazy. You are not a madman to do such things repeatedly. Chu Tian didn't even look at them. This was not the time to respect the old and love the young. Letting the Dragon Lord go would be like letting a tiger return to the mountains. After all, he is an emperor venerable. If we return to the Dragon Divine sect, it will be 100 or even 1,000 times more difficult to kill him. As a dog of dragon race, the Dragon Divine sect would definitely be in complete opposition to the Holy Heaven sect if the Dragon race messenger was killed. If they didn't kill him now, when would they? Killing the leader of a righteous apex level sect would have any subsequent impact, which was something they should think about later. Ah! Chu Tian, you little beast, how dare you kill me? My Dragon Divine sect is also a major righteous sect recognized by the Hengtian ancestor court. You have no right to treat me like this. The Dragon Lord's voice was shrill and filled with endless pain. The source of his vitality was wiped out by the 10,000 Dao cauldron, and the pain was like being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, White Tiger roared. Chu Tianyan also drew his sword, and White Tiger slashed down with his Chengxing sword. White Tiger rushed into the Wandao Ding, suppressed the Hell-Blood Dragon under his feet, and began to bite it madly, with murderous aura rising to the sky. Tuolao also took action, just like. He suppressed Tyrant Dragon Lord, and instantly slashed out billions of sword shadows, at the critical moment. They chose to trust Chu Tian unconditionally. Time passes. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. The time of the Heavenly Emperor's Advent Talisman passed in a flash and came to an end. The Emperor Venerable power on Chu Tian disappeared instantly. The Dragon Lord condensed the bloodline of the 9-clawed Hell-Blood Dragon and inherited the Dragon race's unparalleled vitality. Without Chu Tian's powerful suppression of the 10,000 Dao Ding, even with the suppression of Chu Tianyan and Tuolao, he quickly reorganized his body. Even though his strength and momentum seemed to be countlessly weakened, the majesty belonging to the Dragon race Emperor Venerable was still terrifying. Little beast, Emperor Venerable is close to undying and indestructible. I am the great true dragon bloodline. My vitality is so strong that you can't even imagine. The Dragon Lord laughed crazily, with madness in his dark red dragon pupils. He directly abandoned the Dragon Divine sect powerhouses and disciples brought from the Saint Emperor Peak and rushed out of the Saint Divine sect. I will report this to the Dragon race. Just wait for the great Dragon race's billions of dragons to descend and destroy your tiny Shungshan sect. Boom. But before he could finish his words, a crystal coffin dropped from the sky and covered him directly, and the lid of the crystal coffin closed immediately. The Dragon Lord's voice suddenly stopped. All the strong men in Shungshan sect opened their eyes wide, only to see a mosquito-sized Dragon Lord jumping wildly in the crystal coffin and hitting the coffin wall. But it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to shake the star crystal coffin at all. This is a mythical tribe that was once comparable to the Dragon race, the most precious treasure of the Star tribe. How could it be shaken by the Dragon race that couldn't even completely transform into a 9-clawed Hell-Blood Dragon? Brother Chu Tian, Bingbing is so sleepy and wants to go to bed. Come out and play with me another day. Suppress this humanoid monster Bingbing in the coffin first, and help brother deal with him when he wakes up. Bingbing looked tired. She sat on the top of the Flood Dragon King, leaning on the dragon's horns. Her eyelids kept trembling. She waved her little hand reluctantly to Chu Tian, and then fell into a deep sleep. Her consciousness was born too recently and was far from perfect. Only the environment of Shungshanqi could support her consciousness to become stronger, so the Flood Dragon King tried to stop her from coming out again and again. This attack consumed a lot of Bingbing's energy. Little snake, go back to sleep. Bingbing rubbed her nose, turned over, and muttered, Senior Flood Dragon King, please wait. Seeing that Flood Dragon King was about to return to Shungshan Lake with his body winding, Chu Tian called him to stop, entered the Shu Ri secret realm, and directly plucked most of the leaves from the Wudao tea tree. He sealed them in a precious box, dropped them on the top of Flood Dragon King's head, placed them next to Bingbing, took out another leaf and placed it in Bingbing's mouth before turning back to the Saint Emperor Peak. Visible to the naked eye, a powerful and invisible aura of Dao enveloped Bingbing's body. Her tired look was quickly relieved, and her mind was nourished by the aura of Dao, making her spirit more vigorous and rich. Bingbing opened her little mouth in her comfortable sleep and let out a long and comfortable moan. Immortal divine medicine. The Flood Dragon King looked deeply at Chu Tian with his majestic and fierce eyes and said, Little guy, I have relied on the protection of my master to survive in the holy heaven lake for hundreds of thousands of years. I have seen countless prodigy monsters, but your luck is unmatched. Even Su Shenzhou and Ji Yu Mozu are not as good as you. I suddenly have some expectations about how much you can grow in the future. The Flood Dragon King flew back to the holy heaven lake. An old and majestic voice came from afar. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the master traveled through the myriad worlds and met an extreme emperor venerable. He fought a great battle with him and severely injured him. After the battle, the master once said that the extreme realm is the strongest, most terrifying, and most extreme realm among the three ancient realms. Being able to control this power means controlling the most extreme realm in the world. But if you can't control that extreme power, you will become a madman and eventually end up in the abyss. Throughout history, there have been people who have reached the ultimate state, but only a few have been able to control this power and use it for their own benefit. The rest have all died. Little guy, I wish you good luck with the Chu family. The body of Flood Dragon King disappeared in the sky of Shungshan sect. Shungshan Pond was closed again, and the Dragon Lord was also brought in. Emperor Venerable of the Ultimate Realm fights against the Holy Ancestor. Duanmu Rong was dumbfounded. He was horrified to hear this. Everyone in the Duanmu family was stunned. After all, in their hearts, the Ancestor is the most invincible and powerful Supreme God, an invincible existence that can conquer all. Emperor Venerable, the Ultimate Realm, was able to fight with Saint Ancestor Duanmu at his peak, and was only seriously injured and escaped unscathed, and even received such high praise from Saint Ancestor Duanmu. If this was not said by the Flood Dragon King who had followed the Holy Ancestor all his life, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. After hearing King Flood Dragon's words, everyone in the Chu family was filled with worry. After all, these were the words of Grand Ancestor Duanmu, and there was no way they could be false. If I can't control this power, will my second brother die? Chu Tianyan's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he growled, Yi Tianshang, you really deserve to die. If it weren't for the chaos within Shungshan sect at this time, with Yi Tianshang, King Chu Tian, and acting deputy sect leader Chu Tianxing not around and him needed to stabilize the situation, he really wanted to go and take a look. Yi family, this is what you did. If anything happens to my second brother, I will wipe out your entire clan. Chu Tianyan was filled with murderous aura and roared towards the direction of Saint Emperor Peak. Yi Hongqian flew out of Saint Emperor Peak, his face gloomy, his eyes bloodshot, and said, Master Tianyan, what Yi Tianshang did was done by him alone. My Yi family has collectively agreed to expel him from the family. Now his position as the leader has been abolished. The Yi family will fully cooperate with the sect to hunt down Yi Tianshang. Please don't link the Yi family to Yi Tianshang. Everything he did has nothing to do with us. Ancestor, please. Chapter 157 Divine Maiden, are you willing? Yi Hongqian bowed to the two Emperor Venerables of the Yi family who had crawled out of their graves and exuded a strong smell of decay, and said hoarsely, Yi Tianshang rebelled against the sect and committed many evil deeds. He is a shame to my Yi family. Thank you for the trouble, two ancestors. The two Yi family Emperor Venerables were filled with deathly aura. After a great battle, they had very little life left and might die in the next second. Moreover, they had been sealed in the dust for eternity, and the source of their life force had been depleted to the extreme. Once they passed away, their bodies would instantly turn to ashes, and there would be no need for them to even return to the grave. My Yi family actually produced such a scum. We understand. The two Emperor Venerables, who might be the patriarchs, deputy patriarchs, or even the hall masters in the history of Shungshan sect, looked around the sect with their eyes and spoke in an old voice, My Yi family is the founding family of Shungshan sect. Generations have fought, and bloodied for the sect. The sect is my Yi family's home. Please don't completely overturn my Yi family's contribution to the sect because of the rebellious fault of a certain member of the Yi family. Otherwise, my Yi family will not exist. A certain person, or the head of the family, is just a small splash in the Yi family's million-year history and can never represent the thoughts of everyone in the Yi family. The interests of the sect come first. This is the ancestral motto of our Yi family, and it will be the ancestral motto for generations to come. Please give my Yi family a chance. Please. The two Emperor Venerables who were on the verge of death bowed deeply to the sect at the same time, and then flew away in the direction where Yi Tianshang left to chase him. They are using their actual actions to prove the Yi family's loyalty to the Shungshan sect. Even if the head of the family harms the interests of the sect, the Yi family will hunt him down at all costs. There are really a lot of smart people in the Yi family. Duan Mulei muttered to himself, turned his head and saw that some of the supreme elders and senior leaders, and even the Jiyu family and Su family, were somewhat moved by the behavior and actions of the two emperor venerables. If it weren't for Yi Tianshang's series of outrageous actions, the Yi family would probably be more prosperous in this generation. Duan Murong said indifferently. Yi Feng, Yi Guilong, and Yi Fan of Hongmeng Holy Bone, each of them is an incredible evildoer, but it's a pity that they were all harmed by Yi Tianshang. The Yi family has been severely damaged in this generation. Not only is there no one in the younger generation, but there is not even an emperor venerable in the current generation. At least for a long time, they can only be compared with our three top families. Moreover, Duan Murong's eyes became heavy, and he looked at Chu Tian and said, "Second brother, do you think Chu Tian will really put the interests of the sect first, destroy Yi Tianshang, and let the Yi family go after getting this huge profit?" Duan Mulei's whole body trembled slightly, and he looked at Chu Tian with deep eyes, and remained silent for a long time. The Dragon Lord and Tyrant Dragon Lord suddenly appeared in their minds. The fate of these two guys makes them feel a little scared now. A dragon race messenger and an apex-level sect leader. Once you die, once you are suppressed, it is actually no different from being dead. At this time, Yi Hongchen's hoarse voice echoed throughout the entire sect. I am incompetent and was elected by the family as the acting head of the Yi family. Now I announce to the whole sect that the Yi family will close Saint Emperor Peak for 3 years and will no longer interfere in any affairs of the sect within 100 years. The Chu family, Jiyu family, Su family, and Duanmu family will jointly handle all matters that my Yi family is responsible for. Everyone, I am deeply sorry for the trauma and loss of interests that the family's rebellion has brought to the sect. The Yi family will do their best to make up for the sect's losses this time, and if there is a war with the Dragon Divine sect next, the Yi family will fully cooperate and will never cause trouble for the sect. Yi Hongchen bowed deeply to the sect's top leaders, the Supreme Elder, and even Chu Tianyan, and put himself in an extremely humble position. It can be said that his sincerity was unprecedented. He gave up all the benefits he could get, only asking to retain the Yi family's position in the sect in the name of the founding family. Hong Chen, no one expected Yi Tianshang to go so far. Soon, a great elder sighed and said, "It's a good opportunity for your Yi family to recuperate for a few years." Soon after, some great elders and sect leaders spoke up, accepted the Yi family's proposal, and agreed to close Saint Emperor Peak for 3 years. What he meant was that he agreed not to investigate the Yi family any further and to completely separate Yi Tianshang from the Yi family. Extreme Realm. Chu Tian's calm eyes were very solemn. He didn't pay any attention to the Yi family at all. Without Yi Tianshang, in his eyes, this family would die sooner or later. But he didn't expect that Chu Tianxing would enter this extreme state. In the original plot, when the protagonist Yi Fan reached the half-step Emperor Venerable, he met a half-step Emperor Venerable at the extreme level. That was also the only evildoer who almost killed Yi Fan. Moreover, the half-step Emperor Venerable was even in a crazy, semi-conscious state at that time. He rushed into the depths of the myriad world's ruins at the last moment, otherwise Yi Fan would have died without a doubt. This is an extremely extreme state, almost invincible in the same level, and can hurt others as well as oneself. Congratulations to the host. You have abolished the position of the leader of Son of Fortune Yi Tianshang, bringing him to the brink of despair. Your fate has been completely reversed. I will reward you with 1 million destiny points. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the Dragon Divine sect's leader, Long Ao. You will be rewarded with 200,000 destiny points. At this moment, the system's gentle and pleasant reminder sounded in Chu Tian's ears. Chu Tian glanced at the system panel and found that his destiny points had reached a terrifying 2.25 million points. Although during this period of time, he has been renewing his auras and elixirs, continuously suppressing Son of Fortune, reversing the major plots in the original work, changing the fate of Shungshan sect, and obtaining a huge amount of destiny point rewards. System, how can I resolve Jijing's extreme consciousness and restore my second uncle to consciousness? Chu Tian asked in his heart. Host, the Apocalypse Ring in your hand is an ancient treasure with endless magical uses, including the ability to suppress violent and extreme consciousness. Let the Divine Maiden of Apocalypse use the Divine Ring of Apocalypse to help Chu Tianxing, and exchange it for the Rule Treasure, the Chaos Pure Heart Stone, and use it with the Taiching Ice Heart technique to suppress the extreme consciousness of the extreme realm, so that your second uncle can gradually master this supreme and extreme power. Otherwise, his spiritual sense will riot, he will fall into madness, and after exhausting his original power, he will gradually die. The gentle and pleasant voice of the system immediately sounded. The rule treasure, Chaos Purifying Stone, will cost 1 million destiny points. The Taiching Ice Heart technique will cost 200,000 destiny points. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange, Chu Tian said in his heart without hesitation, and at the same time looked at Tuo Lao and said, Tuo Lao, let's go outside the domain. He was still worried even though he didn't see Yi Tianshang being killed with his own eyes. Apocalypse Divine Maiden, are you willing to acknowledge my second uncle Chu Tianxing as your master? Chu Tian's spirit was transmitted into the Apocalypse Divine Ring. Great Elder, the main hall, I'll leave it to you for now. Tuo Lao said to Chu Tianyan, and then took Chu Tian and flew out of the domain at a high speed. Uncle San, no one from the Dragon Divine sect is allowed to leave the Heaven Opening sect. Chu Tian's calm and cold voice came back from the sky. Chapter 158. Is it just a coincidence? Uncle San, don't pay attention to the Yi family. Duan Mulei and others will naturally pursue the Yi family relentlessly. The most urgent task is to quickly find a way to quietly move the Yama Palace out of the main hall. It is best not to continue to stay in the territory of Shungshan sect. Chu Tianyan looked at Saint Emperor Peak with murderous intent in his eyes. He was about to order the gathering of the sect's senior and supreme elders to completely liquidate the Yi family. He did not take seriously the words of some supreme elders and senior leaders who sympathized with the Yi family. However, Chu Tian's spiritual voice suddenly rang in his ears. Uncle, the dragon race is powerful and has always been overbearing. Mother can suppress the golden dragon race for a while, but she can't suppress the entire dragon race. To be on the safe side, Yama Palace can no longer stay in Shungshan sect, so as not to leave any handle. This matter is extremely urgent and concerns the survival of the sect. The Yi family is already at the end of its rope, and their days are numbered. Pushing them too far will only cause the sect to suffer greater losses. Now we should take advantage of the Yi family's eagerness to protect themselves and make them give up all the territory, interests, and vacancies in the middle and high levels. We will gradually eat away at them. After our family has completely taken control of the sect, we will thoroughly liquidate the Yi family and kill them with one blow. This is the best strategy. Our family has already gained an absolute upper hand. Yi Tianshang's position as the leader of the sect has been abolished. At this stage, if we continue to deal with the Yi family at the cost of damaging the interests and stability of the sect, it will hurt our own interests. It is not worth it. Chu Tian followed Tuo Lao into the outer space, but even after experiencing a series of major events and indirectly killing 2 Emperor Venerables, he did not get carried away and was still able to remain calm and calmly think about the current situation facing the Chu family. After all, for a godfather who has experienced countless life and death trials, and who has truly died once and been reborn, there is almost nothing that can make him lose his mind. This is also the basic quality of a hero, to analyze the current situation realistically and make choices that maximize benefits. In the original plot, the Chu family continued to decline, its prestige continued to decline, and strong people kept falling. Even the Broken Sword Divine Maiden and Jian Kongju had not returned to the sect for decades. The Yi family had long had the ability to completely destroy the Chu family. But Yi Tianshang was not in a hurry. Instead, he gradually eroded the interests of the Chu family, squeezed the Chu family's living space, weakened the Chu family's power, and at the same time expanded the authority of the Yi family. Until the younger generation such as Yi Fan and Yi Feng grew up completely, the Yi family completely established its authority. It was not until the news of Jian Kongju's death came that the Chu family, which had little resistance, was completely killed. The process is already almost certain, and even the annihilation of the Chu family, the founding clan, has not caused much damage to the sect's interests or harmed the sect's stability, because by then, the Chu family had already lost the ability to overturn the table. In the past, in order to strike against Yi Tianshang and the Yi family, he would not hesitate to do so even if it meant damaging the sect's interests, dignity, and respect. But now that it is almost certain, we can gradually nibble away at it to prevent the Yi family from doing anything desperate. Chu Tian's lips moved, and he continued to send a telepathic message to Chu Tianyan, and next, the handling of Dragon Race, Dragon Divine Sect, Hell Valley and other matters will still require the cooperation of the Yi family, remember. The words fell. Chu Tianyan looked up at the sky. The figures of Tuo Lao and Chu Tian had disappeared at the end of the sky and stepped into the outer realm. The murderous look in his eyes dissipated a lot. Chu Tian's calm analysis did dispel his impulse to kill the Yi family immediately. As the head of the law enforcement hall and a sect leader, although he has an impulsive temper, he understands the principle that too much is as bad as too little. Yi Tianshang was deposed, the Yi family closed the mountain and cooperated with the sect with all their strength. At this stage, the Yi family no longer has the qualifications to compete head-on with the Chu family in the sect. They can only maintain the existence of the Yi family by fully cooperating with the Chu family, supporting the sect, and constantly giving up their interests. At this time, the best strategy is to gradually erode and allow the Chu family to quickly grow stronger by devouring the interests of the Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family would be forced into a desperate fight with the Chu family, which would also be detrimental to the interests of the Chu family and the sect. Move Yama Palace out of Shungshan sect's territory. Shaoshan, you really gave me a difficult problem. Chu Tianyan rubbed his brows, and the evil spirit in his eyes dissipated a lot, but he felt a splitting headache. The Yama Palace has stood inside the Saint Emperor Peak for millions of years. It can be said that the Yama Palace has existed for as long as the Saint Emperor sect has existed, but only a few people know about it. Although the Yama Palace is in the main hall, there is a different world inside. It is like a mustard seed hidden in Mount Sumeru, and can be called a super large secret realm. It contains the evil spirits and resentments accumulated by the dragon races that have been killed for millions of years. There are countless formations arranged outside the palace, connecting to the ground veins under the Saint Emperor Peak. It can be said that it has been integrated with the sect. Even with such a huge scale, it must be transferred out of the Shungshan sect's territory quietly, and strive to make sure no one knows about it. It can be said that the difficulty is so great that even Emperor Venerable on the heavenly ranking would have a splitting headache. Master Tianyan, maybe I can help you. At this moment, an old and plain voice came into Chu Tianyan's ears. Chu Tianyan frowned slightly, but saw that Tianyan Dao Venerable had landed on the Saint Emperor Peak, and beside him stood the pale and bloodless Hylian Saintess, who was looking at him with a friendly smile on her face. Saint Lord Sihang, this hall master does not understand what you mean. Chu Tianyan's heart was slightly moved, but he still said expressionlessly, thank you for coming from afar to help my Shungshan sect. This hall master expresses his gratitude to you on behalf of the Tianzong, but my Tianzong has just experienced a huge turmoil, and I have many things to deal with, so I will not stay. Having been the head of the law enforcement hall for so many years, Chu Tianyan was also very good at speaking in clichés and practicing Tai Chi. The basic meaning was that there was still a lot of things to do, so he would not invite you to dinner, and he would come to thank you when he had time in the future. You may look rough on the outside, but you are actually very careful on the inside. You can really fool a lot of people. Sacred Venerable Tianyan smiled, as if he didn't understand the order to expel Chu Tianyan. He glanced at Tianwei and said solemnly, Chu Tianyan, do you really think that the Chu family has been doing this for millions of years? Even if you cover it up perfectly, and even the Yi family, who is also a founding family, has been kept in the dark for millions of years, is it true that no one in the entire Hengtian continent knows about it? You captured the strongest bloodline of dragon race, other dragon masters of Emperor Venerable level, half-step Emperor Venerable of 12-clawed heavenly dragon level, etc. Even if your Chu family covered it up well, my Sihang holy sect has been ranked as the strongest sect in the heavenly world for millions of years. Don't you think you didn't notice anything? Let's not talk about my Sihang holy sect. The Hengtian ancestral court is the nominal co-lord of the continent and the inherited family of the Heng heavenly emperor. It has a very deep foundation and is responsible for maintaining the operation and survival of the Heng heavenly human race. How could the successive human kings not be aware of something that could potentially lead to a war between my Heng heavenly world and the dragon realm? Do you really think that it was just a coincidence that the king of Hengkong took the initiative to lead many powerful people to watch the battle outside the domain and told them not to stay or return to their own sect? Chapter 159, War Outside the Territory Buzz. Chu Tianyan's face suddenly darkened, with a hint of terrifying murderous intent rising from his face. As he flipped his hand, the Chu family's patriarch token appeared in his hand. Before Chu Tianxing entered the extreme state, he used his last remaining sanity to hand the patriarch token to him. The Grand Emperor mark on Saint Emperor Peak showed signs of revival again, and inside the main hall, other powerful people at the venerable level began to revive. The Great Emperor mark directly blocks all external observations. Emperor Venerable, do you also want to slander my Chu family? A strong murderous aura appeared in Chu Tianyan's eyes. Do you think that since the leader of our Shungshan sect has been deposed and my elder brother is not around, you can do whatever you want in our Shungshan sect? Chu Tian's words before he left were very clear. the affairs of Yama Palace involve the life and death of the Chu family. At this time, Sihang Saint Lord suddenly came out and said that the successive Sihang Saint Lords in Hengtian Ancestral Temple had always known about the affairs of Yama Palace. No wonder Chu Tianyan had murderous intentions towards this heavenly ranking Emperor Venerable. Master Tianyan, I'm not threatening you. I'm trying to help you move the Yama Palace out. Tianyan Dao Venerable sighed and said with a little helplessness, time is tight, I will just speak frankly. Your Shungshan sect has snatched my Sihang Shungshan sect's position as the strongest sect from me. If you ask me who in the entire Hengtian continent wants to go against your Shungshan sect the most, I would be second to none and no one dares to say they are first. My greatest expectation for the two disciples is to suppress your Shungshan sect and take back the original position of my Shungshan sect. This is also the reason why I tricked Yi Tianshong last time. But to regain the position of the strongest sect, we must sacrifice the interests of heavenly world, or even the huge interests of the holy Sihang sect. Holy Lord Sihang rubbed his brows in a state of headache. The dragon race has been passed down for thousands of years. It is a mythical overlord race, tyrannical and murderous. And your Chu family now controls the holy heavenly sect. If a war breaks out, the entire heavenly world will definitely be implicated. It is not impossible to even destroy this world. Even if my holy sect sits back and watches dragon race destroy your holy heaven sect. But dragon race is greedy. If countless strong men really come and destroy your holy heaven sect and occupy your territory, will you still leave? When our heavenly world was at its peak, they all supported the dragon divine sect. Not to mention what the consequences would be if your holy heavenly sect was destroyed and heavenly world was seriously injured. None of these mythical tribes are modest gentlemen. The dragon realm is the largest realm among the myriad worlds. Throughout the ages, it has annexed more than 10 of the top 100 realms. Heavenly world does not want to be the next one. So my holy sect's successive holy lords and the human king not only did not expose you, but could only help you conceal it in secret. Dao Venerable sighed and said, forget it. I know you still don't trust me. How about this? Anyway, my female disciple has already had a fight with your nephew Chu Tian and has developed a demon in her heart. In the next few years, let her stay in your rising sun's secret realm and practice with Chu Tian. Tianyan Dao Venerable said calmly, the reason why I help your Chu family is, first, to repay Chu Tian for saving my disciple's life and to avenge the Yi family. Second, it is also to protect the interests of my holy sect. Buzz, a black token fell into Chu Tianyan's palm, engraved with an ancient word, Heng, written in ancient characters, which was different from the characters commonly used in Hengtian continent today. Only a few powerful people from apex-level sects could recognize it. It was the human king's token of the Heng family. There were only 3 of them in total. It could represent the human king when walking in the myriad worlds. Seeing the token was like seeing the human king. The human king actually gave you the human king order. Chu Tianyan's face was still gloomy. After all, this meant that what Tianyan Dao Venerable said was true. The human king really knew about the Yama Palace and deliberately took the strongest people from many continents out of the domain to give the Chu family space to move the Yama Palace. Master Tianyan, I have spoken frankly through the window of opening heaven. Not only have I taken out the human king order, but I am also willing to leave my disciple behind as a hostage. You should believe me, right? Dao Venerable Tianyan's face was solemn. There is no time to lose. Dragon race may come at any time, and many powerful people may return. Let's not waste time. I have brought many transcendent level teleportation arrays and the treasures given by the King of Heavenly World. The portal to Heavenly World has also been opened. Well, follow me. Chu Tianyan's face was gloomy. He turned around and walked into the main hall, but he paused for a moment, turned around and said coldly, Dao Venerable, what do you mean by helping my Chu family and leaving your female disciple as a hostage? In Shaoshan's secret realm of Rising Sun, there is not only the immortal divine medicine enlightenment tree, but also the great Dao Pearl. Staying by my nephew's side, he can also comprehend the Eye of Heaven. This supreme opportunity is something that many prodigies would love to have. Is it to prepare for the Hengtian competition 3 years later? Dao Venerable Tianyan smiled and said nothing. He turned to Saintess Hillian and said, this is all I can do. For you. Whether you can surpass Chu Tian and break the demon in your heart depends on you. Master, I understand. Hillian's Saintess's face turned pale. She looked up at the sky. In her beautiful eyes, which were still as cold as ice, the outline of Chu Tian seemed to appear vaguely. She said firmly, I must defeat him in the Hengtian competition with my own hands. Outside the heavenly world. Endless starry sky. Dark, cold, deep, and dead silent, the endless and vast planets float in the gloomy air, moving along fixed routes. Yi Tianshang's face was pale as he sat cross-legged on a meteorite. A black jade disc was floating above his head. It was the treasure that made him famous, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc, which was filled with the rolling Taoist aura that enveloped him. Yi Tianshang, you killed my father, took away his soul, and made him die in endless pain. Chu Tianxing's eyes were blood-red, and endless and dense blood-colored thunders were all around him. He madly bombarded Yi Tianshang and smashed onto the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Tianxing was nearly insane, in an extreme state. Even though he had just broken through to Emperor Venerable, he was incredibly powerful. His energy seemed to be burning. He was in a crazy state, and blood-colored thunder madly bombarded Yi Tianshang. Each fine blood-red thunder that blasts out can blast through the starry sky for millions of light years, destroy countless planets, and create a crack in the dark starry sky that spreads endlessly and far away. However, the same thunder and lightning were almost endless around Chu Tianxing, constantly being destroyed and reborn, devouring the essence of Tyrant Dragon Lord. Even though Chu Tianxing was burning himself madly, he still had a constant supply of energy to make up for his loss. This is the horror of the extreme realm, which is known as the most extreme and the strongest in attack and killing among the 3 realms of the ancient times. This realm is extreme in that the thunder of the extreme realm can engulf the spirit of the person being killed and replenish itself continuously. As long as you keep killing, your power is almost endless. Combined with the terrifying attack and killing power of the extreme realm that is almost invincible at the same level, it is simply a tireless killing machine, and it will continue to become stronger as it kills, until it completely falls into a state of madness and enters the abyss. This is also the reason why the extremes are feared by the myriad worlds. When the extremes appear, a catastrophe will come. This tireless killing machine, whose killing ability can be increased crazily and whose attack and killing are invincible, can be called a world-destroying catastrophe. In ancient times, it has terrified countless people and was once combined with strangulation by the strongest people of the myriad worlds. Chu Tianxing, an elegant middle-aged man, had even been studying unconventional methods. He had never been able to enter the beginning realm and achieve enlightenment, and he didn't even have an apex-level divine ability of the transcendent realm. However, after entering the extreme realm, he directly broke through to Emperor Venerable and killed Tyrant Dragon Lord in seconds. Now he is suppressing Yi Tianshang, who is using his famous treasure, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc. It is simply so amazing that it is breathtaking. You know, the gap between Emperor Venerable on the heavenly ranking is almost equivalent to the gap between Chu Tian and the ordinary soul refining realm today, and entering the extreme realm directly allows Chu Tianxing to eliminate this gap. Chapter 160 For my son far away in the starry sky. The strongest men of Hengtian continent, such as the human king of Hengkong, Emperor Venerable of Spirit Wind, Demon Venerable of Hell, etc., stood not far away, with extremely solemn expressions. Some of the strongest men even had intense fear in their eyes. The extreme, the heavenly world king had a solemn expression on his face, muttering to himself, if this guy can stay rational and sober, my heavenly world will have another powerful fighter who can make up for Yi Tianshang's vacancy. King Hengkong thought about it for a while, and soon sighed again. It's difficult, too difficult, it's just like a fairy tale. There have been so few extreme realms since ancient times that there are no cases to be found. Chu Tianxing, even if you reach the ultimate state, you can kill Tyrant Dragon in seconds, but you are still far from being able to kill me in seconds with the power of the ultimate state. Yi Tianshang's face was pale, and he just sat quietly on the meteorite, suppressing himself with the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc, allowing Chu Tianxing to attack him without fighting back, as if he wanted to conserve his energy and wait for someone to return. And even if I killed your father, your Chu family has never shown the slightest mercy to my Yi family. Yi Tianshang muttered to himself in a low voice, his eyes looking into the distance. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes, with withered hair fluttering. Step by step, the endless starry sky became within reach under his feet, and he walked towards him step by step. The person who came was none other than King Chu Tian, who had returned to Hengtian continent in pursuit of the deadly poison lord. Far behind him, there were 2 groups of Chu family assassins, tying up an old man in a black robe with chains. Emperor Venerable, save me, save me. Seeing Yi Tianshang from afar, Emperor Venerable let out a shrill roar. It was you who ordered me to suppress Chu Yuyao's dual pupils and supreme bone. You, the Yi family, cannot abandon me and sit back and do nothing. The poison master seemed to have endured some terrible torture. His body was covered in blood, skin and bones, his eyes were deeply sunken, and even his strength was wasted. His whole body was limp, as if his tendons and veins had been pulled out one by one. There was endless fear in his eyes. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, it was Yi Tianshang who ordered me to do this. It's all his fault. Please don't torture me anymore. I really regret it, I was wrong. Please. His voice suddenly stopped, his tongue was cut off by the assassin beside him, even his neck was cut and his vocal cords were pulled out. Second brother, you're back. Yi Tianshang showed a hearty smile on his face. Everything seemed to have returned to the past, when the two brothers ventured side by side in the myriad worlds and could completely rely on each other. Struggling all the way, growing side by side, and experiencing life and death together. Brother has been holding on and has not left Heavenly World. He is just waiting for your return. Yi Tianshang's complexion gradually regained its rosy color, but the few remaining black hairs behind his head turned completely dry and white, as if a last burst of vitality had allowed him to temporarily return to his peak state. He did not even look at the venerable poison, and turned a deaf ear to his accusations. He raised his hand and the 6 paths of reincarnation disc unleashed the divine ability vision, temporarily isolating Chu Tianxing in the vision. There were still thick bloodshot in King Chu Tian's eyes. He glanced at King Hengkong and other powerful men in Heavenly World, then stopped not far in front of Yi Tianshang, looking at Yi Tianshang without saying a word. Yi Tianshang, you and I are no longer friends. After a long time, King Chu Tian's voice was low and hoarse. An image of a golden dragon spanning thousands of miles across the starry sky appeared behind him, with murderous aura and terrifying Dao aura colliding with Yi Tianshang. Buzz. In an instant, the endless starry sky was annihilated, billions of stars turned to ashes, and a terrifying killing force spread, causing the pupils of the strongest such as Emperor Venerable of Spirit Wind and Hell Poison Lord to shrink violently, and they retreated backwards in fear and madness. This was a clash between two heavenly ranking Emperor Venerables, a fight ranked among the top 100 in the history of the heavenly continent. Throughout the history of the heavenly world, there were only a handful of battles that could be compared to this clash, or even none at all. The only one who could stand in the field was Hengkong Renwang. Throughout the history of the heavenly world, the only sect that has been able to rank on 2 heavenly rankings is the Holy Heavenly Sect. The human king of the sky murmured to himself, of the 2 founding ancestors of the Holy Heavenly Sect, only the Chu family's ancestor ranked 100th on the heavenly ranking, but he was soon squeezed out. 1,000,000 years, the ancestor of the 3 great revival. 2 Emperor Venerables on the heavenly ranking. What a pity. The most prosperous period of the sect is also the period when conflicts erupt violently. The king of Hengkong sighed. In order to strike at the Chu family, Yi Tianshang even went so far as to introduce Dragon Race, which not only hurt the interests of the Yi family and the Shungshan sect, but also seriously damaged the interests of the entire Heng heavenly world. This was the situation he least wanted to see. However, the 2 founding families of Shungshan sect have been fighting each other for millions of years. The human kings of successive generations have long seen that behind the continuous rise of Shungshan sect, there is a huge crisis hidden, and have been trying to reconcile the contradictions between the 2 families. But in this generation, both families had produced Emperor Venerables on the heavenly ranking, which directly made Shungshan sect the strongest sect on the continent, which was beyond his ability to interfere. Buzz. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc is filled with endless Taoist aura. The 6 enormous whirlpools are as majestic as stars, rumbling and turning, confronting the winding golden dragon. Even if you don't consider me your eldest brother, you will always be my second brother. Yi Tianshang stood up slowly and said, Brother waited for you to come back because I wanted to ask you whether Yi Fan's Hongmeng Holy Bone and Tianying's death were caused by you. Yi Tianshang stared at King Chu Tian's eyes, which were bloodshot. This is the only question left in his mind now. He searched the entire sect, killed countless people, and investigated every strong person in the Chu family. But there is still no trace. Yi Fan's Hongmeng Holy Bone being poisoned and Yi Tianying's death were the biggest pains in his heart. Chu Tian Wang's dry white hair fluttered in the wind. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly attacked. Behind him, a golden dragon flew across the sky for thousands of miles, disrupting the starry sky. King Chu Tian, please speak. Yi Tianshang roared, I was the one who schemed against your 3 daughters. You know everything now. My position as the leader of the clan has also been abolished. Are you still unwilling to tell me now? Did you do it? Buzz. King Chu Tian said nothing, took a step across the starry sky, and instantly came in front of Yi Tianshang. He punched out, his arm turned into a dragon shape, and punched through his chest. The terrifying energy spread to the end of the star domain, and the vast energy annihilated billions of stars. Puff! Yi Tianshang was still roaring as he spurted blood, but he did not fight back immediately. I follow the ancestral precepts of the Yi family and plot against your Chu family. What is your purpose? Chu Tianwang's deep and hoarse voice sounded, for my son. If there is an afterlife, we will be brothers. Chapter 161 Mystery Solved. In the next life, ha 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 ha, second brother, when did you start to believe in the reincarnation theory of the Buddhist world? Yi Tianshang laughed loudly, his white hair fluttering, with an air of superiority over the heavens. We brothers have traveled the myriad worlds, experienced countless lives and deaths, and reached the pinnacle. We have made Shungshan sect the strongest sect, and snatched Saintis from the ancient sword god clan as a slave. Well, now she is my sister-in-law. Our consistent belief is to only believe in this life and not the afterlife, to smash everything and grab everything. Brother, I have two goals in this life. First, to bring Shungshan sect to the top. Second, to completely follow the ancestral teachings of our ancestors and unify Shungshan sect. I barely accomplished the first goal, but the second one, boom. Suddenly, Yi Tianshang's head was blown apart by a punch from King Chu Tian. The roar of the dragon shook the galaxy, billions of planets shattered, and the dazzling golden light illuminated the dim universe. Yi Tianshang, do you think I really don't know anything? Chu Tian Wang's eyes were bloodshot, his white hair fluttered, and he kept shouting angrily. He punched out one punch after another, even making cracks in the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, Yi Tianshang's Tao treasure. I treat you as a brother, so I have given you the position of sect leader. I will cooperate with you unconditionally and sacrifice the interests of the Chu family so that you can lead the sect to the position of the strongest sect on the continent, and you will be blessed with endless honor and majesty. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* You have to force my children to a dead end. You are crazy and want to kill yourself. You force me to kill you. King Chu Tian roared in anger, which was so powerful that it was terrifying and suffocating. His body was as terrifying as Godfiend. With every punch and kick, there was the roar of a heavenly dragon and the sound of a divine dragon. The might of the dragon was rolling. Tyrant Dragon Lord, a real 9-clawed golden dragon, would be like a small insect in front of King Chu Tian. He caused the starry sky to collapse with his punches and kicks, as if he wanted to completely destroy the galaxy. The terrifying void storm raged, but it could not harm his body at all. I know that you are calculating and your skills are better than mine. You are more suitable to be the sect leader and lead the sect to expand. So I will fully cooperate with you to bring Shungshan sect to the top. I want to hand over the strongest Tianzong in history to my only son. You have already obtained everything that you could not have gotten with your strength, why are you still not satisfied? Why? King Chu Tian roared, and the terrifying sound waves turned into a 12-clawed dragon, directly tearing Yi Tianshang's body into a bloody mist. With this roar, the starry sky collapsed, the sun and the moon lost their light, and all the planets within sight collapsed into nothingness, sweeping away everything. Puff. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable, Hell Poison Lord and other powerful beings almost simultaneously spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were so terrified and frightened that they were almost suffocated. They retreated frantically, fearing that they would be affected by the aftermath of the terror. They were really scared. The strength displayed by King Chu Tian made them feel as if they were seeing a mythical legend. Even at this moment, Hengkong Wang, an emperor venerable who was ranked in the top 50 of the heavenly ranking, began to leave the range of the battle between the two. Human King Chu Tianwang is ranked 97th on the heavenly ranking, and Yi Tianshang is ranked 98th on the heavenly ranking. Why? Spiritual Wind Emperor Venerable wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yi Tianshang, who was as powerful as the supreme Godfiend. He really felt numb all over. There's only a difference of 1 rank, how could the gap in strength be so huge? Everyone knows that there is a huge gap of 20th place on the heavenly ranking. The difference in strength at the same stage shouldn't be so huge. The voice of the Hell Poison Lord was trembling with fear. Seeing this scene, he was the most frightened person in the room. After all, Hell Valley was nominally an ally of Shungshan sect, but in fact, those who really knew the inside story knew that Hell Valley could form an alliance with Shungshan sect because of its close relationship with the Yi family. As for its relationship with the Chu family, it was only because of this generation that the absolute poison master accepted Chu Yuyao as his disciple. The Yi family is on the decline. King Chu Tian is so powerful and abnormal that the poison lord almost killed Chu Yuyao. And what about Chu Tian? How will he treat Hell Valley? What do you mean there's only one difference? The gap between King Chu Tian and Yi Tianshang is very obvious, as different as heaven and earth. The leader of the Qiwang sect said in a low voice, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was also an emperor venerable, but although they were separated by a long starry sky, he was so shocked by King Chu Tian's roar that his internal organs were shattered. Because Shungshan sect placed an order for weapons from Qiwang sect, he had a lot of dealings with Yi Tianshang. He understood that although Yi Tianshang was much stronger than him, he would never be able to do this. Chu Tianwang's strength is at least within the top 50 of the heavenly ranking. Henkong Renwang said in a low voice, his eyes solemn and shocked, no, he may even be stronger. Chu Tianwang is so powerful that he may even be close to the realm of Jiyu Mozu and Su Shenzhu. Why do we still let Yi Tianshang be the leader? With the foundation of the Chu family, Chu Tianwang can obviously take his place. In order to make Shungshan sect stronger, will it replace Sihang Shengzong? So that's how it is, I understand. King Chu Tian is invincible, but he understands that the position of the sect leader does not mean that the stronger the strength, the better the sect. In terms of strength and skill, he is not as good as Yi Tianshang, so he serves as a deputy sect leader to assist Yi Tianshang and maximize his own value. He wants to hand over the most powerful Shungshan sect to his son Chu Tian. The appearance of Hongmeng Saint Bon Yi Fan made him feel that he was a threat to his son, so he secretly took action to cripple him. Yi Tianshang did exactly as he thought. With his powerful skills, he integrated the power of the sect and continued to expand it, making Shungshan sect the strongest sect. Now its power is at its peak and its influence is growing day by day. But what King Chu Tian didn't expect was that his sworn brother was so cunning and scheming that he could not only scheme against foreign enemies, but also against the Chu family. The king of Henkong said in a low voice, King Chu Tian was too confident in his own strength, and underestimated Yi Tianshang's ever-expanding ambitions after he took control of the power, so he has come to this point step by step. Yi Tianshang even wanted to introduce the power of dragon race and directly destroy the Chu family. Outside the distant starry sky, at the gate of heavenly world, Tuo Lao also arrived with Chu Tian. My young master, this is the master's strength. He is unrivaled and invincible. The camel old man said in a low voice. In fact, I understand that the master of the family does not bother to compete with Yi Tianshang. He does not care about giving up the interests of the Chu family, because as long as the master wants it, he can take it back at any time with his strength. What the master could never have imagined was that Yi Tianshang would dare to plot against you. The top 50 on the heavenly ranking. Chu Tian's face was calm, his eyes were gloomy, and he looked at the scene outside the distant starry sky. His heart was surging, but as one mystery after another was solved in his heart, more mysteries emerged. Chu Tianwang and Jian Kongju, one ranked in the top 50 of the heavenly ranking and the other ranked 23rd, do have the capital to look down on the world and allow Yi Tianshang to expand. Yi Tianshang's prestige and influence are high, but this is ultimately a world where strength is respected. King Chu Tian, with the influence of the Chu family's founding clan, can suppress Yi Tianshang with a flip of his hand, allowing his only son Chu Tian to easily succeed to the position of clan leader and gain everything. But in the original plot, the three sisters would have been killed by Yi Tianshang's conspiracy. Since King Chu Tian was so powerful, why was he captured and thrown into the criminal realm? After hearing the news of Jian Kongju's death, he was poisoned to death in prison. With such strength that is almost at heaven level, even the entire Yi family combined might not be able to defeat King Chu Tian, so how could they possibly poison him to death? Why didn't King Chu Tian resist? Or was it because he no longer had the strength to resist at that time? Chapter 162 A brilliant and invincible blow, and my mother, who was ranked 23rd on the heavenly rankings and was able to single-handedly enter the dragon realm and suppress the golden dragon race, why did she suddenly die? Chu Tian said to himself that King Chu Tian's actions had solved many of the confusions in his mind. Why did Jian Kongju, who was so domineering, condone King Chu Tian's behavior? Because they never really took Yi Tianshang seriously. Jian Kongju's idea was probably to allow Yi Tianshang to make the Shungshan sect stronger and then prepare for the future for his son Chu Tian. So after Chu Yunshang transformed into a killing demon soldier, she went on a killing spree, causing the entire continent to be outraged and resented. However, King Chu Tian still loved his daughter so much that he dared to protect Chu Yunsheng without restraint, because his strength gave him the capital to look down on everything. And why Jian Kongju, who is so strong, would marry Chu Songbao? After all, on the surface, the two seem to be worlds apart in terms of personality and strength. But after the doubts were solved, Chu Tian had more doubts. Since Chu Tianwang and Jian Kongju have such strength, the fundamental reason why the Chu family was eventually defeated and the great hate demon lord became a demon in the original plot is probably far from being as simple as it seems. Yi Tianshang's calculations, which hit the younger generation of the Chu family, are probably just one of the reasons. At the very least, it now seems that Yi Tianshang, Yi Feng who has attained the status of emperor, and Yi Fan are all likely to be unable to defeat King Chu Tian. Is it the ancient Sword God clan? But do the ancient Sword God clan have such great power? Besides, Chu Songbao has always been very respectful to the ancient Sword God clan. Even if they look down on them, they would not take a huge risk and sneak into the heavenly world to interfere in the internal affairs of the human race and kill my father. Not to mention the strength of my mother's sword Kongju. Even if she were placed in the ancient Sword God clan, she would probably be at least in the top 3. The ancient Sword God clan is only ranked 35th in the myriad worlds, even worse than the dragon race. How could they possibly shake up the Hengtian human realm from a distance? Not only did they kill my mother, but they also destroyed my father who looked like he was in the top 50 of the heavenly ranking without leaving any trace. The logic is illogical and it's like a fairy tale. Chu Tian frowned slightly. Now it seems that many things written in the original plot are only superficial, and there are many deeper reasons in secret. Even now it seems that there are still many things he doesn't understand in the heavenly world. That damn shitty author. Old Tuo, tell me, looking at the Hengtian continent, no, looking at the myriad worlds, who is most unwilling to see the rise of Shungshan sect? Shungshan sect has become the strongest sect and led Heng heavenly world to enter the top 100 of myriad worlds. Who is the most uncomfortable? Chu Tian seemed to be asking, but also seemed to be muttering to himself. Hengtian human king. Heng family, but if King Hengkong wanted to see the Shungshan sect destroyed, he could have suppressed it long ago, or even just watched Dragon Race suppress the Shungshan sect. Or is it the Siheng holy sect? Judging from the current behavior of Heavenly Destiny Dao Venerable, he definitely has objections to the Holy Heavenly Sect snatching away the strongest sect, but it is just an internal struggle within Heavenly World, and Heavenly Destiny Dao Venerable does not have the strength to do so. He not only killed Jian Kongju, but also crippled King Chu Tian. So, where does the external power that helps Yi Tianshang come from? My lord, your question is very simple. The camel grinned, looking very happy, with his 2 large yellow teeth standing out. Our heavenly world was ranked first among the 9 human worlds before the ancient times, and Heavenly Emperor almost unified the human race again. After the ancient times, Heavenly World has been declining, sliding down the rankings of the 9 human worlds until it is now at the bottom, and even fell out of the top 100 myriad worlds. Among all this, the special care and suppression from the major human realms are indispensable. Before Yi Tianshang and the Master became emperors, they suffered a lot at the hands of the major human realms. The Holy Heaven sect is rising fiercely, and has brought our Hengtian human world into the top 100 of the myriad worlds again. The other 8 human worlds are very uncomfortable, but they dare not interfere in the internal affairs of Heng heavenly world. The King of Hengkong, Master, Madam, together with Yi Tianshang, Tianyan Dao Venerable, and the 5 contemporary strong men ranked on the Hengkong Tianbang, they would also be terrified and tremble with fear. The camel old man grinned, his smile was as bright as a chrysanthemum. Many years ago, not long after the Master and Yi Tianshang entered the heavenly ranking, the human king took the Master, the lady, Yi Tianshang, and Dao Venerable to visit the 4 major human realms in turn, which scared them terribly. Since then, the incidents targeting our Hengtian human realm in the myriad worlds have suddenly become less. However, in recent years, there seem to be more and more cases of people deliberately targeting and suppressing heavenly world. But they still don't dare to act recklessly. In the past 10 years, the human king has proposed many times that he wanted to go to the major human realms again on the 5 heavenly rankings, but Yi Tianshang declined due to his busy schedule. In addition, his wife has returned to the God clan for many years and has not returned, so he has not been able to go. Although Tuo Lao is not on the heavenly ranking, he has a very high status in the Chu family and is in charge of the heavenly group. He has almost watched Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianshang grow up, and knows a lot of secrets. The major human realms, Chu Tian's heart moved, and it seemed as if a flash of lightning flashed through his mind. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked a very important detail in the original plot. In the original plot, Heavenly World fought openly and secretly with other human race worlds, and even a war broke out. Although Yi Feng and Yi Fan encountered many obstacles in their growth, they were all struggles of the younger generation, and they hardly encountered any life-threatening threats. Old Tuo, Shaoshan proposed a hypothesis. If Yi Tianshang secretly colluded with the major human races and murdered my father, then which human race was he most likely colluding with? Chu Tian said calmly, as if he had a sudden idea, and asked casually. Kill the master. Tuo Lao actually pondered for a moment, and said to himself, Eternal human world, savage human world, Emperor Shi heavenly world. When the master, Yi Tianshang, and his wife ventured into the myriad worlds, they seemed to have offended, and killed quite a few of their prodigy monsters, as well as a large number of powerful men. During the years when the Shungshan sect expanded, they plundered a lot of their resources in the ruins of the myriad worlds. Finally, Tuo Lao gave a bitter smile and said, My young master, I am just a servant who has guarded Saint Emperor Peak for my entire life. These things are really beyond my knowledge. I am afraid that only the master and the mistress can give you the answer. Or the second and third masters are in charge of the family power and have been dealing with the outside world for many years. Maybe they know something. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a huge wave suddenly came from afar, interrupting the conversation between Chu Tian and Tuo Lao. The old camel cast a look, his pupils suddenly contracted violently, and blurted out, Endless reincarnation, the supreme divine ability of the Yi family's reincarnation Emperor Sutra. No, Yi Tianshang wants to drag the master to death together. Boom, 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 I saw 6 majestic, dark, and tall black whirlpools appearing on the top of the sky, rotating with a rumbling sound. They were thousands of times larger than the largest stars in the sky. Heaven's way. Yi Tianshang's voice was low and hoarse, containing a mysterious and profound majesty, as if it resonated with some supreme mystery between heaven and earth. Boom. The first black vortex suddenly expanded tenfold. Yi Tianshang's life force was reduced and wrinkles on his face increased. He was burning his energy and spirit, forcing the supreme divine ability in the Emperor's Sutra of the Wheel of Reincarnation to a realm far beyond his limits. Use your life to deliver the most brilliant and invincible blow. Chapter 163 Silver Dragon, Humane. Shira Road. Devildum. Hungry Ghost Dao. Hell. Every time Yi Tianshang uttered a strange syllable, a vortex in the 6 paths of reincarnation would expand more than tenfold. When the 6 paths appeared together, the 6 whirlpools became almost the only thing in the starry sky, rumbling and spinning. The stars were as small as dust in front of the 6 paths and were crushed into ashes in an instant. Cough cough cough, I feel like my soul is about to be absorbed into it. Lingfeng Emperor Venerable's eyes were filled with horror. They were already millions of light years away, watching from afar, and he even had a feeling that his emperor's soul was about to be swallowed up and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Suppress the soul and don't let it leave the body, otherwise it will be crushed by the reincarnation in an instant and your soul will be scattered. The Hengkong human king shouted in a low voice with a solemn expression. He directly used the divine ability to isolate the influence of the endless reincarnation on the Heng Heavenly World Gate. Otherwise, even outside the domain, countless human races in the Heng Heavenly World would be pulled into the reincarnation. Yi Tianshang's realm has surpassed the limit of the Samsara Emperor Sutra. Endless reincarnation can even allow strong people below the God realm to reincarnate and live a new life. Hiss. When the king of Hengkong said this, the pupils of many powerful people contracted violently and they were simply stunned. Let the strong ones below the divine realm reincarnate. This is simply a realm that only the Creator, the God of creation, can achieve. How powerful is Emperor Venerable on the heavenly ranking? And such a strong Yi Tianshang is only ranked 98th on the heavenly ranking. Then what kind of terrifying realm have the strengths of Tianyan Dao Venerable, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, and even the strongest Jian Kongju reached? Can they open the heaven with one sword? King Chu Tian, I know you have always looked down on me from the bottom of your heart. Yi Tianshang said in a hoarse voice, even Kong Zhu has always believed that I am too scheming and ruthless, so they chose you in the end. Even though I was the one who first proposed to suppress Jian Kongju and let her serve as our maid, she still thinks you are braver and more manly than me. So I just won't accept it. I just won't resign myself to it. I will destroy your Chu family. I will lead Shungshan sect to the top and prove that I am the strongest man. I want to let the myriad worlds know that even without your and Jian Kongju's charity, I can bring Shengshan sect to the top. Ha 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 ha, today, I will prove that I am no worse than you even if I try my best. Yi Tianshang's withered snow-white blood veins turned to ashes bit by bit, his body was old and corrupt to the extreme, emitting a smell of decay and an aura of death from his whole body. He raised his hands, holding up the 6 paths of reincarnation, and walked towards Chu Tianwang step by step. Second brother, you are not as heroic as you look. You are also afraid. What if the sons of my Yi family are stronger than your son? That's why you secretly killed Yi Fan. Yi Tianshang smiled and said, I am ruthless, but you are no less, and you hide it even more deeply than me. Your disguise is so good that even I didn't expect that the heroic and extraordinary King Chu Tian would actually plot against a child. Boom, 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 the 6 paths of reincarnation roared, and 6 dark whirlpools destroyed the world and gradually went beyond Yi Tianshang's control, slowly destroying his body and gradually covering King Chu Tian. The rules were erased, time and space were obliterated, and the 6 whirlpools of reincarnation were like 6 wheels of destruction, truly destroying everything. Yi Tianshang, that day on the Jishan Peak, you told me that you wanted to see the highest secret I created for the Grand Emperor Sutra, the Grand Emperor Heavenly Dragon Seal, after I gained enlightenment in the myriad world's ruins. Chu Tianwang's hair fluttered as he spoke slowly, raising his finger to the sky. Suddenly, a silver-white dragon with 12 claws appeared across billions of miles in the sky, emitting a terrifying dragon roar. All of a sudden, Emperor Venerable and others from far away felt dizzy, and then they felt a chill in their facial features. They were millions of light years apart, but the dragon roar made their facial features bleed. The Grand Emperor Heavenly Dragon Seal, there is no such divine ability in the Grand Emperor Sutra. The Weapon King Sect Master said in horror. This supreme divine ability was created by Heavenly King Emperor Venerable after he entered the 97th place on the heavenly ranking and gained enlightenment in the ruins of myriad worlds. Henkong Renwang looked extremely solemn. Since then, Chu Tianwang has never made a move again, so he has always been in the 97th place, but his strength has long surpassed it. The 3 realms of the ancient times are more difficult to enter as you advance in the realms, but once you enter, the rewards you gain are unimaginable. It is rare throughout history for an Emperor Venerable to attain enlightenment. Boom! Suddenly, the dragon that stretched for billions of miles turned into a vast and majestic seal. As King Chu Tian's finger fell, it slammed down and suppressed the endless cycle of reincarnation. The starry sky roared, the sun and the moon lost their light, and many Emperor Venerables lost their vision in an instant. For a moment, the laws there seemed to be extinguished, and the light was also destroyed. When the vision is restored, the 6 huge and boundless reincarnation whirlpools disappeared, leaving only Yi Tianshang, who was skin and bones and exuded the smell of death and decay. I'm really no match for you. Even if I burn everything, it's useless. Second brother, if I hadn't had a sudden idea and urged you to suppress Jian Kongju, would all this have never happened? Would we have followed our original oath and together brought Hengtian human realm back to the top of the 9 human realms, or even unified the human race? Yi Tianshang smiled. His energy and spirit were completely burned out, and his body, starting from the toes, turned into ashes inch by inch. At this time, in the starry space, a golden dragon claw tore through the void, and then a majestic sword energy slashed out from it, slamming into Yi Tianshang's body, instantly destroying his exhausted body. Boom, 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 endless sword energy tore through the starry sky, destroying the place where Yi Tianshang was billions of times, and even completely destroyed the laws. The soul projection of Jian Kongju walked out of the crack in the starry sky torn by the dragon claws, and a cold voice resounded, "You plotted against my son and hurt my daughter. If there is reincarnation, I will crush your soul to ashes billions of times. Chu coward, you should thank your son for saving Yunsheng and Yuyao, otherwise I will cut you this time." Jian Kongju turned his head to look at the door of Heng Heavenly World, and his body instantly appeared beside Chu Tian and hugged him. His beautiful eyes were full of heartache and doting. He kept checking Chu Tian's body and kissed him on the face again and again. "Shaoshan, I'm sorry. Mom has wronged you and your brother." Jian Kongju waved his hand casually, and a huge golden dragon head was thrown to the ground, and a strong dragon aura spread. "Look, Mother cut off a dragon emperor's head for you." At this moment, a sense of ancient supreme emperor majesty, stronger than that of the sharp golden dragon emperor, spread from the cracks in the void. The pupils of Henkong Human King shrank slightly, and he looked at the dragon race connected to the void crack. Then, A silver dragon winding through endless time and space appeared in his eyes. The Dragon Emperor of Destiny. King Henkong blurted out, with a hint of horror in his eyes. Chapter 164. No need to worry. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the dark, silent, deep starry sky, an invisible supreme majesty emanated from the cracks in the void. The rules seemed to have come to a standstill, and it was visible to the naked eye that the planets billions of light years away had stopped their orbits. In the crack of the void, the vast and majestic silver dragon that spanned endless time and space did not even open its eyes. The projection of its appearance alone directly froze the operation of the rules of the starry sky. In the starry sky, all kinds of vast and supreme visions appeared. Purple air spanned endless light years and turned into a bridge of great Tao. The great Tao appeared, a mortal king overlooks the 9 heavens, and the ancient supreme god opening heaven. It seemed that even the great Tao of heaven and earth was flattering this silver dragon. Greetings to the Dragon Emperor. Greetings to the Dragon Emperor. Almost subconsciously, the terrifying supreme majesty made many of the strongest people in Hengtian continent bow their heads, bend over and bow, and they were even unable to raise their heads to face him. The destined Dragon Emperor, the supreme mythical of the myriad worlds, stands at the top of the myriad worlds. He is the sovereign and leader of the dragon race, a true mythical. The name alone could crush myriad worlds. The only ones who could stand upright in the field were Henkong Human King, Chu Tian King, and Jian Kongju. Even Tuo Lao, even without bowing, could not raise his head to look directly at Tianming Dragon Emperor. This level of existence has become a taboo, and the name alone is a myth. The only exception was Chu Tian, who was standing at the gate of the realm. The eye of heaven between his brows was emitting purple light, and the apocalypse ring on his palm was also actively emitting divine power, isolating him from that supreme majesty. Even his supreme physique, Chaos Demon God Visualization Technique body, faced with this supreme majesty, the power hidden in his blood was faintly reviving to resist. The supreme physique means being born supreme, and it is the strongest and noblest physique in the myriad worlds. Many supreme beings have emerged from it before, and they have left the strongest mark in the rules of the myriad worlds. Even the mythical Dragon King cannot make them surrender. The Destiny Dragon Emperor. Chu Tian talked to himself, gazing at the boundless silver dragon. This was the supreme being that the protagonist Yi Fan was not qualified to contact at the end of the original plot. From the beginning to the end, it was in the mythical legend, praised by the creatures of the myriad worlds, and lived in word of mouth. Reaching the level of the Destiny Dragon Emperor is the protagonist Yi Fan's greatest ideal. However, even when the plot ended badly, Yi Fan had already attained the status of Emperor, and he had never seen a mythical of the level of the Destiny Dragon Emperor even once. Unexpectedly, he had only just reached the soul-refining 7th layer, yet he had personally seen this supreme Dragon Emperor, the supreme being that commanded the ancient and vast dragon realm. Has the matter of Yama Palace alarmed this person so quickly? Chu Tian said to himself, his eyes becoming serious. He turned his head to look inside the gate, wondering if his third uncle Chu Tianyan had moved Yama Palace away. According to common sense, the dragon realm is vast and boundless, and such a thing should not have alarmed the Destiny Dragon Emperor so quickly. Chu Tian glanced at the huge golden dragon head under his feet. The golden dragon blood on it was fresh and bright, emitting a dazzling golden light. He then glanced at Jian Kongju, who was examining his body with a worried look in his eyes. He immediately understood. I broke into the golden dragon race, one of the most powerful clans in the dragon world, and not only caused a big commotion, I also cut off the dragon head of the sharp golden dragon emperor. It would be strange if I didn't alarm the Destiny Dragon Emperor. However, the power of the broken sword Divine Maiden can also be seen. He broke into the dragon realm and cut off the head of the sharp gold dragon emperor. Not only was he unharmed, but he also projected down with the Destiny Dragon Emperor. Of course, in addition to Jian Kongju's invincible strength, the ancient sword clan behind her is also an important factor. After all, this is also a clan of gods with an extremely ancient heritage, with a long history, and has always been ranked among the top 50 myriad worlds. Moreover, Dragon Race broke into Shungshan sect without any evidence and tried to search the main peak by force. This kind of trampling and insulting behavior was feasible against a force that had no power to resist, but the situation became completely different after Jian Kongju showed up. Shaoshan, I'm sorry, mother has wronged you. I only cut off the head of the sharp gold dragon emperor. This old dragon emperor intervened, so mother failed to kill him. I pulled out his dragon tendons to use as a belt for you. Jian Kongju's voice was filled with apology. At this moment, she was the only one in the starry sky who ignored the Destiny Dragon Emperor who descended into the starry sky. At this time, the domineering, invincible, and all-sweeping divine maiden, in front of her son, was a mother who doted on her son unconditionally. After coming out of retreat and learning about the previous events, she was afraid that her little son's body would be injured. She was full of worry and kept asking Chu Tian whether he had suffered any harm when he used the Emperor Venerable Ancient symbol twice in the face of life and death crises, and whether he had damaged his foundation. She also told him that he must tell her if there was anything. During her conversation, she mentioned Chu Songbao repeatedly with gritted teeth. The more she asked, the more worried she became. She almost wanted to kill her husband immediately to vent her anger for her son. After all, his son had just turned 9, and was at the age where he should be enjoying his parents' love and care, but he had to run around for the family and serve as the chief investigator of the sect. Jian Kongju repeatedly promised Chu Tian that she would teach Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan a lesson after returning for daring to exploit her youngest son like this. Chu Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. After all, these were the real powers he had fought for with great efforts. But he didn't know how to defend his second and third uncles. He could only pray for them in his heart. At this time, from the boundary gate, Sihang Saint Lord Tianyan Dao Venerable walked out with a relaxed smile on his face. After all, he finally moved the Yama Palace away and smoothed out the tail. But when he saw the extremely beautiful Jian Daizu, the smile on his face stopped abruptly and froze. Sword, sword, broken sword god. Dao Venerable, the lord of the oldest sacred land in heavenly world and one of the 80th people on the heavenly ranking, actually stuttered when he spoke. Tianyan Dao Venerable, long time no see. Jian Kongju just glanced at Tianyan Dao Venerable with the corner of his eye, and greeted him calmly. Not bad, you finally condensed the Yuntian sword. Unfortunately, you wasted too much time and potential, and your life has come to an end. Tianyan Dao Venerable smiled bitterly. Jian Kongju's comments hit the most proud and painful part of his heart. What a pity. Ranked 89th on the heavenly ranking, a notable existence in the history of Hengtian continent, and no matter how many prodigy monsters there are throughout history, they cannot reach him. But in Jian Kongju's eyes, it was just that. But he couldn't refute it. After all, Jian Kongju really had the qualifications. Ahem, I'm old now, and I'm satisfied with having come this far in my life. Tianyan Dao Venerable forced himself to save his dignity. At the same time, his voice of transmission sounded directly in Chu Tian's mind. The Yama Palace has dealt with it, don't worry. Chu Tian looked calm. He just looked deeply at Tianyan Dao Venerable, but didn't say much. As he guessed, the water in heavenly world was deeper than he had imagined. The Chu family covered up the matter of Yama Palace very well. However, the Hengtian ancestral temple and the Sihang holy sect had already known about it a long time ago. However, if such a thing were to be spread out, it would not benefit anyone and would only bring Heng heavenly world to the brink of destruction. Therefore, they could not spread it and had to take the initiative to cover up for the Chu family. The Chu family was able to successfully hunt down the strongest bloodline and strong men of the dragon race that existed for millions of years without being noticed. The human king and successive Sihang Saint Lords probably played a great role in this. Yi Tianshang's move was a hysterical and confused move after he reached the end of the cliff, which led to his death and crippled him without encountering any obstacles. Both the Hengtian ancestral temple and the Sihang holy sect acquiesced. Chapter 165, A Showdown Across Time and Space. The ancient heavenly world is indeed a human race realm that has produced many supreme masters. Even though it has declined to this point and has been suppressed in various ways, it can still produce many outstanding masters. At this moment, an ancient and vicissitudes of life voice sounded, and the terrifying majesty contained in it made time and space fall into a state of stillness. The Destiny Dragon Emperor did not open his eyes. The myriad worlds prodigy fought for supremacy, and the younger generation of true dragon bloodline fell. The failure of the fight for supremacy was to be expected, and this emperor did not wish to interfere. My dragon race has been passed down for thousands of years. There are countless races that practice dragon-shaped divine abilities. This is not a big deal. But there are rumors that you, the holy heavenly sect of heavenly world, have been secretly killing the young and strongest of our dragon race for bloodline dissection research for millions of years, which has seriously damaged the dignity of our dragon race. An envoy under my throne, Tyrant Dragon Lord, came to investigate, but was killed by you. The Sharp Gold Dragon Emperor was also severely injured by the Queen of the Ancient Sword God clan because of this matter. I had to come down in person to intervene. The silver sky dragon did not open its eyes, but at this moment, many of the strongest men in heavenly world were shocked. In their minds, they seemed to see an extremely ancient and powerful existence. The eyes that opened in their minds could see through their hearts. The heavenly fate dragon emperor was so powerful that he was actually sensing the states of mind of many of the strongest men in heavenly world, trying to learn the truth directly from their minds. This is simply the method of the Creator God. It seems that there is no room for anything to hide in front of him. Chu Tian frowned slightly, feeling that there seemed to be an invisible, intangible, yet irresistible force entering his mind, trying to read his memory and heart. Buzz. The Chaos Spirit Pearl in Chu Tian's mind shook slightly, and the Chaos Creation Sutra automatically operated to isolate this power from outside. Although Chu Tian has not yet condensed his soul, he has condensed his spirit. There are no cracks for this power to penetrate, and there are no flaws. In this regard, even the strongest people in heavenly world are not as solid as Chu Tian's foundation. In the field, only Hengkong Human King, Tianming Dao Venerable, and Chu Tian King had expressionless faces. Although they were not as mentally flawless as Chu Tian, they relied on their powerful strength to forcibly isolate themselves from the detection of Tianming Dragon Emperor. It is impossible for the Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor to forcibly investigate the spirit of the Heavenly Ranking Emperor Venerable, unless he has truly become the creator. Dragon Emperor, I killed countless of the strongest bloodlines of the dragon race in the ruins of myriad worlds. What dragon race? Just kill them. Why do you need to do it in secret? Jian Kongju's eyes burst with a strong sword intent. He raised his hand directly, and the terrible formless sword intent cut through the power that was trying to investigate Chu Tian. You dared to come and investigate my husband's family based on some rumors, and even attacked my son. It is not a pity that Tyrant Dragon Lord died. If he is not dead now, I will also pull out his dragon tendons, peel off his dragon scales, and grind his bones to ashes. A weakling who dares to offend me based on some rumors. Who does he think he is? Jian Kongju's words were extremely domineering, just like the sword Dao she practiced, moving forward unstoppably and destroying all obstacles. Broken Sword Divine Maiden, Dragon Race has no intention of forcibly offending me. I am only fulfilling my duties as the Dragon King. The voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was indifferent. He did not stop his investigation because of the words of the Broken Sword Divine Maiden. He was domineering and powerful. Buzz. Suddenly, outside the Saint Emperor peak of the Holy Heavenly Sect in the heavenly world, the sky was torn apart, and an invisible force swept across. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor actually used his supreme power to go back in time and space, trying to find traces of the fall of the dragon race's strongest bloodline here. The shadow of Tyrant Dragon Lord appeared in the retraced time and space. But apart from that, there were no signs of any other dragon race falling on Saint Emperor Peak. Suddenly, deep in the inner hall, above the Holy Heaven Lake, a majestic and vast phantom of a 12-clawed golden dragon appeared, winding and spreading across the endless void. The dragon's body was more than 100 times larger than that of Tyrant Dragon Lord, and was not much smaller than that of Heavenly Fate Dragon Emperor. This was the Golden Dragon Race Dragon Emperor who was killed by Saint Ancestor Duanmu. It was real. He was killed directly in the dragon realm. Even his dragon body was brought back to Shungshan Sect and is now in Shungshan Lake. In the Holy Heaven Lake, the body of Emperor Duanmu was sleeping in the star crystal coffin. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes, but the look in his eyes was completely different from before, indifferent, majestic, and supreme, looking down at the myriad worlds, directly wiping out all the majesty of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. Suddenly, the Destiny Dragon Emperor, who had not opened his eyes, seemed to tremble slightly, and his eyes opened slightly. Boom! In the endless void, there seemed to be a tremendous energy collision, which shook the endless starry sky and made the expressions of Tianyin Dao Venerable and Hengkong Human King solemn. They could feel that the Saint Duanmu who suddenly woke up was not the same Saint Duanmu who was immature before. As expected of Saint Ancestor Duanmu, he actually saw everything that would happen today. Before he died, and left behind a divine ability, which allowed him to fight the Destiny Dragon Emperor head-on after hundreds of thousands of years. Jian Kongju's expression became serious for the first time, with admiration in his eyes. I am not as good as her now. Chu Tian was also shocked. The reason why the Destiny Dragon Emperor came was because he changed the fate of the Chu family, causing Yi Tianshang to become hysterical and make a desperate move. This did not appear in the original plot. This means that the fate of time and space was changed by him, so the Holy Ancestor Duanmu, who lived more than 600,000 years ago, predicted this scene at the other end of time and space at the same time, and launched an attack after many years to warn the Dragon Emperor of destiny. What kind of strength is this that goes against heaven level? The strongest person in this world has reached the end. Could it be possible that he can really walk in the river of time and space, and travel through the past and the future? So if one day, his strength surpasses that of Duan Mushengsu, will there be a chance for him to reverse time and space, return to Earth, force that lousy author to finish the storyline, and then throw him into the sea to feed the sharks? It is worthy of being the first great realm of the ancient human race that has produced one supreme and powerful person after another. The Destiny Dragon Emperor opened his eyes for the first time. His silver eyes seemed to be able to see through the past and the future. It seemed that the move of Saint Ancestor Duanmu made him unable to maintain his supreme attitude, and he was amazed. Eternal Sky Human King, even if you, heavenly world, did not hunt down the strongest bloodline of dragon race, killing the dragon race messenger still violated the dignity of dragon race. The voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was cold and majestic. The dragon race will send the strongest bloodline to participate in the once-a-century competition of the 9 realms of your human race to assist the eternal human world and impose punishment on your eternal heavenly world. Inside the ruins of myriad worlds, your power in heavenly world will also face the strangulation of dragon race. The time limit is 10,000 years. Chapter 166 I Can Save, Rules and Godly Objects. The terrifying majesty and murderous intent in the voice of the heavenly dragon emperor directly turned the faces of many of the strongest people in the heavenly world pale. The Hengtian competition 3 years later is to select the strongest prodigy to participate in the human race 9 realms competition, determine the ranking order of the human race 9 realms, and divide up various important resources of the human race, etc. The human race 9 realms competition is an all-round competition. It not only tests the strength of the prodigies in each realm, but also their connections. They can invite ancient tribes and forces that they are on good terms with to participate. However, none of the top 20 dominant races would ever participate in the competition for resources within the human race. After all, there is no benefit in doing so. In this era, Heavenly World has finally squeezed into the top 100 of myriad worlds, and all the major apex-level sects are making full preparations to try to get rid of the last place, and they have strong confidence in this. No one expected that the ancient and invincible mythical race, Dragon Race, would suddenly get involved, and bluntly stated that they wanted to suppress Heavenly World in the ruins of myriad worlds and kill the prodigy monsters of Heavenly World. Dragon Race is so powerful, there are countless powerful true dragon bloodlines, and every generation is full of monsters. What can the younger generation of Heavenly World use to compete with the monsters of Dragon Race? In their opinion, if they participated in the competition and faced the Dragon Race monster, it would be a death wish. We won't start a war, but we will suppress Heavenly World in all aspects. Chu Tian's eyes were cold and his fists were slightly clenched. This Destiny Dragon Emperor was indeed not someone to be trifled with and had superb methods. This is to rely on the powerful foundation of Dragon Race to suppress Heng Heavenly World, which may very likely cause the forces within Heng Heavenly World to collectively reject and hate Shungshan sect. After all, it is because of Shungshan sect that they are also targeted by Dragon Race and their interests are damaged, and this is not an ordinary loss. Yi Tianshang's final Jedi counterattack, and the subsequent damage to the interests of Shungshan sect and even the entire Heng Heavenly World, finally came. Dragon Emperor, since it has been confirmed that the Chu family of the Holy Heaven sect did not hunt down the strongest bloodline of the Dragon Race, why, the face of the Hengkong human king was ugly, full of unwillingness and anger. No reason, the Dragon King of Destiny said in a cold voice, the Dragon Race is majestic and cannot be offended. No matter what the reason is for killing the Dragon Race messenger, your entire clan should have been exterminated. But now, for the sake of Broken Sword Divine Maiden and Saint Ancestor Duanmu, I will only give you a slight punishment. I will punish you to stay in Heavenly World for 10,000 years. You should be content. Domineering, endless domineering, almost suffocating. This is the Dragon Race, a mythical race that has been passed down through the ages. The strong bully the weak without any reason. Hengkong Human King, Tianyan Dao Venerable, Chu Tian King's face was gloomy and ugly, his fists were slightly clenched, and he only felt a strong humiliation. It was a feeling of being despised. Not only will I target you, but I will also tell you directly how I will suppress your heavenly world next. Boom. Suddenly, as Yi Tianshang fell, Chu Tianxing, who was blocked by the reincarnation vision, broke out from it. Dragon Race, how dare you bully my Shungshan sect like this? Chu Tianxing's hoarse and crazy roar resounded through the endless starry sky. He was in an extreme situation, in a state of madness and insaneness, but he seemed to have a deep obsession with the Shungshan sect in his heart and would not allow outsiders to trample on the dignity of the sect. Boom, 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 endless blood-red thunder tore through the sky around Chu Tianxing. This extreme and supreme power actually directly transmigrated into the void, killed into the dragon world, and slammed into the Destiny Dragon Emperor. Bang, 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 it was visible to the naked eye that pieces of huge dragon scales as big as stars were shattered on the majestic and winding body of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. Hiss. Although it did not cause any damage to the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, in an instant, many of the strongest people in Heavenly World turned pale and trembled with fear. Chu Tianxing actually attacked the mythical Dragon King and broke his scales. This matter can be said to be small, but it can also be said to be big, and it can be infinitely big. Chu Tian's pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, his second uncle Chu Tianxing happened to run out. "Mom, take the child over there. He can find a way to save my uncle," Chu Tian said immediately. Shaoshan, the extreme realm people are ruthless and murderous, and are not tolerated by the myriad worlds. Seeing Chu Tianxing's condition, Jian Kongju frowned slightly. After all, even if Chu Tianxing was saved now, his fate in the future would only be worse. He would eventually go to a dead end in madness, or be besieged and killed by the strongest people of myriad worlds. It is the consensus of the myriad worlds that Jijing must die, and she cannot change it. But seeing Chu Tian's determined eyes, Jian Kongju did not hesitate and rushed out with Chu Tian. "Emperor Venerable, the extreme is not tolerated by the myriad worlds. You are the calamity of the galaxy. You deserve to die." At this time, the cold and majestic voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor resounded, and the next moment, a majestic and boundless silver dragon claw crossed the distance of the endless starry sky and descended directly, covering the Chu Tian star below. "You, dragon race, deserve to die even more for insulting our Shungshan sect. One day I will kill you, dragon race." Chu Tianxing roared madly, his blood-red hair danced wildly, the blood-red lightning between his eyebrows surged, and endless thunder erupted, his spirit and energy burned madly, making his power continue to rise, as if there was no end. Boom, 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 mighty blood-red thunders bombarded the dragon claws, making earth-shaking roars, but the difference between his strength and that of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was like heaven and earth. The silver dragon claws fell, dropping down like silver waterfalls from the sky. The terrifying dragon might caused Chu Tianxing's body to burst with endless blood in an instant, but his blood hair was still dancing wildly, and he was tireless and madly attacking. Buzz. But at this moment, a shocking sword energy, like a galaxy, pierced through the universe, blocked the attack of the Destiny Dragon Emperor, and saved Chu Tianxing, who was on the verge of collapse. "Kill, kill, kill, those who insult our Shungshan sect and slander our Chu family deserve to die, deserve to die." Chu Tianxing was extremely crazy, with blood-red thunder roaring around him. He didn't recognize his relatives and even attacked Jian Kongju directly. At this time, Hengkong Human King, Tianyan Dao Venerable, and Chu Tian King appeared at the same time and joined forces to suppress Chu Tianxing. "Jian Kongju, Jijing deserves to die. This is the consensus of the myriad worlds. You, the ancient sword god clan, do not want to risk the disapproval of the myriad worlds." The voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor was indifferent. It was not because Chu Tianxing had caused much harm to him, but because he felt the aura of Tyrant Dragon Lord from Chu Tianxing. "Killing the dragon race messenger, damn it. Dragon Emperor, he is the younger brother of my husband and the second uncle of my son. Even if he deserves to die, it should be dealt with by my Shungshan sect." Jian Kongju did not give in. With sword energy like a galaxy lingering around him, he confronted the Destiny Dragon Emperor. At this time, Chu Tian suddenly came to the suppressed Chu Tianxing and put the Apocalypse Ring on his finger. "Divine Maiden, it's your turn. Recognize your master. I will fulfill my promise and let my second uncle help you rebuild your body." Chu Tian's mind fluctuated, and he transmitted the message directly to the Divine Maiden in the Apocalypse Ring. Buzz. The Apocalypse Ring instantly burst out with a vast and powerful divine light, covering the Chu Tian star. In an instant, the madness in his eyes began to dissipate, and the murderous intent gradually faded. Seeing this scene, many powerful people in the field were shocked. The extreme state is a state of extreme madness, where people will kill until death. This is the consensus of the myriad worlds, but Chu Tian, a 9-year-old brat, actually suppressed it. "Human King, Father, Holy Lord Sihang, Please help me suppress the thunder around my second uncle. I have a way to restore his mind. Chu Tian's face was calm. When he flipped his hand, an irregular 9-colored magic stone the size of a goose egg appeared in his palm. Boom. In an instant, a vast and boundless force of rules spread out, and between the starry sky, chains of rules as thick as mountains emerged, like a huge cage, enveloping everyone. The divine object of rules. Tianyin Dao Venerable's pupils contracted violently. Chapter 167 Pressure. Tianyin Dao Venerable's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at the 9-colored small stone in Chu Tian's hand, and it was not just him. Many powerful people, including Hengtong Renwang, Chu Tianwang, Lingfeng Emperor Venerable and so on, all shook violently, their bodies stiffened, and some of the powerful people even had uncontrollable heat in their eyes. Whoever dares to move will die, Jian Kongju said indifferently, and the broken sword in his hand shook slightly. The galaxy sword energy spanned the starry sky, captivating people. In the dark starry sky, chains of divine rules as thick as mountains emerged, including gold, wood, water, fire. It seemed that all the laws of heaven and earth were moved by the small stone in Chu Tian's hand. The moment the 9-colored chaos-purifying heart stone appeared in Chu Tian's hand, the rules of the entire universe in the starry sky suddenly became turbulent. The divine object of rules is a divine object born from the invisible and intangible power of rules between heaven and earth. It follows the power of creation of heaven and earth, is elusive, and is not controlled by anyone. It is the most mysterious treasure between heaven and earth, and it is a treasure that can make Emperor Venerables on the heavenly ranking fight madly for it. It is said that the supreme secrets between heaven and earth are hidden in the divine objects of rules, which are of great benefit to the cultivation of the Emperor Venerable of the heavenly ranking. The star crystal coffin snatched by Saint Ancestor Duanmu when he broke into the Star Clan was made of a legendary huge divine object of rules, the star crystal meteorite. It has become the clan treasure of the Star Clan, which ranks in the top 20 of the myriad worlds. Even the Star Clan and even Saint Ancestor Duanmu value it so much, so you can imagine how precious the rules and divine objects are. The moment an unprecedented divine object of rules appeared, my Dao heart was affected by the Dao, and it seemed as if I fell into a state of immersion in the Tao of heaven and earth. Tianyin Dao Venerable's voice was trembling, and a hint of greed could not be suppressed in his eyes. The state of being immersed in the laws of heaven and earth, although not an epiphany, is close to it. It is an extremely valuable spiritual state and has incredible benefits for the cultivation of the heavenly ranking Emperor Venerable. The divine object of rules in Chu Tian's hand, with just the vibrations it emitted, could instantly put him into this state. Its preciousness was unimaginable. Even if it was refined and polished, it could become the treasure of an apex-level sect or even a great world. This rule divine object, pure heart cultivation, heaven and earth tranquility, is the supreme treasure. Although there is only a small piece, it is a bit of a waste to use it to save the extreme state. The supreme mythical, Tianming Dragon Emperor, suddenly spoke, as if intending to exchange with Chu Tian, little guy, if. Chu Tian's face was calm and indifferent. He didn't care about the looks of many powerful people, or even the voice of the Destiny Dragon Emperor. He directly pried open Chu Tianxing's mouth, stuffed the chaos-purifying stone into it, and punched out, forcing Chu Tianxing to swallow the stone into his stomach. The pupils of many powerful people shrank violently. Even the Hengtong human king was shocked. It was not because of jealousy, but because he felt a natural pain in his heart when he saw this rare divine object being swallowed and disappearing before his eyes. Shaoshan, in just a moment, the madness in the eyes of Chu Tianxing, who was in a state of madness, disappeared a lot. A hint of clarity appeared in his eyes. The terrifying effect of the chaos-purifying stone was exerted in an instant and began to suppress the influence of the extreme state on Chu Tianxing's mind. This shows how powerful the small piece of rule artifact that Chu Tian exchanged from the system mall at the cost of 1 million destiny points has. Uncle, we are a family, so there is no need to say any unnecessary words of thanks. Chu Tian spoke calmly, interrupting Chu Tianxing's moving words, and said, I picked up this rule artifact by accident on the road. It may be a treasure passed down by a strong man from the ancient times, or even more ancient times. It has an extremely powerful effect on suppressing inner demons, breaking through mental barriers, etc. It also comes with a Taiching Qingxin Ju that can suppress inner demons. It should be of great help to you in suppressing the extreme state. Your nephew is passing it on to you now. Myriad worlds is so vast that there are all kinds of wonders. There have been countless powerful people, people who have had amazing adventures, people who have been born with supreme physiques, or people who have had cranes fly over to pass down supreme inheritances. Chu Tian is not afraid of others doubting whether he can really pick up treasures on the road one after another. The chaos good fortune pill can be picked up on the road, so why can't the more precious rule object be picked up? The strongest people around, even Tao Venerable and Hengkong Human King, were already numb after hearing what they heard. The divine object of rules was picked up on the road. Is this something a human can say? Chu Tian opened the eye of heaven between his eyebrows, and passed the Taiching Qingxin Ju, which he exchanged for 200,000 destiny points, into Chu Tianxing's sea of consciousness through the eye of heaven. At the same time, he said, "Second uncle, King Flood Dragon said that the extreme realm is the most extreme of the three realms of the ancient times, and the most powerful realm for attack and killing. Continuous killing will cause your state of mind to become more and more extreme, enter an uncontrollable state, and gradually self-destruct. So you'd better find an apex-level technique from the Buddhist world to practice. In the future, don't kill easily unless it's necessary, and cultivate your mind and cultivate your character." The role of my father, King Chu Tian, is the pillar of the Chu family, but with his skills, it is obvious that he is not suitable to be the head of the family. Chu Tianxing's personality is suitable, but his previous strength is a little lacking after all. In this world where the strong are respected, strength is also very important, otherwise others will inevitably be dissatisfied. But now that Chu Tianxing has broken through to Emperor Venerable and mastered the power of the extreme realm, it is perfect for him to be the acting head of the family and acting deputy sect leader and handle the current complex situation inside and outside the Shungshan sect. Moreover, he has mastered the power of the extreme realm. With a little practice, as long as he does not enter a state of infinite killing and self-destruction, Chu Tianxing will even have the opportunity to become the third strongest person of the Chu family at the level of Dinghai Shenzhen after Jian Kongju and Chu Tianwang in the future. The Chu family is now facing a situation where they are trapped both internally and externally. There will be countless troubles in the future, and the more powerful people there are, the better. That's right, you are Shaoshan's second uncle. You have treated him as your own son since he was a child. He is just a magical object of rules. Jian Kongju smiled at Chu Tianxing. The look he gave his youngest son showed not only infinite doting but also relief. Only a man with such a broad mind as to embrace the world can be her son, Jian Kongju. In the starry sky, the Sky Ming Dragon Emperor's silver dragon eyes, as huge as stars, looked deeply at Chu Tian, and the cracks in the void began to close. It is indeed the ancient human world, where prodigy monsters are born in large numbers, chaos demon god visualization technique bodies are born, and luck is immense, but it appears in a weak and divided tribe like yours. What a pity. The void rift closed, the Destiny Dragon Emperor disappeared, Yi Tianshang was also killed, and the affairs outside the starry sky came to an end. But at this moment, many powerful people felt heavy in their hearts. They flew into the gate with heavy hearts and returned to the headquarters of Shungshan sect. Just returned to the sect. The king of Hengkong brought many of the strongest men in Heng Heavenly World, as well as King Chu Tian, Chu Tianxing, Jian Kongju, and Tianyan Dao Venerable, and borrowed the Elder Hall to hold a meeting of the strongest men in Heng Heavenly World. Along the way, Chu Tian could vaguely hear the conversation between the human King Hengkong and his father, King Chu Tian, and Jian Kongju. They hoped very much that the Shungshan sect could make a great contribution in this Nine Realms competition. They even earnestly hoped that Jian Kongju would go back and communicate with the ancient sword clan to send some monstrous geniuses from the clan to participate in the Nine Realms competition of the human race and help Heng Heavenly World. The ancestral court was willing to pay the reward. Hengtian competition, Nine Realms competition. Chu Tian talked to himself, recalling the situation of the Hengtian competition in the original plot, and flew back to Saint Emperor Peak with Tuo Lao. In the original plot, this time Heng Heavenly World is sharpening its knives and is full of high spirits, wanting to get rid of its bottom position in the Nine Realms of human race for tens of millions of years. In this Nine Realms competition, Hylian Saintus, the monsters of the Heng family, Yi Feng, and even the monsters in the bottom boxes of major apex-level sects, etc. are all dispatched. It can be said that Heng Heavenly World has dispatched the top monsters below the Divine Realm on the continent. But the ending was a miserable defeat. The leader Hylian Saintus was seriously injured and on the verge of death, the Siheng Holy Sect suffered huge losses, and the disciples of the Shungshan sect led by Yi Feng hardly played any major role, and they withdrew from the Nine Realms competition and ran back in disgrace. The evil Heng family of the Hengtian ancestral court led the few clan members and many evil Heng Heavenly World monsters in a bloody battle, but without the help of the Siheng Holy Sect and the Shungshan sect, the two sects ranked first and second, they were already powerless to save the situation. Heavenly World once again ranked last among the 9 realms, and its originally scarce resources were plundered again. After the 9 realms competition, the prestige of the 2 emperor venerables of the Shungshan sect was hit hard and plummeted, and their position as the strongest sect was almost lost. The Chu family, as the founding family of the Shungshan sect, failed to produce a few decent young warriors in the 9 realms competition due to the suppression of King Chu Tian, and became a laughing stock. This time, unlike the original plot, the pressure is unprecedentedly great. Even Dragon Race is going to participate in the 9 realms competition to help the eternal human realm, and it is stated that it is here solely to target the Hengtian human realm. Chapter 168 Elder Peak's strongest meeting. But now, what is even more suffocating to the entire Shungshan sect is that after this series of struggles and internal frictions, although there are many prodigies in the sect, they can no longer even produce young and powerful people who can sweep away everything. Yi Feng, who is recognized as the strongest and most talented among the younger generation, has been possessed by a demon and is still being hunted. The Yi family has closed the mountain, and the younger generation of the Yi family under the age of 30 are almost useless and dare not show up. The younger generation of the Chu family has been suppressed for many years, and after all, they are still a little bit not presentable. Although Chu Yunsheng has shown good talent and combat ability, no matter how you look at it, her personality is not suitable for being the leader of the Shungshan sect. On the way back from outside the domain, Chu Tian had already vaguely felt that some of the strongest people were whispering and were very dissatisfied with Heavenly World's suppression of Dragon Race because of the Chu family's behavior. My young master, it would have been better if you were born a few years earlier. The smile on Tuo Lao's face disappeared. He also felt the heavy atmosphere, and his face was slightly depressed. He said, I am old and can't play a big role. I don't have many years left to live, and my fighting power is limited. At this critical moment, I can't help the family. Faintly, Chu Tian could see a hint of loneliness in the old camel's cloudy eyes. In this battle between Tyrant Dragon Lord and Dragon Lord, he, as the head of the heavenly group who was guarding the main hall in Yama Hall, failed to play any significant role, which seemed to be a big blow to him. After all, if Chu Tian hadn't been there, even if he risked his life, he would be too old, his spirit would be decayed, and his combat power would have declined seriously. I'm afraid he would not be a match for the Dragon Lord, let alone the Tyrant Dragon Lord. Why should I be born a few years earlier? Chu Tian murmured to himself in his heart, his calm eyes slightly cold. Old Tuo, you have guarded the main hall of the family for your entire life and made great contributions that no one can compare to. My parents, my second uncle and my third uncle all respect you very much. Chu Tian saw that Old Tuo was in a bad mood and spoke to comfort him. Old Tuo forced a smile, but his smile was no longer as bright as before. As soon as they returned to Saint Emperor Peak, Chu Tianyan came over and bowed respectfully to Tuo Lao, saying, Tuo Lao, everything has been done. Third Master, thank you for your trouble. I thank you on behalf of their children. The camel old man bowed deeply. Seeing the heavy expressions on Third Uncle and Tuo Lao's faces, Chu Tian frowned slightly and suddenly realized something. Soon, he followed Tuo Lao and Chu Tianyan to a forbidden area shrouded in clouds and mist near the mountainside behind Saint Emperor Peak. This is the cemetery of meritorious officials on the Saint Emperor Peak, used to bury those who have made great contributions to the Chu family throughout the ages but are not direct descendants of the Chu family, including the Chu family's side branches and the Chu family's loyal warriors. When Chu Tian arrived at the deepest part of the cemetery, he saw hundreds of black gold steles that were 2 meters high, made of precious materials and engraved with powerful array patterns. A blood-red ghost face mask was placed uniformly on the stone tablet. There was no introductory text on the tablet. It was actually a blank tablet. Chu Tian's heart trembled slightly, because these blood-red ghost face masks were exactly the ghost face masks worn by the death warriors of the Tian group in the Yama Palace. Chu Tian turned to look at Chu Tianyan, but saw that Chu Tianyan had a blank expression on his face. He also looked at him and nodded slightly at him. Shaoshan, from now on, there will be no Tian group in the Chu family. Chu Tianyan said in a deep voice. Chu Tian's pupils trembled, and he immediately understood why Tuo Lao was in a bad mood. The duty of the Tian group is to guard the Yama Palace and never come out of the world. They guard life and death on the Saint Emperor Peak. Now that the Yama Palace has been moved away and completely sealed off, the Chu family will probably never use this blood-colored palace that is hidden from the public again. Then, the members of the Tian group who know countless secrets will naturally lose the value of their existence. Even if they are alive, they cannot leave the Yama Palace for the rest of their lives and will be sealed in the palace forever. Now that Yama Palace is gone, if they fall into the hands of dragon race or someone with ulterior motives, there will be a risk of being exposed. Even a supreme mythical like the Dragon Emperor of Destiny can directly read their thoughts. If they didn't die, when the projection of the Destiny Dragon Emperor descended and time went back, the things in the Yama Palace would most likely be exposed. Perhaps this is also the meaning of, "Do not disturb." When Tao Venerable walked out of the gate, all possible risks of exposure have been completely resolved. From now on, in this world, no one except Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianyan, Tuo Lao and a few others will know about the Yama Palace. My young master, don't blame the third master. In order to protect the family, they all committed suicide. They chose to have their souls scatter and their bodies annihilated, leaving no possibility for the head of the family to be exposed to risk. The old camel grinned, his smile was as bright as a chrysanthemum. We, the death warriors of the Tien group, are orphans without parents, wandering on the mainland begging for food. We don't know when we will be killed or become food for ferocious beasts. It is because of the families taking us in and providing us with huge resources to cultivate us that we have a place to live. The family also gives the people of the Tien group the opportunity to marry and have children, and reproduce their bloodline. It's just that we can't enjoy the happiness of family at home. They died to protect their family. It was a glorious, worthwhile and great death. In the future, the family will also train their descendants and let them enter the Tianzong to practice. The old camel muttered to himself with a bright smile, as if he was lost in some memories. He found an old tree nearby and sat down. He leaned against the trunk and looked at the many stone tablets for a long time without saying a word, just like he did before when he leaned against the door of the main hall. Shaoshan, our family has been passed down for millions of years and has gone through countless hardships. How many people have died to protect the interests of the family? Chu Tianyan's eyes were slightly bloodshot, his fists clenched slightly, and he said, back then, he flattered his uncle to carry out the sect's mission and to protect the interests of the family. He fought to the death in the myriad world's ruins. Everyone thought he died there, but he was tortured to death by Yi Tianshang and his soul was searched and taken away. This starry sky is a place where the strong prey on. The weak and the fittest survive. Everyone is fighting for the survival of their family and its continued glory, and even doing things that go against their conscience. Yi Tianshang is like this, your father is like this, and so are the human king and Tianyan Tao Venerable. Even I, your third uncle, may become one of the tombstones in the cemetery of meritorious officials on that day. Chu Tianyan grinned at Chu Tian, bent down and bowed deeply to the hundreds of tombstones without words, and said, Chu Shang is a heartless kid. I don't count on him anymore. When the time comes, remember to come and sweep the grave for my uncle and clean up the dust. Uncle San, did something happen at Long Divine Sect? Chu Tian bowed and asked in a deep voice. Chu Tianyan's eyes were slightly bloodshot. He took out a piece of silk and gently wiped the Chengxing white tiger knife, saying, your second uncle just received news from the Elder Hall that the Dragon Divine Sects of the other 8 human realms have jointly put pressure on the Ancestral Court, not allowing us to touch the Dragon Divine Sect of our realm, and have released all the detained Dragon Divine Sect masters. Chu Tianyan grinned, full of murderous intent. The pressure on the Ancestral Court is very great. Because of the Dragon Race incident, many powerful people on the continent also have the tendency to protect the Dragon Divine Sect. They persuaded us to show mercy when we can. What an ignorant fellow, he actually thinks he is so important that he wants to interfere with the affairs of our Tianzong. Chapter 169 Chu Tian, do you want to die? Buzz. Chu Tianyan swung his sword lightly, and White Tiger's sword light tore through the sky, with tiger roars coming one after another. These guys, what do they think they are? They actually think they are so powerful that they want to sacrifice the interests of our Chu family and Shungshan sect to please the other 8 human worlds, the Divine Sect, and even the Dragon Race. What a joke. Your father and second uncle sent me a message, asking me to cooperate with the War Hall Master Su Muan, led 50,000 of the most elite warriors of the War Hall, and some of our family's high-level warriors, and rush billions of miles at the fastest speed to destroy the Dragon Divine Sect before the meeting of the Elder Hall ends. They will buy me time during the meeting. Chu Tian frowned slightly when he heard this. The Dragon Race has an ancient heritage and deep roots. It has a profound influence on the human race. The 9 realms of the human race all have Dragon Race heritage sects. Among the 9 realms, the heavenly world has always been the weakest, and the Dragon Divine Sect of the heavenly world is also the weakest one among the 9 realms of the Dragon Divine Sect. but even the weakest one has been passed down for tens of millions of years and has a profound foundation. It is not so easy to destroy it quickly, and there will definitely be heavy casualties. The dragon race is moving incredibly fast, and has already issued orders to the dragon divine sect in the other 8 realms. Soon even the human kings of other human race realms will probably unite to put pressure on the Hengtian ancestor court. Chu Tian muttered to himself. Under the current circumstances, Tyrant Dragon Lord has been killed, Dragon Lord has been suppressed, and Dragon Race has openly stated that it will target Heavenly World. The attitude of suppressing Holy Heaven Sect has been revealed. If Holy Heaven Sect dares not make any move under external pressure, and just lets Dragon Divine Sect go, the prestige of Holy Heaven Sect will inevitably plummet, and the Chu family will become a laughing stock, and the loss of interests will be unprecedentedly huge. Moreover, Yi Tianshang had just been killed and his position as the leader was abolished. Shungshan sect was under the control of the Chu family, and it immediately suffered such a huge loss. The whole sect must be unable to accept it. This is probably why Chu Tianxing urgently sent a message to Chu Tianyan to personally go out and take the family leaders to cooperate with the War Affairs Hall to quickly destroy Long Divine Sect. Uncle San, the Dragon Divine Sect must be destroyed. Not only must it be destroyed, but it must be destroyed quickly. It must be destroyed with a thunderbolt to demonstrate the power of our Holy Heaven Sect. The immortal Dragon Divine Sect, the pressure faced by our Chu family will be infinitely magnified. Chu Tian spoke in a low voice, was silent for a while, and suddenly said, Uncle San, nephew will go with you. A mere Dragon Divine Sect, I, third uncle, can destroy it with a flip of my hand. Shaoshan, do you doubt my strength? Chu Tianyan grinned. Third uncle, although I haven't been able to break through to Emperor Venerable, I am still one of the strongest among those who are half-step Emperor Venerable. Not to mention, your second uncle's family head token is in my hand, allowing me to use part of the family's heritage and mobilize some of the Holy Heaven Sect's treasures. With so many powerful forces at hand, the Dragon Lord of Dragon Divine Sect was suppressed by you, Shaoshan, in Shungshan Lake. The entire Dragon Divine Sect is now trembling with fear and in chaos. Under such circumstances, if third uncle still cannot destroy a small Dragon Divine Sect, he is not worthy of the surname Chu, and the position of the Great Elder should be abdicated. Shaoshan, third uncle's position was not achieved simply by virtue of his direct lineage, but by virtue of his strength. Just watch. Chu Tianyan was full of pride and swung the long sword in his hand with a stern blade intent. What's more, this is the task assigned to me by your father and second brother, and Shaoshan, as a member of the family, you also have your own tasks. Chu Tianyan stared into Chu Tian's eyes and said word by word, your second uncle asked me to ask you, can you create another miracle in the Hengtian competition or even the 9 realms competition? There are still 3 years left. Do you have confidence? Chu Tian suddenly smiled and said, Uncle San, confidence is something that can only be proven by words. Please follow me. Chu Tian turned around and bowed respectfully to Tuo Lao, who was leaning against the tree trunk with cloudy and lifeless eyes, and said, Tuo Lao, you don't need to blame yourself. Whether the Tian group is here or not, you have already been a member of the Chu family and the grandfather of Xiao Tian and his 3 sisters. The camel old man grinned and said, my young master, I understand. Chu Tianyan came under the tree trunk and said, Old Tuo, are you considering what my elder brother asked me to tell you? Tuo Lao shook his head, slowly closed his eyes, and said, Third master, I am old now. Please thank the first master and madam for their kindness on my behalf. Chu Tianyan sighed, and turned around and left the cemetery with Chu Tian. In front of the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak, the many powerful men who came from the Dragon Divine Sect, as well as Prodigy, were pale-faced and were driven together like pigs and dogs. They squatted on the ground with desperate looks and gloomy expressions, feeling hopeless about the future. He saw with his own eyes the great dragon race messenger Tyrant Dragon Lord being killed, and witnessed with his own eyes the suppression of the clan leader, who was jumping around in the star crystal coffin like a mosquito. Those scenes were so overwhelming that they felt like they couldn't breathe, and their faith was almost collapsed. The great dragon race messenger was killed instantly by the strong man of the Chu family. For the people of the Dragon Divine Sect who believe in the dragon race, this is simply unbelievable. He came here with great enthusiasm, wanting to make achievements for dragon race, but his faith was almost shattered. Do they still have hope of leaving Shungshan sect alive? Cousin, who beat you so badly? At this time, Chu Tian's calm voice sounded. Chu Tianyan and the pale-faced Chu Shang stood beside him. Chu Shang pointed to the center of the Dragon Divine sect. There was a young man with silver dragon horns on his head and many fine dragon scales all over his body. His feet had turned into silver dragon claws with 10 claws, which were shining with silver light and were breathtaking. "It's him, Ao Hong, the Dragon Lord's last disciple," Chu Shang said in a low voice. "Waste." The young man raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. His eyes were silver, and there was a terrifying murderous force flowing in them. Although his face was very young, his expression was as ferocious and hideous as that of a wild beast. "Chu Shang, if I had known I should have killed you directly, so that you wouldn't dare to point fingers at me here." He was extremely ferocious. Even though he had already become a prisoner, he was like a brainless beast. He did not have the slightest fear or terror. He seemed as if he was going to rush forward and twist off Chu Shang's head. Soon, the strong men from the main peak guard team picked him up and threw him directly in front of Chu Tian. "Kill if you want." The young man stood up, and only then could one see that there was actually a small silver dragon tail behind him. However, it seemed to have just grown out not long ago, but it was still terrifying enough. Among the people of the Dragon Divine sect, only a few can grow a dragon tail, and they must be at least at the Divine King level or above. And you have to know that the arms and feet turning into dragon claws are just the evolution from the original human race form to the dragon race, but the growth of the dragon tail is the beginning of getting rid of the human race form. This is already close to the Dragon Lord's dragon transformation realm, and the dragon race bloodline he fused is even more terrifying than the Dragon Lord's hell-blood dragon. Ao Hong is only at the body integration realm now, so one can imagine his terrifying talent combat power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to crush Chu Shang, who is ranked 5th on the body integration list, and beat him without any chance of fighting back. "Chu Shang, do you still want to fight me?" Ao Hong grinned, looking extremely ferocious and arrogant, and pointed at Chu Shang and said, "I can let you take 3 moves first, and then I can kill you with 1 move." Chu Shang's face was extremely ugly, and he shouted angrily, "FKU, I'm going to hit you, I'm going to kill you this time." He has an extremely bad temper and is always angry with everyone. How could he tolerate such anger? "Cousin, calm down and let your brother do it." Chu Tian smiled slightly, patted Chu Shang, then turned to Chu Tianyan and said, "Uncle San, please see for yourself first, is this a miracle? Then tell my second uncle and father." Seeing is believing. Chu Tian looked at Ao Hong and said calmly, "Ao Hong, as long as you can take my attack without dying, I will let you go back to Long Divine Sect. Come on, use all your strength, you only have 1 chance." As soon as these words came out, Ao Hong frowned slightly, his eyes were extremely fierce. "Chu Tian, do you want to die?" Chapter 170. Go away, rebellious son, you don't think that just because you killed that loser Long Ao, you are qualified to challenge me, right? Ao Hong crossed his arms, his face indifferent, looking down at Tian Hong. "If it weren't for my stupid master who foolishly believed Yi Tianshang's words, I would have been a prisoner. If you dared to talk to me like this in the outside world, you would be dead now." Even though he was reduced to a prisoner on Saint Emperor Peak, Ao Hong was still arrogant and hooked his finger at Chu Tian. "I am too strong, 1 realm higher than you, I am afraid that I will kill you by accident. If that happens, I am afraid your third uncle will not let me leave. How about this, I will stand here and use all the strength you used to kill Long Ao to attack me with all your strength. If you can make me move 1 step, you win." Ao Hong turned to look at Chu Shang again and said indifferently, "If you don't accept it, you can join your young master in fighting. As long as you let me move 1 step, it will be my fate to die here." "Ao Hong, you are so arrogant." Chu Shang shouted angrily, his pale face turned red with anger, and his blood surged. In this situation, the Dragon Divine Sect is about to be destroyed, but this guy still dares to be so arrogant. But he had to admit that Ao Hong was indeed very strong and had the capital to be arrogant. Saint Child, this guy has opened at least 6,000 secret treasures. Combined with the blood of the 10-clawed sky dragon, and his dragon transformation level is extremely high, his combat power is terrifyingly strong. Chu Shang looked solemn and whispered to Chu Tian, "On the mainland, I'm afraid only Hylian Saintus can suppress him." Chu Tianyan frowned slightly and said, "Shaoshan, forget it. You are still young, you can easily beat him to death after a few years of training. There is no need to argue with him now." Chu Tianyan also didn't expect that the thing Chu Tian wanted him to see with his own eyes was actually to challenge Ao Hong. The people of Dragon Divine Sect were already extremely powerful in the early stages, And Ao Hong was even more powerful. He was not at all comparable to the likes of Duan Muwaner and Su Shikun, who were ranked 20th or 30th on the body integration list. If they were to face off head-on, they would only be beaten to death by Ao Hong with one punch, without any surprises. Otherwise, why would Chu Shang, who was ranked 5th on the body integration list, be beaten like this? The Dragon Divine Sect warrior squatting on the ground not far away also sneered, wondering if the little saint child of the Chu family was crazy. Chu Tian's soul refining realm was almost invincible, they admitted, and was indeed worthy of being ranked first on the Earth list. But Ao Hong is also a nearly invincible monster in the body integration realm, and cross-border challenges are commonplace. It is simply a fantasy that Chu Tian wants to challenge such a monster across a large realm. Chu Tian looked calm, and suddenly smiled at Ao Hong, saying, "Are you sure you want me to punch first?" Ao Hong's eyes were fierce, and he grinned and said, "I told you, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you. Now that I have the chance to leave, I don't want to." Buzz. Before Ao Hong could finish his words, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped him, causing the dense dragon scales on his body to stand upright, as if a terrifying giant starry beast was staring at him. Ao Hong's scalp almost exploded. "You were given a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it and just liked to show off." Chu Tian's voice was calm, and the chaotic spirit bead in his mind burst out with a flood of spirit, surging through his body. The eye of heaven between his eyebrows opened, and purple energy surged, amplifying tenfold. The 10,000 Tao Cauldron, the hand of God, the vision of the prison dragon. Emperor, and the vision of the yin and yang beasts appeared at the same time and condensed on his right arm. On his right arm, there were 36 secret treasures glowing, gushing out vigorous and vast human essence, surging and rolling. The words fell. Chu Tian stepped on the wind and cloud spirit dragon technique, superimposed on the mental transfer, and instantly appeared in front of Ao Hong. With a boom, the terrifying energy and blood in his body suddenly exploded, and the terrifying force directly compressed the surrounding area of 1,000 meters into a vacuum state. Buzz. Chu Tian threw a punch, hitting Ao Hong right in the chest. A vast and surging force surged out like a flood and a landslide. No. Ao Hong's eyes widened angrily and he let out a hysterical roar from his throat. He felt death looming over him. His secret possessions glowed and energy surged out. He used his divine ability to fight back and protect himself, but he was too careless and it was too late, because the power of Chu Tian's punch exceeded 3 billion pounds. Not to mention him, even a true 9-clawed heavenly dragon with the peak of body integration could not withstand such a strong force head-on without any defense. Puff. In an instant, Ao Hong exploded into a ball of silver blood mist, with no bones left, only scattered silver dragon scales floating around. With a pop sound, a small silver dragon tail character fell to the ground in the silver blood mist. "It's really strong. He took my punch head on, but there's still a piece of dragon tail left." Chu Tian calmly put away his fist and said lightly, "But pretending to be cool will kill you, you know." At this moment, the scene was suffocating and completely silent. Chu Shang's eyes widened angrily, and his mouth opened wide. This. He was shaking with fear all over. Yes, even his legs were really shaking. "Old man, saint child, saint child, saint child," Chu Shang stuttered and said to Chu Tianyin beside him, saint child, rebellious son, shut your mouth, I have eyes to see it." Chu Tianyin was also completely stunned, his mouth wide open. Chu Tian's combat power really refreshed his cognition and worldview time and time again. At the peak of body integration realm, fused with the 10-clawed sky dragon bloodline, most of the body turned into a dragon, and more than 6,000 secret treasures were opened. What does this mean? In the past, it would have been the undisputed number 1 on the body integration list, without any suspense. Body refining 7th layer, opening 36 secret treasures, Chaos Demon God visualization technique, body with millions of pounds of strength, 100% mental concentration, 4 major visions. Chu Tianyin muttered to himself, and suddenly raised his hand to rub his eyebrows. He suddenly felt a headache. He had lived for so many years, but he had never heard of a monster like his nephew. Perhaps this kind of perversion is only possible among the mythical groups. Many powerful men from the Dragon Divine Sect were also staring at the silver blood mist in amazement. Some old men were so frightened that they couldn't squat steadily and sat down directly on the ground. This guy is much stronger than when he was in Moyun County. At the entrance of the main hall, Hylian Saintess looked pale and stood there like an ice sculpture. The speed at which Chu Tian becomes stronger is constantly refreshing her worldview. Although she had made considerable progress, it was nothing compared to this guy's progress. Although she can also suppress Ao Hong, the gap will not be much bigger, and she may even have to go through a tough battle, but this guy just punched Ao Hong to pieces. Even though Ao Hong was arrogant, his defense was absolutely terrifying after integrating the 10 Claws Heavenly Dragon bloodline. The power of Chu Tian's punch was real. It not only blasted Ao Hong, but also hit Hylian Saintus's head, causing her body to shake and become unstable. She leaned against the wall of the main hall with a pale face. A full 3 billion kilograms of power. Moreover, the 4 visions, the spirit is 100% condensed and materialized, which means that this is definitely not Chu Tian's peak combat power. If he uses divine ability to fight with his physical body, his combat power will only be stronger, 1,000 changes, myriad transformations. It's just that the scene is definitely not as simple and crude as using the physical body to break all laws. Uncle San, you can send a message to Uncle now. Chu Tian said calmly, in the 9 realms competition, the first place will definitely be Heavenly World, from the Shungshan sect. Even if Dragon Race is in the way, that won't work. As for those half-human and half-ghost rubbish from the Dragon Divine sect, let's deal with them all. In an instant, the strong men of Long Divine sect turned pale and trembled all over, but they had no chance to speak. When Chu Tian's words fell, they were immediately taken to the back mountain by the Chu family guards and dealt with because their power had been blocked. Chu Tianyan grinned, suddenly laughed, and gradually laughed wildly, saying, Okay, I will tell your second uncle that with your words, Shaoshan, he will be able to stand up straighter at the meeting. Shaoshan, my uncle is going to Long Divine sect. Wait for my good news. Bang. Before leaving, Chu Tianyan couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Chu Shang hard on the back of his head, saying angrily, Look at Saint Child, and then look at you. You are so stupid all day long. You don't look like my child at all. Why don't you go back and practice? If you hold Shaoshan back in the 9 realms competition, I will kill you and give birth to another one. Hiss. Chu Shang, who was already seriously injured, gasped in pain and said angrily, You are the one who gave me the name Chu Shang. How can I not look like a bear? If you have the guts, change my name. Rebellious son, get out. Chu Tianyan was furious and kicked Chu Shang thousands of meters away, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky. At the same time, Chu Shang's unyielding voice came, Old man, I want my mother to change my name. Chapter 171 Potential Burst. Chu Tian walked into the main hall and saw the pale-faced Hylian Saintus. He said calmly, You have been with me for so long, but you still haven't comprehended the eye of heaven. Don't try to compete with me. This will only affect your Taoism. Your strength has been improving too slowly recently. In the 9 realms competition, Heavenly World also needs some prodigy who can play on the scene. Chu Tian finished speaking and walked towards the room in the main hall with an indifferent expression, leaving only his back to Hylian Saintus, who raised her head. Don't try to compete with you. Hylian Saintus's face turned even paler, her fists clenched, and a chill emanated from her body. Her strong self-esteem was hit hard. Even if you saved my life, you can't humiliate me like this. Chu Tian, I must defeat you in the Hengtian competition. Hylian Saintus shouted at Chu Tian's back in a somewhat inappropriate manner. Hearing the voice, Chu Tian paused slightly, then stepped into the room and entered the Rising Sun secret realm. Hylian Saintus was pale and panting. She no longer looked like an icy person. She gritted her teeth and rushed into the room and entered the secret realm of the Rising Sun. Isn't it just to comprehend the eye of heaven? Suddenly, her voice stopped, and a blush appeared on her pale and beautiful face. The Rising Sun secret realm had just been opened up, and the space was empty. The Enlightenment tea tree in the center was shining brightly, and the green leaves were shining with divine light, sparkling and dazzling. Around it, only the great Tao beads were emitting rolling Tao aura, filling the secret realm. At this moment, Chu Tian was being served by the star slaves, taking off his clothes and walking into the wooden barrel. He was seen clearly by Hylian Saintus, who rushed into the room and entered the secret realm. Chu Tian, you, Hylian Saintus gritted her teeth and turned away. It has to be said that although Chu Tian is only 9 years old, he has developed extremely well. His powerful body strength makes his body angular and he has already begun to show his potential. Chu Tian had a calm expression as he lay in the medicine with his eyes closed. Obscured by the smoke, he began to circulate the Primal Chaos Creation Sutra to temper his body. Young master, as you instructed, the medicinal materials for the medicinal bath have been upgraded to the level that can be used by the powerful members of the family's divine realm. Xing Nu's veiled face also flushed slightly as she reported to Chu Tian. The only part of her beautiful eyes that showed was filled with surprise. After all, it had been quite some time since Chu Tian left the sect. In a short period of time, she found that the young master's body had grown more mature than before. Chu Tian closed his eyes, nodded slightly, and said, Xingnu, you are my close friend. The Rising Sun Secret Realm has no restrictions on you. From now on, you will practice with me in the Secret Realm and you don't need to go out. Chu Tian has not forgotten that in the original plot, it was this slave girl who protected him, fought to the last moment, and sent him out of the territory at the cost of her life. Your servant, your servant. Xingnu's eyes suddenly turned red and misty. She immediately understood that the young master was telling her that she was still the closest person to the young master, even though the ground slaves and the ground group were now responsible for close protection. Thank you very much, young master, for your kindness. Xingnu wiped her tears, walked to the side and sat cross-legged to practice. Of course, she always paid attention to it, because if the young master had absorbed the medicine, she could replace it at any time. Buzz. At this time, the eye of heaven between Chu Tian's eyebrows opened, and purple light surged out, covering Saintess Hylian. Chu Tian, you, Hylian Saintess was shocked and looked at Chu Tian. No need to thank me, just practice hard. I like obedient women, Chu Tian said indifferently. He had to admit one thing, that is, among the 9 realms of the human race, Heavenly World was the weakest one. This was no exception in the original plot, and it was still at the bottom until the end. The stronger Hylian Saintess is, the more pressure she can relieve him in the 9 realms competition. Even though Hylian Saintess was as cold as ice, she was still gritting her teeth in anger, but in order to comprehend the eye of heaven and become stronger, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Arrogant guy. Chu Tian ignored Hylian Saintess's changing emotions, but exchanged a supreme grade soul refining pill from the system, swallowed it, and began to practice. Suddenly, his mind surged with energy, and the chaos spirit orb grew a little bigger, now the size of 2 infant fists combined, and his realm rose to the soul refining 8th layer. During this period of time, even though Chu Tian was busy all the time, he did not stop practicing. Not only did he take supreme grade soul refining pills every day to improve his spirit, but with the blessing of the 4 halos, he could do 3 things at once, and he was always comprehending divine ability and improving his spirit. However, his body is as strong as it is now, which is almost beyond belief in the soul-refining realm. It is extremely difficult to improve it without external assistance, so he can only return to the Rising Sun Secret Realm to absorb the medicine to continue polishing. This is why he notified the star slaves to directly replace the medicine used to polish his body with the medicine used in the Divine Realm. After his physical body reached a strength of 5 million jin, his physical strength was far beyond the true dragon bloodline of the general body integration realm. Only the medicine formulated by the family alchemist to polish the body of the god realm could meet his requirements. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Tian activated the Chaos Creation Sutra, causing the power in his body to circulate. At the same time, since the secret treasure was opened up, it seemed that some kind of power in his Chaos Demon God visualization technique body began to revive, and he frantically swallowed the divine level medicine. At this moment, Chu Tian was suddenly shocked to find that his physical strength, which had not been seen for a long time, began to rise wildly. 5 million caddies, 5.5 million caddies, 6 million caddies. 6.5 million kilograms. Suddenly, the energy contained in this basin of divine medicine was completely devoured by his body in such a short period of time, and turned into clear water. After opening up the secret treasure, it seems that chaotic Godfiend body really begins to show its power. Xingnu, change a bucket of liquid medicine. Replace it with a large medicine barrel that contains the rules of space. Chu Tian said in a deep voice. Soon, Xingnu quickly replaced a large barrel for her and contained the rules of space. 1 barrel contained the previous 100 barrels of liquid medicine. Plop. Chu Tian jumped in, splashing water all over the sky. The secret storage in his body began to glow. The 36 secret storages on his right arm seemed to transform into 36 giant star beasts, madly devouring the energy in the medicine and polishing his body. His body was like a hungry giant beast from ancient space that had just awakened from a long sleep. It opened its huge mouth and frantically devoured all the energy between heaven and earth. Chu Tian's physical strength began to increase crazily at an even more abnormal rate. 7 million caddies, 8 million caddies, 10 million caddies. In a short period of time, Chu Tian's physical strength doubled compared to before, and it was still increasing crazily. At the same time, Chu Tian was shocked to find that with the breakthrough of his physical strength, the speed at which he opened up his secret treasures had also reached a terrifying level. After opening up 36 secret treasures in Moyun County, he seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Also because he had no time to practice, the number had remained at that level. But now, the secret treasures began to be broken into frantically. Chapter 172 The Eighth King 36, 72, 144. Almost at the speed of a few breaths, Chu Tian's speed of breaking through the secret treasure continued to increase at a geometric rate. In a short period of time, the number of secret treasures he had uncovered reached an astonishing level of over 1,000, which was almost the same as that of Duanmu Wanner and Su Shikun. Chu Tian was also stunned. He suddenly realized that the true power of the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body, this supreme physique, was probably only just beginning to be discovered by him. The potential of the Chaos Demon God visualization technique, combined with the terrible foundation he had laid before, as well as the substantial spirit, the power of the four divine ability visions, and the speed of opening up the secret treasures completely refreshed Chu Tian's understanding of the speed of cultivation in the body integration realm. In the original plot, the protagonist Yi Fan opened up secret treasures so quickly that he was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Of course, the effect of the terrifying foundation he laid, combined with the chaotic Godfian body, is the key factor in producing this qualitative change after quantitative change. After all, in the original plot, the great hate demon Venerable, who also had the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body, only practiced the holy heavenly scripture. His mental concentration, divine ability, physical strength, etc. were far inferior to Chu Tian's current one. Naturally, his exploration of the Chaos Demon God visualization technique body was far inferior to him. This is also the reason why Tianming Dragon Emperor admired Chu Tian's Chaos Demon God visualization technique body before, and said it was a pity that he was born in a place like Heng Heavenly World. He believed that the foundation of Shungshan sect and the energy environment of Heng Heavenly World were far from supporting Chu Tian to maximize the potential of Chaos Demon God visualization technique body. Boom, 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 a terrifying roar emanated from his body, shaking the star slave's eardrums as if they were about to burst. A terrifying aura emanated from the smoke, causing the star slave's hair to stand on end. He subconsciously moved away from the medicine barrel where Chu Tian was. Currently, his realm is only soul refining 8th layer, which is still 2 levels away from the peak 10th layer. However, the speed of opening up secret treasures is catching up and rising. If this were to be spread out, countless people would be frightened to death, no, angered to death. You know, many elite disciples of the sect will not open more than 100 secret treasures in their entire lives, but Chu Tian has exceeded 1,000 in a short period of time, and is still improving at a terrifying speed. Chu Tian, are you still a human being? Hylian Saintess gritted her teeth, simply blocked out the interference with her mind, closed her eyes and began to concentrate on practicing. You must comprehend the eye of heaven as quickly as possible. Xingnu was stunned, but immediately discovered that the 100 times stronger medicine liquid in the medicine barrel was becoming clear at a terrifying speed, so he rushed out of the main hall as fast as he could and went to the alchemy hall to change the medicine liquid. This time, under the horrified gazes of the Chu family's alchemists, she simply registered Chu Tian's name and obtained another 1,000 barrels of divine medicine liquid. If Xingnu had not been Chu Tian's personal servant and had not previously received the holy vein flower fruit as a reward from Chu Tian, she would probably have been arrested and interrogated to determine whether she had embezzled the precious medicine in the name of Chu Tian. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. In the main hall of Elder Peak, there were constant quarrels. Many powerful men were arguing with red faces. Damn it, quitting the 9 realms competition. How can a human say that? You're the leader of the spiritual divine sect, ranked 5th among the apex level sects. You might as well just change your name to the coward sect. Spiritual Wind Emperor Venerable had an unpleasant expression on his face, and he slammed the table and shouted at the middle-aged man opposite him. You, the god of desolation Emperor Venerable, should also change your name to the coward Emperor Venerable. Don't go out and embarrass me, heavenly human race, in the future. Emperor Venerable, I am standing on the side of protecting the interests of the heavenly human race. I know that sending Prodigy to participate in the 9 realms competition is a death sentence, so why did you still go? Emperor Venerable had a blank expression on his face. He tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, and his eyes swept over Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianxing before continuing. Dragon race is powerful and has always been brutal and bloodthirsty. This is well known to everyone. Now they are openly trying to help the eternal human world squeeze us out. Even if we, the eternal heavenly world, squeeze into the 99th place, there is still a huge gap between us and dragon race. Other human race worlds are also stronger than us. In this case, isn't it just sending the sect's prodigy to die? Emperor Venerable sneered and said, I will not do such a stupid thing as using the life of my sect's prodigy to save the reputation of other sects. At this time, the Hell Poison Lord and some of the strongest men from the top sects also spoke out, saying that they should give up participating in the Nine Realms competition. What's worse, some even directly stated that this internal competition of Heng Heavenly World should be cancelled, and they should tell the public that Heng Heavenly World does not have prodigy this time, so it cannot participate in the Nine Realms competition. Sects such as the Divine Sect are usually at odds with the Holy Heavenly Sect, or have conflicts with them, but in the past, the Holy Heavenly Sect was too powerful and they dared not speak out. Now, they are using the dragon race as an excuse to suppress the heavenly world, and with the death of Yi Tianshang, the Emperor Venerable on the heavenly ranking, chaos has fallen inside the Holy Heavenly Sect, and everyone is vaguely targeting the Holy Heavenly Sect. FKU, you guys don't feel ashamed, but we still have some dignity. Ever since the human race split after the mythical era, no one has missed the human race grand competition. The heavenly world has not yet perished. Is this human language? Emperor Venerable Lingfeng, Sect Master Qiwang and other powerful ones were furious. They rolled up their sleeves and had a fierce argument with them. Some of the powerful ones were so angry that they couldn't suppress their anger and simply took out their weapons and blasted them all the way into the depths of the void. That's enough. The king of Hengkong sat in the main seat with a gloomy face. A powerful aura emanated from him, suppressing the aura of many powerful men. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, Heavenly Star Emperor Venerable, your Shungshan sect is the strongest sect in the continent today. The dragon race's intervention was ultimately caused by you. What do you think? Hengkong Human King said in a deep voice. Many powerful people also turned their eyes to the two of them. Because for the past 10 days, although there were constant quarrels, Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing, and Tianyan Dao Venerable remained silent. Needless to say, let's release the Dragon Lord and the people from the Dragon Divine Sect first, and surrender to the Dragon race to prevent the Dragon Divine Sect from the Nine Realms from joining forces to target us. We can talk about other things later. Emperor Venerable said coldly. Hell Poison Lord also nodded and said, now that things have come to this, we must not offend the Dragon Divine Sect again. Chu Tianxing's eyes were cold, and her blood-red hair was dancing slightly. She looked at Emperor Venerable, and the blood-red lightning mark on her forehead glowed. Emperor Venerable, do you want to die? And just at this moment, suddenly, a terrifying wave spread across the sky of the Holy Heaven Sect, and 8 huge black seals shattered the sky. On each black seal, there is an ancient character, Ren, engraved, which exudes an extremely ancient and vicissitudes of life. Then, 8 huge soul projections appeared in the sky. The terrifying and vast throne of the king wreaked havoc in the surrounding area for thousands of miles and distorted the sky. The pupils of Hengkong Renwang shrank violently and he stood up suddenly, because hanging around his waist was a small seal that was exactly the same as the 8 black seals, which was vibrating violently at this moment. This is the Human King seal. Greetings to all the human kings. During the event, except for Dao Venerable, Chu Tianwang, and Chu Tianxing, all the Emperor Venerables stood up, looked respectful, and bowed. Chapter 173, Eternal King Feng Changhao, Past Events, King Chu Tian, and another Emperor Venerable of the Chu family. A cold and majestic voice suddenly rang out, why don't you stand up and greet me when you see me? As the human race Emperor Venerable, don't you know any etiquette? The mighty king's power is as vast as the stars, covering thousands of miles and shaking the earth. The person who spoke was standing in the middle of the projections of the 8 human kings, wearing a crown and a black python robe. When he appeared, the person he looked at was not even the human king Hengkong, but the king Chu Tian. Seeing that the king Chu Tian dared not stand up to greet him, he directly scolded him. The pupils of the many powerful people who bowed down on the scene shrank slightly. As soon as the 8th king appeared, there was so much tension and they targeted King Chu Tian. Feng Changhao. Chu Tian Wang's white hair fluttered slightly. He slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with coldness. By the way, I should call you the Eternal Human King now. Chu Tian Wang's eyes were calm. He scanned the other kings around the Eternal King before he fixed his gaze on him and said coldly, "You are just relying on the power of the tiger. You don't really think that you can bully me by relying on the power of the dragon race and the so-called inheritance of the 8 dragon races, right? In the past, in the myriad worlds, you pursued my wife, but I beat you so hard that you knelt down and begged for mercy. You didn't dare to step into the Divine King realm for decades. Have you forgotten? How dare you come to Shungshan sect now?" Chu Tianhuang narrowed his eyes slightly, flashing an extremely dangerous light. "How do you want to die?" King Chu Tian's words were extremely domineering, and they vaguely revealed a shocking past event. The human king of the contemporary eternal human realm had actually pursued Jian Kongju, but was beaten by him to his knees and begged for mercy. He did not dare to see him again for decades. Upon hearing these words, the pupils of many powerful people in the field shrank violently, and their whole bodies trembled in shock, because the eternal human realm is one of the top 3 super powerful realms among the 9 human realms, and ranked 68th among the myriad worlds. It ranks far above the current everlasting human realm and has a profound foundation. The Feng family, like the Heng family in today's Hengkong human world, belongs to the human king family of the eternal human world and is extremely powerful. The eternal human king represents the eternal human realm to the outside world, and is majestic and imposing. It is no wonder that when the eternal human king arrived, he immediately pointed his spearhead at King Chu Tian. This was simply the biggest stain in his life before he became the human king, and it could even be described as an endless hatred. "King Chu Tian, stop talking. Nonsense. When have I ever knelt down and begged for mercy?" The giant python on the eternal human king's python robe seemed to come alive, and its blood-red eyes seemed to want to swallow King Chu Tian in one bite. His aura was too terrifying. Although it was a projection of his soul, it made many of the most powerful people below turn pale. The feeling given to them by this eternal human king was that he was not even weaker than the Hengkong human king. Moreover, the Hengkong human king was already old and his body was deteriorating, but this human king was in his prime, and his energy and spirit were at their peak. They simply could not imagine how this king, who ranked among the top 3 of the 9 great worlds and ruled over a huge world ranked 65th among the myriad worlds, was forced to kneel down and beg for mercy by King Chu Tian when he was young. "I don't have time to argue with you." Chu Tianhuang stepped into the void, facing the 8 human kings, standing beside Heng Kong human king, with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold as he said, "Feng Changhao, for the sake of the human kings traveling with you, I will not kill your projection soul this time. Tell me, what is the purpose of the human kings coming to my Shungshan sect?" The Hengkong human king also had a cold expression on his face, and said, "Everyone, this is the territory of the Hengtian human realm. This king did not invite you to be guests. Why did you come here uninvited and force your way through the human realm passage with the 8 human king seals and enter without permission? This king doesn't like to talk nonsense either." The eternal king said in a cold and majestic voice, "King Chu Tian, I will kill you for what happened between you and me. But now, I am entrusted by the dragon race's heavenly fate dragon emperor, the golden dragon race's sharp golden dragon emperor, to come and take away the Hengtian human world dragon divine sect." The eternal human king stared into the eyes of the eternal human king and said, "My human race and dragon race have been friends for endless years. Dragon race has always been an ally of my human race. It has left its legacy in all the realms of my human race and has always supported and helped my human race. The dragon race heritage has always been treated with great courtesy in my 8 human worlds, but it has been repeatedly suppressed in your heavenly world, and can't even make it into the top 10 apex level sects. Now, it is rumored that the strongest sect in your heavenly world has captured the strongest dragon race, dissected it, extracted its soul, and suppressed the current dragon divine sect master. All the sects of the dragon race heritage in my 8 realms have already sent a joint letter 10 days ago, asking your Shungshan sect to stop all actions against the dragon divine sect. Why did your Shungshan sect send a large army to wipe out the dragon divine sect and kill countless people?" The eternal human king shouted angrily, "Now I invite the human kings of all realms to come together, just to ask you, the eternal human realm, what exactly you want to do. Do you really want to push my human race ally, the dragon race, to the opposite side of the human race? Immediately end your extremely stupid behavior and recall the strong men sent to the dragon divine sect, otherwise you will not be able to bear the consequences." Although the other human kings did not speak, their attitude when they appeared said it all. They were also requested by the dragon race inheritance forces in this world to come together to put pressure on the Hengtian human world. Many powerful people were shocked, and the pupils of a group of people led by Emperor Venerable suddenly contracted, and they turned their heads abruptly to look at Chu Tianxing. Chu family, the reason why you haven't spoken is that you have been stalling for time. Are you going to destroy the Dragon Divine Sect without authorization? Hell Poison Lord said in a low voice, didn't we agree before that we would not touch the Dragon Divine Sect for the time being? A group of powerful people including Emperor Venerable of the Desert God also spoke up, with unhappy expressions on their faces, and questioned loudly. Heavenly World's current situation is already very difficult because the Chu family is being targeted by the dragon race. Do they have to offend the dragons of the other 8 realms, the divine sect, and even the human king? Chu Tianxing's blood-red hair fluttered slightly as he stared at the Hell Poison Lord and said coldly, is it your turn to point fingers at how my Chu family does things? Chu Tianhuang's eyes were cold, and his palm suddenly turned over. A Taihuang Tianlong seal suddenly appeared in his palm, and a terrifying aura spread out. Long Divine Sect colluded with my Shungshan Sect and rebelled against Yi Tianshang, trying to throw dirty water on my Chu family. They should be destroyed. The Dragon Lord must die. The Dragon Divine Sect must be destroyed. What do you, the 8th Lord, want to do? Do you want to interfere in the internal affairs of our heavenly world and give orders to our Shungshan Sect? Chu Tianhuang looked at them with cold eyes, took a step forward, and the sky collapsed with a loud bang. His voice was overbearing and powerful. Do you have the strength to do this? Boom. A terrifying might swept out and directly suppressed Emperor Venerable and the Poison Lord of Hell, causing their bodies to crack, their faces to turn pale, and they spurted out blood. Chapter 174, Dragon Divine Sect Bloody Battle. Emperor Venerable, am I giving too much face to the Divine Sect? You keep jumping around in front of me. Do you think that once Yi Tianshang dies, I can't do anything to you, the Divine Sect? I haven't had time to settle accounts with you, Hell Valley, about the matter of Hell Poison Lord and Death Poison Lord. If you want to die, I can grant your wish now. Chu Tianhuang's withered white hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. He first fought against the 8 great kings on his own, and then directly intimidated many Heng Heavenly World Apex-level sects with his power. His dominance was unimaginable. Boom! At this moment, it was like a flash of lightning that flashed through the minds of many powerful people, making them all confused. Is King Chu crazy? Is this still the Chu Tian king they are familiar with? So strong and overbearing that he has no regard for dignity and influence at all. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, what do you mean by this? Desert God Emperor Venerable felt severely humiliated and flew into a rage. He was the 5th-ranked leader of a top sect, but King Chu Tian treated him like a grandson. His furious voice was slightly distorted. If it weren't for your Chu family, how could Heavenly World have fallen into such a situation now? Now that the loss of interests is so huge, no one is holding your Shungshan Sect responsible. They just asked you Shungshan Sect not to hold Long Divine Sect responsible for the time being and to lower your heirs to avoid further intensification of the matter. However, you pretended to obey but secretly disobeyed. In the Heavenly World, your Shungshan Sect is not yet invincible. Emperor Venerable was extremely furious. He turned to look at the Human King and said, Human King, if Shungshan Sect continues to act like this, being tyrannical and lawless, I, on behalf of the Spiritual Divine Sect, declare that I will no longer be able to attend this meeting. As for the Eternal Sky competition and the 9 Realms competition, please forgive me for not being able to cooperate and withdraw from this session. There was a strong sense of threat in the voice of Emperor Venerable. At the same time, some of the top sects also began to voice their agreement. The Hell Poison Lord's expression became even uglier, and he suddenly said in a low voice, Human King, now that things have come to this, I can only tell you in advance. The Holy Heaven Sect is overbearing, lawless, and trampling on the rules. Hell Valley can no longer tolerate it. We have already discussed with the Eternal Human King and have moved the entire sect into the Eternal Human Realm. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of Henkong Human King, whose face was extremely ugly, shrank violently. He could no longer endure it and shouted, Hell Poison Lord, how dare you betray Henkong human race? Hell Poison Lord had a cold expression on his face. He flew to the side of the Eternal Human King, bowed slightly, and then turned to the Eternal Human King and said, Human King, the Holy Heaven Sect is reckless and lawless, and is constantly expanding its territory. Now all the major sects on the continent are in danger, but you continue to indulge them. Now, I am also helpless to protect myself, please understand. The face of the King Henkong turned pale. He waved his hand, tore through the space, and looked towards where the Hell Valley was. In a dark valley, a huge cross-border formation was seen erected, and the gate of the boundary was shrouded in the power of many human kings. It was obvious that more than one eternal human king had taken action and used the human king seal to block the boundary perception. In addition, he had been presiding over the meeting in the Shungshan sect, so he did not notice that the Hell Valley had been moved away quietly. Eternal human king, and everyone who took action, you have gone too far. The king of Hengkong was completely furious and shouted, the Holy Heaven sect's killing of dragon race was just groundless. It was the Dragon Divine sect that made the mistake first. Now the Chu family is just fighting back according to the rules. What's wrong with that? Not to mention, all of this is my heavenly world's internal affairs. After the human race split, the 9 realms became equal. Even though the Dragon Divine sect is the inheritance of the dragon race, it is also a sect within our Hengkong realm. Do you think this is too much? The human king of Hengkong shouted angrily, and the human king seal rose into the sky, sealing off the sky and time. He stared at the eternal human king and said, Feng Changhao, you are so audacious that you actually stirred up the internal relations of my Hengkong realm and took in the rebels of my Hengkong human race. I will give you a chance to send all the people of Hell Valley back immediately. Boom. The might of the human king rolled, and the violent collision caused the sky to change color. The king of Hengkong was completely furious. The human race has been split since the mythical era, and the 9 realms are independent and almost do not interfere with each other. Now, the eternal human realm actually dared to defy the world and, relying on the support of the dragon race, openly united many human kings to interfere in the internal affairs of the Hengkong realm and accept the rebellious forces of the Hengkong realm. This was simply a complete trampling on the face of the Hengkong ancestral court and ignoring the dignity of the Hengkong human race. The eternal human king looked at the Hengkong human king with an indifferent look in his eyes and said, Hengkong human king, I will tell you straight, you supported the Shungshan sect and completely offended the dragon race. This is just a small lesson for your Hengkong realm. Not only will I be moving Hell Valley away, I will also be taking the Dragon Divine sect away. In the 9 realms competition 3 years later, you from the Hengkong human realm are not allowed to participate. You will be sealed off for 10,000 years. If you dare to participate, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not only did the eternal human king have a powerful voice, but with a wave of his hand, the 8 human king seals vibrated, and a wave of supreme mysterious power directly sealed off King Chu Tian Star, and many powerful people. The human king seal is a treasure of the human race that has been passed down from the mythical era. There are 9 of them. They possess supreme power and can connect the original power of the human race realm. The 8 human king seals were filled with a supreme power that connected them to the origin of the heavenly world, and even directly cut off all contact between Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and others in the outside world. Even the human king of heavenly world, with his human king seal, could not break it for a while. The eternal human king looked at King Chu Tian indifferently and said, King Chu Tian, the Dragon Divine sect cannot be destroyed by your Chu family. King Hengkong, Dragon Divine sect, you can't protect heavenly world. Buzz. The eternal king waved his hand, and a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared before many powerful people. It was outside the territory headquarters of the Dragon Divine sect. Roar, roar, roar. Chu Tianyan stood tall in the sky, leading 50,000 elite soldiers from the battle hall, setting up a grand formation to seal off the sky. Holding the star-white tiger knife, he madly slashed at the Dragon Divine sect's formation. The earth has been dyed red with scarlet blood. Mountains and rivers collapsed, countless corpses were found, the sky was destroyed, and in just 10 days, the vast territory of Dragon Divine sect covering millions of miles was almost reduced to ruins. Countless billions of people from Dragon Divine sect died, and countless corpses were piled up, with evil spirits rising to the sky. The 50,000 elite warriors of Shungshan sect were all covered in blood, with eyes full of ferocity. While fighting, they took out precious medicine pills and swallowed them to maintain their combat power. Everyone, time is running out. 10 days have passed. Everyone, work harder. We must break through the Dragon Divine sect headquarters today. Chu Tianyan's hair was stained red with blood, and his clothes were covered with blood. The Chengxing white tiger sword vibrated, and the white tiger sword light broke through the air, roaring, I promise everyone that after we conquer the Dragon Divine sect, all the treasures we obtain, including divine medicine, scriptures, and divine abilities, will not be taken from the sect and will be shared among everyone. 10 days had passed, but they still had not been able to break through the Dragon Divine sect's formation. Even 3 of the old antique Emperor Venerables from the Chu family's heritage had been killed in the battle. Chu Tianyin was extremely anxious. The Chu family has paid a huge price in this battle. In the Elder Peak, the eldest and second brothers were buying him time, but he was still unable to completely take down the Dragon Divine sect. Delay will lead to changes. Chapter 175, Sky-Splitting Dragon, Do You Dare to Fight Me? Chu Tianyin roared anxiously, took out forbidden weapons and treasure array discs, and madly bombarded the Dragon Divine Sect array. However, the Dragon Divine Sect has been passed down for millions of years, even longer than the Shungshan sect. The sect guarding formation pattern blessed by successive sect masters has transformed into 99 blood fiend hell dragons, connected into a tortoise shell, guarding the Dragon Divine sect inside. It is completely difficult to break through for a while. At this time, Su Muin, the head of the War Affairs Hall standing nearby, also roared. This head of the hall promises everyone that if we win this battle, all the participants will be promoted 2 levels in sect rank, and the rewards will be doubled. For those who make great contributions, this head of the hall will ask the Council of Elders for instructions and reward them with treasures, Apex-level divine ability, Apex-level divine medicine, and even a place to enter the Apex-level secret realm. This battle has now involved the foundation of the Holy Heaven sect. If the Dragon Divine sect, where a sect leader and some strong men were killed, is not taken down, I am afraid that the foundation of the Heaven sect will be shaken. Neither Su Muin nor Chu Tianyin expected that the Dragon Divine sect would be so difficult to attack. Interests move people's hearts. Chu Tianyin and Su Muin made solemn promises one after another, and tens of thousands of War Hall elites went crazy. At all costs, they madly bombarded the Dragon Divine sect headquarters. The horrific aftermath even shook the sky and tore apart tens of thousands of miles of heaven and earth. Even Emperor Venerable would have been reduced to dust under such a shocking attack. However, the Dragon Divine sect's formation pattern seemed to be connected to the heaven and earth. The roar of the blood dragon shocked the heaven and earth, but it did not move at all. The blood light was dazzling and was stronger than the tortoise shell of the black tortoise. The so-called strongest sect of the Hengkong human race, Shungshan sect, is only so-so except for its fierce internal fighting. The Eternal Human King said indifferently, looking at Chu Tian King, and said coldly, Yi Tianshang, that useless guy, was killed by you in the internal fighting. It's a waste of my strong support for him. But today, I have said that you cannot destroy the Dragon Divine sect. Chu Tian Wang's eyes were filled with bloodshot. He stared at the interior of Dragon Divine sect and suddenly said in a low voice, the head of the Kangji Yulongting Battle Hall, the sky-splitting Dragon King, is invincible. Feng Changhao, you secretly sent an Emperor Venerable to infiltrate my heavenly world and interfere in the affairs of my Shungshan sect. After this incident, I will definitely make your Feng family pay the most painful price. The 8 human king seals block time and space. Not to mention him, even if Jian Kongju's real body was here, they would not be able to break it together. This is the defense formed by the most apex-level treasures of the human race, which is equivalent to the original power of the 8 human realms. It is beyond human power to break. Perhaps only mythicals of the level of the Destiny Dragon Emperor and Duanmu Shengsu can break it by force. The bloodshot in King Chu Tian's eyes gradually thickened. In his eyes, he reflected the shadow of a thin, but winding and boundless blue dragon on the divine sect's formation. It was this huge blue dragon that was operating the formation, so it was able to withstand the round after round of bombardment by Chu Tianyin and Su Muin, who were led by 50,000 elite warriors, and even killed 3 old antiques from the Chu family. Many powerful people gasped when they heard this. The head of the Kangji Yulongting War Hall had actually sneaked into the Hengkong realm, but they knew nothing about it. Kangji Yulongting is the dragon race inheritance of the eternal human realm, and is one of the top dragon divine sects in the 9 realms of the human race. Moreover, even in the eternal human realm, which ranks 65th, it can rank in the top 3 and is extremely powerful. As the head of the War Hall of such a huge force, Zhang Wush is famous and extremely powerful, much stronger than the Dragon Lord. If he were placed in the heavenly world, even if he did not make it to the heavenly ranking, he would probably be almost the same. The Eternal Human King had actually arranged for sky-splitting Dragon Kui to sneak into the Dragon Divine sect early on, take control of the sect guarding formation, and help them fend off the attacks from so many elite warriors of the Holy Heaven sect. Otherwise, the Divine sect would have been breached and massacred long ago with the strength of only 10 dragons. Long Divine Sect is the spokesperson for Dragon Race and represents the face of Dragon Race. How can we let your Shungshan sect easily wipe it out? The Eternal Human King waved his hand indifferently, and a magnificent crack gradually tore open in the sky of the Dragon Divine Sect, revealing a realm teleportation formation that was much larger than the one above the Hell Valley, and with the aura of many human king seals added to it, the formation was able to withstand the pressure of the origin of the eternal heavenly world. Zan Wush, the teleportation formation is ready. Don't play around. There are still 10,000 years left. There is plenty of time to take revenge slowly. The Eternal King said indifferently. Boom, 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 faintly, one could see the majestic blue dragon hidden in the Dragon Divine Sect's clan formation roaring, driving the formation to uproot the land of the Dragon Divine Sect headquarters that span thousands of miles, and fly towards the realm transfer formation. No matter how Chu Tianyan and Su Muan bombarded it frantically, they could not stop it at all. At this time, Saint Emperor Peak, Chu Tian stood at the entrance of the main hall, with the eye of heaven between his eyebrows opened. He could see the scenes in the time and space blocked by the 8 human king seals. His face was calm, but his eyes were cold. The influence that the dragon race could exert on the human race was far beyond his expectations. Among the 9 realms of the human race, except for Heavenly World, which has been guarding against the influence of alien races and constantly suppressing alien races and demon race, the influence of the dragon race forces in the other 8 realms can actually make the 8 human kings join forces to put pressure on Heavenly World and forcibly transfer the Dragon Divine Sect out of Heavenly World. A huge doubt in his heart was finally resolved. In the original plot, how was King Chu Tian poisoned to death in the Sin realm? Now he finally has the answer. The Eternal King Feng Changhao. Chu Tian muttered to himself. In the original plot, the Eternal Human Realm is much more powerful than the entire Hengtian Human Realm, and now it seems that it has a very close relationship with the dragon race. From this point of view, it is even possible that Jian Kongju's sudden death in the ancient Sword God clan is related to him. Shaoshan, Shaoshan. Suddenly, a holy light circulated around Chu Yunsheng, and there was a lightning-shaped holy pattern on her forehead. Her aura was transcendent, but her eyes were slightly red as she ran towards Chu Tian, holding a blood-colored ghost face mask and a dark storage ring in her hands. Shaoshan, Grandpa Tuo, he disappeared, leaving only this blood-red mask and the storage ring to me. Chu Yunsheng has a simple nature, but an extremely sensitive mind. She had just transformed her holy bones and came out of seclusion when she saw this. She felt as if the sky had fallen. The excitement and joy of her great improvement in strength and breakthrough into the divine realm were gone, and her big eyes were filled with mist. Seeing this ghost face mask, Chu Tian only felt a sudden thunder in his mind. Then, his eye of heaven saw a hunchbacked old man appear on the picture projected between the sky. His blood-red hair was flying, his whole body was burning with blood-colored demonic flames, and he held a blood-colored long sword and slashed down with a bang. Boom. The blood-red devil sword spanned thousands of miles, slamming down the soaring Dragon Divine Sect headquarters to the ground with a roar that shook the earth. The Chu family's assassin, Tianu, the leader of the Tien team, is here. The old and hoarse voice, accompanied by endless bloody demonic intent, shook the 9 heavens. The hunched figure gradually straightened up. He was 2 meters tall with a strong body. He held a blood-red magic knife in his hand, his blood-red hair fluttered, and his eyes were captivating. In the past millions of years, no force has ever been able to escape from Heavenly World safely after trampling on the dignity of our Chu family. The old hunchback demon was so loud that his voice was like thunder, and the devil fire was burning all over his body. Sky-splitting Dragon King, do you dare to show up and fight with me? Chapter 176. A battle to show off your skills. Splitting Sky Dragon, do you dare to fight? The camel's hair was dancing wildly, his demonic intent was soaring, his fighting spirit was boiling, his bloody sword was tearing through the universe. He slashed at the Dragon Divine Sect formation with one blow after another. Each blow was more powerful than the last. It seemed that his spirit was constantly breaking through new peaks one after another, breaking through himself. Ha 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 ha. The old camel laughed wildly and heartily, his bloody sword piercing through the universe. The slightest bit of blade intent could cause the stars outside the domain to fall. The shadows of billions of blood swords overlapped, and cracks as thick as the abyss appeared on the Divine Sect's array pattern. 99 blood dragons were roaring, but they kept breaking and shattering one by one, turning into nothingness. The entire Dragon Divine Sect was shaking violently. and one could clearly see that hundreds of thousands of the neither human nor dragon divine sect disciples had fear in their eyes. As billions of blood swords fell, the terrifying shockwaves generated caused thousands of powerful disciples to be shaken into blood mist every moment. Roaring, terrifying sounds, and fearful sounds all merged into one, and the smell of blood filled the sky. The super-powerful attack and killing power displayed by Tuo Lao was simply earth-shaking, and his combat power was incredibly strong. In the divine sect's formation, suddenly, a looming, yet extremely huge and winding blue dragon let out a painful roar, and could no longer hide. It emerged from its hidden state within the formation. Even someone as strong as Lai Tian Long Kui Zan Wush was still stretched to the limit when facing such a domineering attacking sword shadow, while also having to activate the Junzong formation to resist the attack of the Shungshan formation formed by 50,000 elites led by Chu Tianyan and Su Muan. You are. When Su Muan saw the dark blue dragon appear, his eyes widened with bloodshot, and he suddenly roared, "You are the blue dragon court splitting sky dragon king Zan Wush. Damn it! How dare you be so bold as to violate the Nine Realms Agreement and interfere in the sect battle within our heavenly world?" Su Muan roared angrily, murderous intent filled the sky, and murderous aura danced wildly. As a descendant of the god ancestor, his terrifying divine power pierced through the sky. No wonder they paid such a huge price. And besieged a dragon divine sect for several days, but still couldn't break through despite paying such a huge price. The Dragon Divine sect guarding formation pattern was inherently powerful, with the blessing of the strongest men of the Dragon Divine sect for generations. Under the control of the sky-splitting dragon leader Zan Wush, even if an emperor venerable from the heavenly ranking descended, it would take a huge amount of time and energy to break through, not to mention the 50,000 elite warriors led by him and Chu Tianyan. But at this moment, Chu Tianyan did not look at Kanglong, but let out a heart-wrenching roar, "Old Tuo, stop it." Chu Tianyan's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he was about to abandon the 50,000 elites and rush towards Tuo Lao. The fire burning around Tuo Lao's body, in his eyes, was Tuo Lao's spirit, his soul, and his life. Everyone in the Chu family knew that old Tuo had lived for a very, very long time and was on the verge of death. He had been taking the divine medicine treasure to prolong his life and maintain his vitality for many years, otherwise his life would have expired long ago. Even though the strong foundation accumulated over the long years allowed Camel Old to exert the combat power of an emperor venerable and to guard the main hall all the time, he was still far from his peak. Every battle would consume Camel Old's limited energy and spirit, bringing him one step closer to the end of his life. Third Master. The Camel Old man's eyes were sharp, and he laughed loudly. "Third Master, it is all thanks to the kindness of the family that I have been able to survive to this day. Since I became the leader of the heavenly group, I have guarded the main hall for thousands of years, never leaving. Today, I will use my remaining life to fight for the family one last time." Looking at Tuo Lao's cloudy but tough eyes, Chu Tianyan stopped in his tracks. Buzz. The old camel swung his sword, and the blood-red blade light of tens of thousands of miles tore through the universe, and slashed on the Dragon Divine sect, causing the blue dragon inside to let out an earth-shaking dragon roar, and flew out directly from the sect-suppressing formation. On the dark dragon's back, there was a terrible bloody wound that spread for thousands of miles. The flesh and blood turned up, and black dragon blood fell like a waterfall. "I, the old slave, must avenge them with my own hands," the Camel Old man murmured to himself in a very low voice. If it weren't for the backstabbing of the divine sect, the Yama Palace would never have been exposed, the Tien group would not have to be abolished, and many death warriors would not have to sacrifice their lives to keep the secret. For the survival of my family, I had to give that order, but I have already been condemned to death. Old Tuo, Chu Tianyan's eyes were full of bloodshot, his heart was twisted like a knife, and he almost suffocated with pain. He suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar, "Kill, the undestroying Dragon Divine sect. I, Chu Tianyan, swear not to be a human being." "Su Muan, what are you still standing there for? Break through the formation and kill the Dragon Divine sect. Don't let anyone go." Whether or not the Dragon Divine sect can be broken through now has already involved the dignity of the Shungshan sect. As the strongest sect on the continent, if the Shungshan sect watches the Dragon Divine sect run away, rebel against the Hengkong realm, and enter the eternal human realm, the dignity of the Shungshan sect will plummet. On top of that, the sect leader has just been abolished, and the people in the sect are in turmoil and there is no stability. It may even lead to the shaking of the sect's foundation, if an external enemy takes advantage of the situation and invades. The consequences will be unimaginable. and having already made such a huge sacrifice, we must break through the Dragon Divine sect. Old Camel. Su Muin's murderous aura soared to the sky, and his divine power soared to the sky. He suddenly raised his knife to the sky and roared, "The strong men of Shungshan sect, you bully my Tianzong and humiliate my sect. What will be the consequences?" 50,000 strong men from the war hall roared in unison, shaking the area thousands of miles away, "Destroy the clan, destroy the sect, kill, kill, kill. Yes, we must exterminate the entire clan and the entire sect, even if they are separated by myriad worlds." Tens of thousands of years ago, the outer world killed the evildoers of our Shungshan sect, pulled out their tendons and skinned them, and hung their heads on the top of the mountain. Our sect crossed the realm, killed their entire clan, and built the Skull Mountain. Now the Dragon Divine sect is slandering our Tianzong and insulting our sect. It should be destroyed. The Dragon Divine sect has a million-mile territory. No one should be spared and no one should be forgiven. Kill, kill, kill. Tens of thousands of elite warriors roared in unison and returned together. The holy sky array pattern roared and the holy light boiled, tearing everything apart, and ripped apart the Dragon Divine sect's array pattern. Boom. Without the suppression of sky-splitting dragon, a huge crack was instantly torn in the Dragon God formation. Kill. Chu Tianyan held a knife and let out a thunderous tiger roar, with boundless ferocity. A white tiger galloped behind him. He was the first to rush into the Dragon Divine sect. With just one knife, he cut off the head of a half-step Emperor Venerable who had fused with the Gold Dragon bloodline. "You Dragon Divine sect are just a bunch of useless people." Chu Tianyan shouted angrily, "What right do you have to bully me on Saint Emperor Peak? Who gave you the guts and courage?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. He slashed out thousands of swords in an instant, cutting the half-step Emperor Venerable into countless bloody threads, destroying his soul. Chu Tianyan went straight to the core of the Dragon Divine sect. Endless white tiger sword shadows pierced through the sky. Countless palaces were chopped into pieces. Whether it was the half-step Emperor Venerable or the Divine King, they were all chopped into nothingness under his sword light. Behind him, Su Muin led tens of thousands of elite warriors to pour in, as well as the Chu family's Emperor Venerable and the sect's Emperor Venerable, a total of 3 more. In this battle, in order to destroy the Dragon Divine sect without any risk of failure, Chu Tianxing invited a total of 6 Emperor Venerables, just to show the style of the Holy Divine sect in one battle. Chapter 177 Kill, kill, kill. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Tianyan and Su Muin are invincible, all-conquering, and full of murderous aura. As the masters of the 2 core halls of the Shungshan sect, they are able to sit in this position. Whether in terms of talent or combat power, they are absolutely first class and ranked at the top of the Hengtian Divine King list. The half-step Emperor Venerable and Divine King of the same level in the Dragon Divine sect could not even block a single blow from them and were beaten to pieces. Buzz, buzz, buzz. From the background of the Dragon Divine sect, Emperor Venerable, who was on the verge of enlightenment, stepped out. With his imperial might, he launched a terrifying attack on Chu Tianyan. Blood Fiend Killer. Chu Tianyan's face was icy cold, and murderous aura surged into the sky. Holding the Chengxing White Tiger sword, unity of man and saber, he transformed into a white tiger. Using the white tiger as a sword, he instantly cut a Dragon Divine sect Emperor Venerable in half. His vitality had long been exhausted, and his body was destroyed by the terrifying evil force. He completely lost the ability to revive and regenerate, and died on the spot. He displayed a combat power that shook the world, and instantly killed a Dragon Divine sect Emperor Venerable with one strike. Even though this Emperor Venerable had been sealed for countless years, this is why King Chu Tian and Chu Tianxing asked him to lead the War Affairs Hall to quickly destroy the Dragon Divine sect. This is not only because he is the 3rd largest figure in the Chu family today. It's Chu Tianyan, who really possesses incredible combat power, the Emperor Venerable, a Chengxing White Tiger sword, which once terrified his peers in the myriad worlds. Su Muin also displayed his terrifying combat power, fighting 1 against 2 Emperor Venerables, the forgotten heritage of the Dragon Divine sect. This kind of sealed Emperor Venerable has survived endless years through special means, and his combat power has declined. He is no longer a normal Emperor Venerable, but of course he is superior to most half-step Emperor Venerables. But Chu Tianyan and Su Muin, who were transcendent-level Divine Kings, or the top half-step Emperor Venerables, were not in this group. Kill all the way. The sealed Emperor Venerable of Shungshan sect also faced off against the sealed Emperor Venerable of Long Divine sect, but it was also almost a one-sided crushing victory. All this seemed to confirm what King Chu Tian said. The Dragon Divine sect has taken an evil path, integrating the dragon race bloodline and giving up the human race's greatest advantage. The further it goes, the greater the advantage of the prodigy of the human race will be. Inside the Dragon Divine sect, the palace was beaten to pieces, the earth collapsed, the mountains toppled over, the sky collapsed, and blood mist flew, like a scene of the end of the world. 50,000 elite warriors from the war hall started a massacre, and endless blood dyed the sky red. In a flash, the old camel showed up and slashed out billions of blood-red sword shadows, forcing out the sky-splitting dragon leader Zan Wush. The situation was immediately reversed and the Dragon Divine sect was directly breached. The terrifying gap between the strongest sects, Shungshan sect and Long Divine sect, was directly revealed in front of everyone. At this moment, there was a suffocating atmosphere on the elder peak of Shungshan sect. The eyes of the 8 human kings were still indifferent. Except for the eternal human king, there was no extra expression. They just glanced coldly at Long Divine sect. Damn it, the eternal king's eyes were cold and murderous. He glanced at the scene inside the Dragon Divine sect and felt a huge humiliation coming at him, which made him furious to the extreme. In the name of Dragon Race, he united the Dragon Race inheritance sects of the 8 realms to make arrangements in advance and calculated everything, but he still failed to save the Dragon Divine sect. He even brought the 8 great kings with him to suppress the many powerful people in Heavenly World. This scene was like a loud slap in the face to him, especially in front of King Chu Tian. He could not accept this kind of failure at all. You old immortal, you're almost dead. Instead of staying here to enjoy the last years of your life, you come out here to seek death, burning your energy and spirit to ruin my good deeds. The eternal human king roared, Zan Wuxi, since this old man wants to die, then you should send him to his death. Save as many disciples of the Dragon Divine sect as you can. At worst, I can carve out a territory within the realm and let them rebuild the Dragon Divine sect. His voice directly transmigrated the endless sky and exploded above the Dragon Divine sect, like thunder tearing the sky apart. The demon slave of the Chu family is still alive in this world. The human king Hengkong murmured to himself, looking at Tuo Lao with extremely complicated eyes. Thousands of years ago, a warrior who practiced magic skills emerged from the Chu family. His fighting power overwhelmed his peers in the Hengtian continent and was like a distant blood-red star. Even the leaders of many top sects could not compare to him. The Heart Demon sect and other magic sects even invited this outsider to serve as the deputy leader and gave him the highest courtesy. Some old monsters believed that it would not be long before this assassin from the Chu family would make it onto the heavenly ranking. But suddenly, after shaking the world, he disappeared into the eternal heavenly world like a meteor. At that time, he had only heard this legend from his elders. Unexpectedly, this person from the Chu family is still alive in this world, and at this critical moment, he defended the dignity of the Chu family with his life. Old Tuo, King Chu Tian's eyes were bloodshot, his white hair danced wildly, and he let out a roar from his throat. The Taihuang Tianlong seal roared and directly hit the eternal human king. Splitting Sky Dragon, if you dare to touch even a hair of Old Tuo, I will kill all of your clan members. Chu Tianxing let out a heart-wrenching roar, blood-red lightning glowing between his brows, and he seemed to be showing signs of falling into madness again. Old Tuo not only watched the younger generation of the Chu family grow up, he watched the 3 brothers Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing, and Chu Tianyin grow up. In their eyes, he is not a father, but he is like a father. This is also the reason why the Chu family, at all costs, used various divine medicines and treasures to extend the life of the old camel, allowing him to live out his days on the Saint Emperor Peak, and never sent him out on any missions. Saint Emperor Peak. Grandpa Camel, Chu Yunshang's face turned pale, and her 2 white and tender hands tightly grasped the blood-red mask and the black ring. When Chu Tian saw the scene in the sky, the old and kind Grandpa Camel was burning with magic fire all over his body, and he returned to his youthful state and almost fainted. No matter how naive she was, she could see Grandpa Tuo's condition, as if it was a last burst of vitality. What should I do? What should I do? Chu Yunshang murmured to herself. Grandpa, don't you want Xiao Yunshang anymore? Since childhood, Jian Kongju has been obsessed with cultivation and has a lot of affairs to attend to. Not long after Chu Tian was born, he returned to the ancient Sword God clan. King Chu Tian, as the head of the family and deputy leader of the sect, was even busier with affairs, and the little time and energy he had left was also placed on his legitimate son Chu Tian. It can be said that she was raised by Tuo Lao since she was a child. In a sense, Tuo Lao was much closer to her than her biological parents. System, exchange it for me, a super long-distance space teleportation talisman. Chu Tian shouted in his heart. He should have realized long ago that in order to protect the Chu family, Tuo Lao personally ordered all members of the Celestial clan to commit suicide. There was something wrong with the situation. It will cost 100,000. Before the gentle prompt from the system was finished, Chu Tian shouted angrily, exchange immediately. Exchange successful. Lock on the Dragon Divine Sect headquarters and move. Chu Tian held Chu Yunsheng's hand, his eyes cold, and said, Sister, let's go to Long Divine Sect. Bang! He simply crushed the great teleportation talisman in his hand, and the space twisted, instantly enveloping him and Chu Yunsheng, and his figure disappeared on the spot. System, old Tuo is burning his life force and energy. How can we save him? Chu Tian asked in his heart at the same time. Chapter 178, The Ultimate Sublime Sword. The headquarters of the Dragon Divine Sect is in the sky. Roar. In the sky, a blue dragon roared and transformed into a black dragon man. His body was covered with dense black scales and his eyes were like snakes. He just took a cold look at the tragic scene of hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Dragon Divine Sect being slaughtered almost one-sidedly, and then he withdrew his gaze. At this moment, the knife wound on his back had not healed yet. One could imagine that the trauma caused by the knife inflicted by old Tuo was so horrible that even his powerful body of the nine-clawed azure dragon, which was almost undying and indestructible, could not heal for a moment. You are a bunch of rubbish. It is an insult to have the great dragon race heritage in your hands. The voice of sky-splitting dragon leader Zan Wush was indifferent, with a hoarse sound like the friction of steel, and he had an extremely strong disdain for the Dragon Divine Sect. But even if you are trash, you cannot be destroyed by the stupid human race. That would be a blasphemy to the great dragon race. Old man, I admit that you are indeed a strong man worthy of my admiration. Lai Tian Long Kui waved his black dragon claw slightly, and a terrifying claw mark tore through the void. If you were in your prime, I would retreat 3 steps and never say a word of nonsense in front of you. But now, relying on the burning of your spirit and energy, the Emperor's soul can barely swing the sword, and can you still make a few attacks like before? Lai Tian Long Kui grinned, his eyes full of ferocity. Get out now. If I don't chase you, you can still leave a complete body, otherwise your soul will be scattered and turned into ashes. Snap, 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 his dark and thick dragon tail swung gently, making a terrifying air explosion sound, and the terrible airflow directly tore through the sky for 10,000 miles. The degree of dragonization of Lai Tian Long Kui is even more thorough than that of dragon race. He can even directly transform into a blue dragon. After transforming back into human form, except for the outline of the entire human race, there is no part of his body that is not the appearance of dragon race. It can be said that he is already comparable to the real dragon race nine-clawed azure dragon Emperor Venerable. His combat power is so strong that he may even be far above Tyrant Dragon Lord. He is only a stone's throw away from the heavenly ranking and is a true transcendent level Emperor Venerable. Old Tuo, please go back first. Suddenly, Chu Tianyan rushed out from the Dragon Divine Sect, his eyes bloodshot, and slashed his sword towards the sky, tearing the sky apart. The Dragon Divine Sect has fallen, and it is only a matter of time before it is destroyed. Leave it to Yuner to deal with, please. White Tiger roars, and the long sword illuminates the heavens. Boom. With you, maybe if you break through Emperor Venerable, I'll take a closer look at you, but now you. The sky-splitting dragon's tail swung gently, and it collided with the Chengxing White Tiger knife with a loud bang. Snap. In an instant, the blue sword shattered, and a white tiger howled. The spreading aftermath directly turned Chu Tianyan's arm into a bloody mist, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Boom. Thousands of miles of land collapsed, raising thousands of feet of dust, like a raging sea. Chu Tianyan was directly blasted into the ground for an unknown distance and suffered horrible damage. He could kill a sealed emperor. Venerable Hu was on the verge of death in seconds, and could kill a divine sect half-step Emperor Venerable of the same level as easily as eating or drinking. However, in front of a true dragon-like sky-splitting Dragon Kui, the gap between them was as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. Zan Wush, if you dare to touch even a hair of Tuo Lao, I will kill you no matter where you go. Chu Tianyan's heart-wrenching roar came from underground. Buzz. 2 dark rays shot out from the eyes of Lai Tian Long Kui and slammed directly into the ground, and then Chu Tianyan came to an abrupt stop. Old man, he can't climb up for the time being. Sky-splitting Dragon King looked at Tuo Lao, grinned, and looked at the realm-shifting gate between the sky that could close at any time, and said, "This is the sorrow of the weak, but I don't have the time to argue with him. I don't want to stay here alone and face the wrath of your heavenly world for this useless dragon race inheritance." Buzz. Zan Wushi's dragon claws covered the sky and the sun, grabbing about 1,000 dragon divine sect disciples and heading towards the realm gate. In his eyes, the dragon divine sect was not as precious as his life. Attacking the holy divine sect was just a matter of convenience. After all, it could make a contribution to the dragon race, but it was not worth risking his life here. He didn't even look at Tuo Lao. As a dying man, he would not follow the order of the Eternal King and fight with him. But at this moment, a terrifying aura locked onto him. Zan Wushi's pupils widened angrily and he looked at Tuo Lao suddenly, only to see that his body had returned to its old state. There was a smell of decay and collapse emanating from his body, but there was an extremely dangerous aura emanating from his entire body, which almost made his scales explode, and he smelled the scent of death. The blood-red magic knife in the old camel's hand was emitting magic light and he slowly raised it. If one day, the sky collapses and a bloody battle breaks out in the sky, it will be me and no one else. Everything, for the family. The old camel spoke in a hoarse and low voice as he recited the oath that was on the plaque hanging in the main hall of the Chu family. The magic knife slowly slashed towards the sky-splitting Dragon King. In an instant, his entire body merged with the blood-red devil sword and slashed out with a loud bang. This sword shattered time and space, obliterated rules, and transcended the constraints of heaven and earth. Zan Wush frantically used all his divine abilities, and the dragon's scales on his body stood upside down, but he was still cut in half by the blood sword without any hindrance. This knife strike was Tuo Lao's ultimate attack, the ultimate sublime strike. "Old man, are you crazy?" Zan Wushi's voice came to an abrupt end, and the black dragon body, along with the thousands of dragon divine sect warriors on its claws, were swallowed by the devilish light and turned into nothingness. "Evil dragon, when I swept across the 9 realms of the human race, even the dragon lord of your Kangoo dragon court didn't dare to speak to me like this." The magic knife flew out of the camel old man's hand, and he grinned, his yellow front teeth leaking air, and fell from the sky with a bang. "Grandfather." The void twisted, and Chu Yunshang's holy light shot up into the sky. She flew out in an instant and caught the body of the camel old man. Her face was pale, and the holy pattern between her eyebrows was like a burning holy fire, madly infusing the holy light into the camel old man's body. "Miss, you are so powerful. You have ignited the divine fire and sublimated the holy bones. I am proud of you." The camel old man smiled and his body suddenly turned into ashes. He burned everything and slashed out with an extremely sublime sword, killing Li Tian Long Kui instantly. At the same time, everything about him has been destroyed, his body has turned into a pile of dust. Even if the mythical comes, it is impossible to reverse life and death. "Miss, Master, I am also very strong." The old camel's last mutterings echoed between heaven and earth. Bang! Chu Tian walked out of the void, stretched out his hand to catch the bloody demonic knife that fell from the sky, and stared blankly at the camel old man who turned into ashes. After a long time, a cold and calm voice resounded through the sky. "Kangji Yu Dragon Court, even if the Destiny Dragon Emperor descends, I will destroy you." Chapter 179 Time and Space Rewinding Talisman, the Kangji Yu Dragon Court must be destroyed. Chu Tian's cold and calm voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky thousands of miles away, and his fists were slightly clenched. For the family's honor. Old Tuo used his life to complete the last battle and dedicated his everything to the Chu family. In this battle, Tuo Lao didn't have to take any action. Thanks to his great contributions to the Chu family and his extremely high status, now that the Yama Palace and the Tian group are gone, he can completely enjoy his retirement or travel around the myriad worlds until the end of his life. But he chose the most brilliant and dazzling way to end his life. How many people in Hengtian continent, both ancient and modern, can destroy Tianlongkui with one sword? Old camel, Chu Tianyan, covered in blood, flew out from the ground. Looking at the sky that was cut by Tuo Lao's knife, he opened his eyes wide and knelt on the ground with a bang. "Uncle Camel," Chu Tianyan roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes bloodshot, and he pounded the ground frantically with his fists. "It's all my fault. It's my fault. I should have stopped Tuo Lao from issuing the order. I shouldn't have let the members of the Tian group do that." Chu Tianyan's eyes opened wide, tears of blood flowed down his cheeks, he cried and roared hoarsely, shaking the sky. "Tuo Lao has been guarding the main peak for thousands of years, and the mission of protecting the Yama Palace has been integrated into his bones. The members of the Tian group chose to commit suicide because of the order from Tuo Lao. At that moment, he had probably already made this choice. It just so happened that the Chu family was going to destroy the divine sect, with internal and external troubles. Tuo Lao chose to use his life to quell the negative impact that the Yama Palace brought to the Chu family. At this moment, a piece of paper floated into Chu Tianyan's hand, with a line of crooked big characters written on it. Third Master, there is no need to blame yourself. I have lived for so long, and I have lived enough. It is my honor to use this life to make some insignificant contributions to the family before I die. Thank you, Three Masters, for suggesting that I change my surname to Chu and take on the position of deputy head of the family. However, I am old and frail, and I am about to die. How can I be worthy of this position? I have served the Chu family for 1,000 years, received many honors, and watched the Three Masters and the young masters and young ladies grow up. This is enough for this old servant's life. I hope the Chu family will last for thousands of years and continue from generation to generation. Chu Tianyan opened his mouth wide, crying silently, then slowly stood up and walked towards the Dragon Divine Sect headquarters. The Dragon Divine Sect must be destroyed. Kangji Yu Long Ting, you guys just wait for me. Pass on my order. The 1.35 million li territory of the Dragon Divine Sect, covering 38 large counties and 1.86 billion dragon race believers, is to be sealed off completely. Nearby sects and forces must withdraw all forces from the Dragon Divine Sect territory within 3 days, otherwise we will be regarded as accomplices of the Dragon Divine Sect. 3 days later, kill them all without mercy. Chu Tianyan slowly announced all the decisions that had been made, and pronounced the life and death of 1.86 billion dragon race believers within the territory of the Dragon Divine Sect. Those who insult our Shungshan sect will be exterminated, their clans will be wiped out, and their roots will be wiped out. No matter where you are, I will never let anyone go. It was like this 30,000 years ago, and it is still like this today. It has never changed. Su Muan, the next matter will be handled by your War Affairs Hall. There is only one goal. In 3 days, no one should be left alive in the territory of the Dragon Divine Sect. Buzz. The Chengxing White Tiger sword was broken by Liatian Longkui. Chu Tianyan used his hand as a sword, and White Tiger let out a long roar. With one sword, he slashed thousands of miles and cut the entire Dragon Divine Sect headquarters in two. Outside the territory of Dragon Divine Sect, armies of powerful men dispatched from various major counties of Holy Heaven Sect also arrived one after another, blocking all important entrances and exits of Dragon Divine Sect, and setting up a net of heaven and earth in the sky, with murderous aura surging in the air. As long as they cannot prove that they have nothing to do with the Dragon Divine Sect, they will all be killed. The Dragon Divine Sect has a long heritage, much longer than that of the Holy Heaven Sect. The human race within its territory has been brainwashed by the dragon race for millions of years, and they believe in their bones that the dragon race is the greatest race. It is far from enough to simply destroy the Dragon Divine Sect headquarters. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again when the spring breeze comes, which will only bring endless troubles to the Shungshan sect in the future. In this world, life is the least valuable thing. Kill. Kill, kill. Endless killing in the sky full of blood red filled every corner of the sky in an instant. Grandfather. Chu Yunsheng's face was pale, her voice was low, and she raised her hand and grabbed forward, as if she was grabbing the figure of the old camel. The old camel's corpse turned into dust, merged with the blood mist in the sky, and disappeared without a trace. Grandpa, in Yunsheng's heart, you have always been the strongest and most powerful, more powerful than Daddy and Mommy. Don't you want Yunsheng anymore? Chu Yunsheng stood there blankly, her eyes were empty and lifeless, the holy bone between her eyebrows was dim and lifeless, and she seemed to have lost all hope. Her fiancé implanted the supreme yin-yang technique in her, hoping to turn her into a killing magic soldier. The psychological blow to her was already enormous. Now she witnessed with her own eyes her beloved grandfather turning into ashes right before her eyes. The impact on her innocent heart was so huge that it was unimaginable. System, is there no solution at all? Looking at Chu Yunsheng's current state, Chu Tian asked again in a low voice. Host, Tuo Lao's energy and spirit have been burned out, his emperor soul has been annihilated, and he has entered a state of complete death. Even if the mythical of this world takes action, it cannot save his soul. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded, even if we use the time and space retracing talisman now, we can only condense Tuo Lao's body again. The possibility of even condensing a trace of his residual soul is almost zero. Even if he could condense a trace of residual soul, he would still be in a state of near dementia. The possibility of him regaining consciousness is close to zero. The best result would probably be like what happened to Saint Ancestor Duanmu, where a completely new consciousness was born, but that would no longer be the original him. The space-time rewinding talisman is worth 300,000 destiny points. It only condenses an old body. The system does not recommend it. Exchange. Chu Tian said without hesitation, and the next moment, a gray ancient symbol appeared in his hand, which he crushed directly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a mysterious aura spread out, time and space distorted, and the dust scattered by Camel Old Man all over the sky gathered on Chu Tian's hands. Soon, Camel Old Man's body gathered on Chu Tian's hands again. His old face still had a smell of decay, and the Emperor Venerable's power in his body was almost gone. He looked like an ordinary old man, no, a dead old man. Chapter 180 Enemies, continue. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Thunder roared in the blood-filled sky. Birth, aging, sickness and death are the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even a mythical being as powerful as Duan Mushengsu could not break free from the shackles of the rules of heaven and earth. The power of the time and space rewind talisman was against the will of heaven, but it could forcibly reverse the great Tao of heaven and earth. A wisp of Tuo Lao's residual soul condensed from the sky, floated in the air, and merged into Tuo Lao's brows. The old camel closed his eyes, with a kind and gentle look on his aged face. With the integration of this remnant soul, he regained a bit of vitality. This was his last expression before he died, and it was very peaceful. He killed Li Tian Long Kui with one sword, took away Long Divine Sect, and avenged the deaths of his brothers in the Tian group. He also completed his mission as the leader of the Tian group, fought to the death for the family honor, and dedicated his life to the Chu family. He died without regrets. Even though the remnant soul returned, Tuo Lao did not wake up. Chu Tian came to Chu Yunsheng, handed the camel to her, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sister, Mr. Tuo is gone, but you still have us. Chu Tian said softly. Seeing the old camel in her arms, Chu Yunsheng's empty eyes finally regained some clarity, and she said in a hoarse voice, Shaoshan, can Grandpa Camel wake up? Chu Tian turned around and paused for a moment, then whispered, I will. Buzz. Chu Tian's eyes were calm and cold as he looked at the Dragon Divine Sect headquarters in front of him and slowly raised the blood-red magic knife in his hand. Old Tuo, from now on, I will use this knife of yours to kill all dragon race and revitalize the Chu family. Chu Tian said silently in his heart. Buzz. Suddenly, countless secrets all over his body glowed, and chaotic mist filled the air. At this moment, he was like a chaos demon god. Visualization technique descended to the world, slashing with one sword. In an instant, a chaotic blade light that spread for 3,000 miles fell, covering thousands of Dragon Divine Sect disciples and killing them all. Among them, there are dozens of gods. The power of this sword exceeded 10 billion, condensing 4 strange phenomena, accompanied by the terrifying meaning of a demon sword, and having the style of the last sword before Tuo Lao's death. The 4 middle-level halos, the Chaos Demon God visualization technique, and the Eye of Heaven allowed Chu Tian to comprehend the artistic conception of Tuo Lao's last and most sublimated sword strike. Old Tuo, this knife of yours is called Blood Slaughter. Chu Tian muttered to himself, and the secret treasures all over his body glowed, and surprisingly reached nearly 10,000. At the age of 9, he had accumulated over 10,000 secret treasures. There was no one like him before or after him on the Hengtian continent. At this time, his soul refining realm had only reached the 9th layer, not even the peak. The true practice of soul refining and body integration has never existed before in history. Blood Slaughter. Chu Yunsheng's eyes were empty as she watched Chu Tian's knife, then looked at the old man Tuo in her arms, and whispered, Grandpa Tuo, promise Yunsheng that you will wake up after Yunsheng helps you kill all the dragon race inheritors in the 9 realms, okay? If you don't wake up even after killing all the dragon race descendants, Yuncheng will continue to kill the dragon race until all the real dragons in the dragon realm are killed. Because you are one of the few people in this world who is truly kind to Yunsheng. From today on, Yunsheng will temporarily replace you as the leader of this Tian group. Chu Yunsheng held Tuo Lao in one hand and put on the blood-red ghost mask with the other hand, leaving only a pair of big empty eyes. Gradually, these lively eyes that used to be bright and radiant were slowly covered by the biting cold. Holy Wei, fiery sun. Chu Yunsheng's indifferent and cold voice resounded, and in an instant, a huge holy sun rose into the sky. She held Tuo Lao in her arms and walked forward step by step. Endless holy light burst out from the sun and bombarded the earth. Boom, 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 the earth collapsed, the mountains and rivers were destroyed, and the world turned upside down. Chu Yunsheng carried Tuo Lao in her arms and walked within the territory of the Dragon Divine Sect. Wherever they passed, holy light shone, all spirits melted, mountains and rivers were destroyed, and tens of millions of dragon race believers were turned into nothingness without even a wailing sound. You all deserve to die if you have anything to do with dragon race or believe in dragon race. Chu Yunsheng muttered to herself. At some point, a purple wooden coffin appeared on her back. She carried the coffin on her back and killed people wherever she went. The holy bones were sublimated to the utmost, and eventually evolved into the holy Tao of killing. There are signs that they will continue to evolve in the direction of the holy demon Tao. Chu Tian muttered to himself, and the eye of heaven between his eyebrows opened, taking in Chu Yunsheng's current condition. Even if he removed the influence of the supreme yin-yang technique, would the trajectory of fate still push Chu Yunsheng towards the ruthless demon Tao? If I am destined to become a demon, then I will never become a demon venerable. Chu Tian's eyes were calm and cold. He raised his hand and the 10,000 cauldrons spanned across the vast sky, pressing down with a bang, destroying all living creatures on the vast earth, and then he stopped. In the distance, the army of ordinary strong men from the Holy Heaven sect has arrived, and the great battle within the Dragon Divine sect is about to end. As soon as sky-splitting dragon leader died, the interior of Dragon Divine sect had already collapsed. Facing the overwhelming lineup sent by Holy Heaven sect, there was no room for resistance at all. Night was approaching and dusk was falling. The endless blood color made the sunset look even more blood red. At this time, between the sky. Golden Wolf Demon Venerable, what do you think of this scene? Ren Yusin had a cold expression, and was surrounded by black mist, looking majestic and mysterious. She glanced at a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with a golden wolf next to her and said, "Aren't you, Yi Tianshang, and Dragon Lord brothers in life and death? Do you want to avenge them? Do you want to save their family and preserve your brotherhood?" "Princess, they were powerful and influential before, so they were naturally my brothers." The Golden Wolf Demon Venerable had a blank expression on his face. But now, Yi Tianshang is dead, and the Dragon Lord has been suppressed. It's no different from being dead, so they are naturally not my brothers anymore. I will obey the orders of the Demon Emperor. The Heart Demon sect will not participate in the infighting between these righteous sects. Ren Yusin said indifferently, "Golden Wolf Demon Venerable, put away your little thoughts. You sent people to ambush and kill Chu Tian, which is a capital crime. This princess will not kill you now, but it does not mean that I will not kill you in the future. Notify the human race 9 realms Heart Demon sect to keep a close eye on the movements of the human dragon race inheritance such as the Kangji Yu Long Ting, especially all the movements of the Kangji Yu Long Ting. Report to this princess at any time. Anyone who delays will die." Ren Yuxuan stared coldly at the Golden Wolf Demon Venerable and said, "You go and deliver the message in person. If anything goes wrong, I will report it to my father and kill you." "Your command." The Golden Wolf Demon Venerable had a blank expression on his face and immediately flew out of the domain. "My little rascal, I have done my best to help you." Ren Yuxuan pouted her lips, and in a flash, she came in front of Chu Tian in an instant. At this moment, she was like a little girl who was acting coquettishly to please a man. "I have asked the Heart Demon sect of other worlds to pay close attention to the movements of Kangji Yu Long Ting. Tell me, how are you going to reward me?" Bang! Chu Tian looked calm, raised his hand and slapped Ren Yusin twice, without holding back. With the power of his chaotic Godfiend body at that moment, these 2 slaps could have shattered even a mountain, but they only made Ren Yusin's beautiful and charming face red and swollen. It is also conceivable how terrifying her supreme demon physique, the original demon physique, is. Is that enough? Chapter 181 A Heartless Man. I still have information about where Hell Valley is now. Give me a little reward. Ren Yusin raised her hand and handed a black jade slip to Chu Tian, saying, Hell Valley has surrendered to the eternal human realm, and has also submitted a lot of top-secret information about the Hengtian Ancestral Court to the Eternal Royal Court as a token of surrender. My enemy, don't stop, hit me now. So comfortable. Chu Tian took the jade slip and glanced at it with his spirit. His eyes turned cold and he immediately turned around and flew to Chu Tianyan's side and said, Uncle San, there is a major change. We must rush back to the sect immediately. Let's talk while we walk. Chu Tianyan did not hesitate and rushed towards the sect with Chu Tian. Humph, you heartless man, let's see if I will pay attention to you next time. Ren Yuxuan rubbed her crooked face and returned to her charming and noble expression. She rolled her eyes at Chu Tian's back before flying towards Chu Yunsheng. You are the big sister of my little enemy, and you will be his big sister in the future. Big sister, I have a scroll of the ancient holy demon scripture here. It is a scripture left by the ancient holy demon god. It is extremely compatible with your extremely sublimated slaughter holy bone. I'm giving it to you. Ren Yuxuan landed beside Chu Yunsheng, with a flattering look on her face, and spoke in a delicate voice. Shungshan sect, on the Elder Peak. At this moment, there was deathly silence. Looking at the screen, there is endless killing, blood and gore, and billions of human races are being slaughtered. All the strongest men in Hengtian continent had pale faces. No, their faces were snow white without a trace of blood. No one expected that the Shungshan sect, no, the Chu family would be so cruel. Not only did he secretly send people to destroy the Dragon Divine sect and kill sky-splitting dragon leader, he even wanted to destroy all the human races in the territory of the Dragon Divine sect. Even though they know the underlying color of this world, it is ruthless, cruel, bloody, and that the strong are respected. But even though these human races believe in the dragon race in their bones and have been so for generations, they are still the same race as the Hengtian human world. The Shungshan sect actually wants to kill them all. The human king Hengkong had a gloomy expression on his face, and he did not say a word to stop the Shungshan sect's actions. Instead, he kept staring coldly at the human king Yongheng and the hell poison lord beside him, with terrifying murderous intent echoing in his eyes. Hell poison lord, it's not too late to turn back now. You should know the consequences of being a traitor. The voice of the Hengkong human king was hoarse, and a terrible aura echoed through his body. Feng Changhao, and all the human kings, do you really want to forcibly interfere in the internal affairs of our heavenly human race, protect the Hell Valley, and suppress the strongest sect in our heavenly world? The face of the Yongheng human king was gloomy, even uglier than that of the Hengkong human king. He looked at the Hengkong human king coldly and said, Hengkong, your sect, the divine sect, killed the Kangoo Dragon Court's Liathian dragon Kui Zan Wush. He is the head of the Kangoo Dragon Court's battle hall, and his body has been completely dragon transformed. He has been recognized by the Dragon Emperor of the Kanglong clan and was canonized as the elder of the Kang dragon race. He is also the honorary dragon king of my Yongheng royal court. Now we have to kill more than 1 billion dragon race followers. Your Hengtian human world has already been in great trouble because of the atrocities of the Holy Heaven sect. Do you still want to go on like this? Will you be satisfied only if you drag hundreds of billions of human races into the abyss and let the dragon race slaughter the entire world? The eternal human king glanced coldly at Chu Tian King and Chu Tianxing, his voice mixed with cold murderous intent. For the sake of being the human king of the same branch of mythical human race, I advise you to immediately expel Shungshan sect from the eternal heavenly world, or immediately announce that Shungshan sect is no longer a part of the eternal heavenly world. Perhaps this can save the lives of 100 billion human races. The eternal heavenly king glanced at the many powerful people in the eternal heavenly world and said, the Emperor of Heavenly Destiny issued an enraged order to seal off heavenly world. We 8 kings accepted the invitation of the 8 dragon races and came together. It seemed that we were interfering in the internal affairs of heavenly human race, but in fact, we were saving heavenly human race from the water and fire. However, you not only destroyed the divine sect, but also killed Zan Wush. This is a terrible disaster. Now, the golden dragon race and the blue dragon race will not let you go. You have to weigh the pros and cons yourself. Do you still want to be dragged down by Shungshan sect? Hell Valley has made an absolutely correct choice, so I will grant them asylum. The eternal human king glanced at the eternal human king indifferently. His attitude was self-evident. He was using the dragon race and the inheritance of the 8 dragon races to put pressure on the eternal heavenly world, divide the power within the eternal heavenly human race, isolate the Shungshan sect, isolate the Chu family, and even force the eternal human king to deal with the Chu family. At this moment, after hearing the words of the eternal human king, the faces of many powerful people became even paler and uglier, and their bodies trembled heavily. The Holy Heaven sect destroyed the Dragon Divine sect with lightning speed and iron-blooded tactics, which was indeed a huge shock to them. But what the eternal human king said is also a fact. The Shungshan sect, after completely offending the dead gold dragon race, has also offended the Kang dragon race, which is a powerful dragon race branch that is definitely not much weaker than the gold dragon race. Moreover, its temperament is more brutal, domineering, and cold than the gold dragon race. It is famous for its love of destroying worlds. In the myriad worlds, countless powerful people are frightened and dare not offend it. Human King, the Holy Heaven sect is so overbearing, reckless, and wanton. They wantonly killed a top-notch sect, and now they are carrying out such a horrific massacre again. Emperor Venerable of the Desert God had a cold expression on his face. He turned his head and stared at King Chu Tian, and said, "My spiritual divine sect may not be as strong as the Holy Heaven sect, but we can still do it without cooperating with them. His Shungshan sect is not higher than my Ling divine sect, and is not worthy of my Ling divine sect dying for him. If we don't deal with the Holy Heaven sect, how can the ancestral temple win the support of the people? Our divine sect has decided to withdraw from this Hengtian competition, and even the Nine Realms competition. Everyone, I'll take my leave first." Zun flew directly away from Shungshan sect. At this time, with the death of Li Tian Long Kui, the constraints of the 8 human king seals have also disappeared. After all, they no longer have any meaning. Boom! Suddenly, a huge Taihuang Tianlong seal suddenly condensed from the sky and smashed towards Emperor Venerable. The roar of the Tianlong shook the earth and made many powerful people tremble and look at King Chu Tian suddenly. In the starry sky, it was this blow that broke Yi Tianshang's fatal blow and directly killed him. They still remember it vividly. But is King Chu crazy? Having just slain the dragon divine sect, and now facing internal and external troubles, he has to kill the desert god Emperor Venerable. "King Chu, what do you want to do?" Emperor Venerable roared, shaking the earth and heaven. A gigantic spiritual god appeared behind him, towering over the heavens, but was directly annihilated by the heavenly dragon seal. Boom, 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 he used all kinds of earth-shattering divine abilities, causing the vast sky to tremble and turning the world upside down. However, before the heavenly dragon seal, he was as small as an ant and could not make any move. Puff! In an instant, the Grand Emperor Heavenly Dragon seal came down heavily, emitting the majestic great Tao aura and boundless murderous intent, directly covering the desert god Emperor Venerable underneath and suppressing him on the earth. "Ah, King Chu Tian, I am the elder of the ancestral temple, and you are just an elder of the ancestral temple. You dare not kill me. I am not a subordinate of your Shungshan sect." The furious roar of Emperor Venerable came from below. Chapter 182, Emperor Venerable, deserves to die. Emperor Venerable, the god of desert, you deserve to die. Chu Tianwang's white hair fluttered, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he muttered to himself. However, although he raised his hand to suppress Emperor Venerable, the god of desert, his eyes were always looking at the scene in the picture where Chu Yunsheng was carrying a purple coffin and killing people. His whole body was trembling slightly. He lost his father at a young age, and it was old Tuo who supported the Chu family through a very difficult period, watched him grow up, and eventually inherited the position of head of the family. It can be said that Tuo Lao is like a father in his life. This was also the reason why he took the initiative to suggest that Tuo Lao be made a direct descendant, incorporated into the Chu family tree, and take the position of deputy head of the family. You know, although Tuo Lao is Emperor Venerable, he is also a death warrior. He is very powerful, but his status is not high. In name, he is a servant of the Chu family. If a servant is allowed to directly enter the direct lineage and become the deputy head of the family, even he will have to endure huge criticism and doubts, which is very stressful. He didn't have to do that. But now, he witnessed with his own eyes that this old man, who was like a father to him, burned everything for him in the Chu family, safeguarded the Chu family and his dignity, and maintained the Chu family's status in the sect. This time, Long Divine Sect colluded with Yi Tianshang, which led to Dragon Race's blockade of the eternal heavenly world, and the damage to the prestige and interests of Shungshan sect was unimaginably huge. Therefore, if this battle failed to destroy Long Divine Sect and let him escape to the eternal human world, the blow to Shungshan sect and the shake of the prestige of the Chu family would be extremely huge. "Uncle Tuo, what do you want Heavenly King to do to repay your kindness?" Chu Tianwang muttered to himself, his body trembling even more violently, with a strong murderous aura. As an Emperor Venerable of the heavenly ranking, his changing moods made the heaven and earth change color. Buzz, buzz, buzz. "Uncle Tuo." Chu Tianxing's voice was hoarse, and the blood-red lightning between his eyebrows kept flashing terrible light, as if he might enter a state of extreme rampage at any time. The terrifying extreme murderous intent rose one after another, and the terrible vision of blood rain appeared in the sky again. He had just learned that his biological father was tortured to death by Yi Tianshang, and he also witnessed with his own eyes that Tuo Lao had sublimated himself to the extreme and made the final cut at the cost of his own life. This was an unimaginable huge impact on his will. Second brother, calm down. Don't forget what Shaoshan told you. The influence of the extreme state has not been completely suppressed. Quickly practice the Taiching Qingxin Ju. Chu Tianhuang's eyes were bloodshot. Even though he was filled with murderous intent, he had to suppress Emperor Venerable with one hand and hold Chu Tianxing's shoulder with the other hand to help him calm down and soothe his extreme consciousness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the Grand Emperor Heavenly Dragon seal was like a majestic peak with a silver dragon coiled on top of it, suppressing Emperor Venerable with an irresistible posture. No matter how he struggled, fought back, or roared, he could not break free and was instead shocked to the point of vomiting blood. The overwhelming pressure and the unrivaled divine ability once again proved the unparalleled strength of King Chu Tian. He could kill Emperor Venerable, the leader of the divine sect, which ranked 5th among the apex-level sects, almost instantly. The scene was filled with suffocation. Many of the strongest men in Hengtian continent were suffocating, their faces turned pale, and they only felt waves of dizziness in their minds. They were shocked at the power of King Chu Tian, but they had already seen it once after all. After all, they even killed Yi Tianshang. Although Emperor Venerable was strong, he was not on the same level as Yi Tianshang. He was only slightly stronger than the Dragon Lord, but what terrified them the most, and even made them feel like the sky was falling, was why the situation developed step by step into this state. We are all part of the heavenly human race. They are all apex-level sects on Hengtian continent, and they rule the vast territory of Hengtian continent according to certain rules and regulations. To the outside world, nominally, Mo Divine Sect, Long Divine Sect, Shungshan Sect, Siheng Divine Sect, etc., are all one family. Therefore, when the sharp gold dragon emperor forcibly tore through the realm and descended, whether it was the Hell Poison Lord, the Desert God Emperor Venerable, and other powerful beings, they all rushed to the Shungshan Sect to rescue at the first opportunity without receiving any orders or notifications from the Hengtian Ancestral Court. This is the unspoken rule on Hengtian continent. Behind the scenes, everyone was fighting fiercely. Many fights broke out for the control of territory, resources, the sacred gold mines, and so on, but on the surface, everyone can still act according to the most basic rules and maintain decency. So, under the call of King Hengkong, everyone dared to hold meetings in the Elder Hall of Shungshan Sect to discuss the Nine Realms competition. They even started to accuse Shungshan Sect at the meetings, and quarrels broke out. These were all very common things. This is because everyone has this tacit understanding, even if they curse Shungshan Sect here in the Elder Hall, Shungshan Sect can't do anything to them. This is the unspoken rule within the heavenly human race. Even if we want to start a war, we have to find an excuse and a legitimate reason. This is also why Emperor Venerable dares to act so recklessly even though he knows that this is Shungshan Sect's territory and Shungshan Sect can easily kill him. The Dragon Divine Sect was destroyed because they brought disaster upon themselves. They colluded with Yi Tianshang and meddled in the internal struggles of the Holy Heaven Sect, causing a huge disaster. A middle-aged strong man said in a hoarse voice. He was also the leader of an apex-level sect and had a good relationship with the Holy Heaven Sect, but he could not accept King Chu Tian's behavior. Emperor Venerable is the leader of the Spiritual Divine Sect. He came to support the Holy Heaven Sect and accepted the invitation of the human King Hengkong to hold a meeting within the Holy Heaven Sect. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, please release the Desert God Emperor Venerable. He made mistakes, but his crimes do not deserve to be killed. At this time, Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable also turned pale. He looked at King Chu Tian and said, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, don't be impulsive. Desert God Emperor Venerable deserves to die. He is cutting himself off from the heavenly human race by not participating in the Nine Realms competition. But if you take action at this time, wouldn't it make a fool of yourself for outsiders? The Nine Realms competition is approaching, and it concerns the great event of the heavenly world. One after another, the most powerful ones spoke out to dissuade King Chu Tian, believing that Emperor Venerable was wrong, but even if he was wrong, he could not be killed at this critical juncture. Human King, please say something. A powerful person looked at Human King Hengkong and asked him to speak up to dissuade King Chu Tian. After all, he had the highest prestige. At this moment, a majestic and indifferent voice sounded. The Desert God Emperor Venerable deserves to be killed. He deserves to die. I support the Heavenly King Emperor Venerable. The voice was cold and indifferent, but contained a strong murderous aura and majesty. Everyone was shocked and looked up suddenly. When they saw the person who spoke, their pupils suddenly contracted violently. "Holy Lord Tianyan, you!" Lingfeng Emperor Venerable blurted out in horror. He never expected that Emperor Tianyan, the Holy Lord of Sihang Holy Sect, would actually speak out in support of King Chu Tian. According to common sense, the Shungshan sect has taken away the position of the strongest sect. Now is a great opportunity for the Sihang Shungshan sect to suppress the Shungshan sect. Emperor Venerable was suppressed by Chu Tianwang. The one who should have spoken out, or even tried to rescue him, should have been the Sihang Holy Sect. Moreover, the relationship between Ling Divine Sect and Sihang Holy Sect is very good, much better than that with Shungshan Sect. It is conceivable that when many powerful people saw that Tao Venerable, the heavenly destiny of the Holy Lord Sihang, actually spoke out in support of King Chu Tian in killing Emperor Venerable, the horror and shock of many powerful people present. After all, during the 10-day meeting at the Elder Peak, the Holy Lord Sihang had not spoken a word. The pupils of Hengkong Renwang also shrank slightly as he looked towards Tianyan Tao Venerable. One could faintly see that he breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had been waiting for Tianyan Tao Venerable to appear. After all, in the heavenly world, although the Shungshan sect has ascended to the position of the strongest sect, the Sihang Holy Sect has been the strongest sect for an extremely long time, and its influence in the world is extremely huge, which is far beyond the reach of the Shungshan sect. Chapter 183 Tao Venerable shows his power. The 8 great human kings have joined forces to interfere with our heavenly world. The dragon race has put pressure on our world. The 8 great dragon race inheritances have joined forces to interfere with the internal affairs of our heavenly world. Tao Venerable of Heaven's fate had a cold face, with a terrifying murderous aura flowing through his eyes. He glanced at many powerful people, and finally landed on Emperor Venerable of the Desert God. The murderous intent in his eyes had reached a terrifying level. He suddenly shouted angrily, his voice shaking the sky, "This is the greatest shame and humiliation that my heavenly human race has never experienced before in millions of years." After the mythical era, the human race split, and small tribes were everywhere, killing each other. Under the leadership of Heavenly Emperor, we suppressed the demon race, drove out the gods, and suppressed the forces of the myriad worlds that interfered with our heavenly world. The heavenly human race was centered on the heavenly ancestral court, and generations of strong men fought bloody battles one after another, which led to the brief stability of the heavenly human world for hundreds of thousands of years. Faced with such a great humiliation, we should all unite as one, share the same hatred for the enemy, and safeguard the dignity of our Hengtian human world. And looking at what you did, especially those who clamored to cancel the Hengtian competition and not participate in the 9 realms competition because of the slightest pressure, I feel ashamed and embarrassed for you. In our Sihang Holy Sect, 46 sect leaders fell in the battles outside the domain, 315 Emperor Venerables, and 3 Emperor Venerables on the heavenly ranking died in battle. When I saw you, I wanted to kill you myself. Tianyan Tao Venerable's eyes were extremely cold, and he scanned the entire audience, saying, "Long Divine Sect cultivates the dragon race heritage, but he is also the orthodox Tao sect of my human race, and the apex level sect of my Heng heavenly world. This is their root. But they have forgotten their roots, how they developed and where their resources came from, and they are obsessed with the dragon race. They regard themselves as low-end creatures, calling the dragon race a great race, and believe that the human race is humble and should be enslaved as a matter of course. This time, they even colluded with Yi Tianshang and dragon race to throw dirty water on Shungshan sect, the strongest sect of the contemporary era that was born in the native land of heavenly human race, which eventually led to enormous losses in profits and severe damage to its dignity. The dragon divine sect should be destroyed. All human races within the dragon divine sect's territory shall die." Tianyan Tao Venerable's eyes were cold, and he spoke word by word, "Those who betray their own people should die." I didn't say anything during the meeting in the Elder Hall because I was waiting for Shungshan sect to destroy Long Divine sect and wanted to see your reactions. But the reactions of many of you have disappointed not only me, but also the king, especially the group of sects headed by the divine sect. You should feel ashamed. Tao Venerable looked at Emperor Venerable and said coldly, "At this critical moment, you are shaking the internal unity. Emperor Venerable, do you think you should die?" Emperor Venerable's entire body stiffened, and he began to tremble violently. His face turned pale in an instant, and he was terrified to the extreme. He originally thought that he not only had the support of a group of sects, but especially the support of the Sihang Holy Sect. But now, he suddenly realized that his idea was wrong, not just wrong, but extremely wrong. The Holy Sihang sect never thought of using the pressure from the dragon race and the pressure from the inheritance of the 8 dragon races to attack the Holy Tian sect. In other words, the goal of attacking the Shungshan sect must give way to the importance of the 9 realms competition. And he, on the surface, struck a blow to the sacred heavenly sect, but in fact he shook the internal structure of the heavenly world and had a greater impact on the 9 realms competition. He even made the heavenly human race a joke in front of the 8 human kings, so Sacred Venerable was angry. He actually said directly, he deserves to die. You know, the relationship between Ling Divine Sect and Sihang Holy Sect is almost like that of allies, which is far from comparable to Shungshan Sect. The whole audience was suffocated. Yes, Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable murmured to himself, this time, it is clearly the heyday of our Hengtian human realm that has not been seen in tens of millions of years. There are several Emperor Venerables on the heavenly ranking, the strongest Emperor Venerables appear frequently, and prodigy monsters continue to emerge. Even the domineering and fierce dragon race dare not talk about directly crossing the border to destroy us, but only said to blockade and suppress us. But this actually frightened some people to death, and even led to the scandal of the Hell Valley Rebellion, which made Heavenly World lose face. Why is that? Are we really powerless to fight? The head of the Chi Wang clan also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He said in a low voice, this time, it was supposed to be a great opportunity for Heavenly World to get rid of the bottom of the 9 realms and gain a larger share of human race resources. However, the internal struggle was so fierce, and the mutual sabotage and oppression were simply chilling. Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, Heavenly Star Emperor Venerable, Heavenly Luck Dao Venerable, I support killing the Desert God Emperor Venerable and wiping out the Dragon Divine Sect. I will destroy the Hell Valley at all costs to set an example and shock everyone inside and outside. Chu Tianwang took strong action to suppress it, and Tianyan. Dao Venerable's voice seemed to completely reverse the situation. One is the current strongest sect, the Shungshan sect, and the other is the oldest sacred land in the heavenly world. They have fought for the heavenly human race for endless years and have extremely high prestige. They directly shocked the whole audience and the chaotic scene was suppressed. Following the speeches of Emperor Venerable of Spirit Wind and Sect Master Chi Wang, more silent supreme beings began to speak out, supporting the killing of Emperor Venerable of Desert God, the destruction of Dragon Divine Sect, and hunting down Hell Valley at all costs. Hell Poison Lord, you still have a chance. Tianyan Dao Venerable looked at Hell Poison Lord standing next to the Eternal Human King and said coldly, bring Hell Valley back immediately. The Poison Lord of Hell turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that suddenly, in this situation of internal and external troubles, chaos and facing tremendous pressure, the Sihang Holy Sect actually reached an agreement with the Shungshan Sect and the Hengtong Human King. Instead of blaming the Shungshan Sect for the huge losses caused to the Hengtian human world, they fully supported it. King Fengren, you, the Poison Lord of Hell's voice trembled. The Eternal Human King's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Dao Venerable and Chu Tianwang, with a terrifying cold light flashing in his eyes, and was about to speak. Boom. Suddenly, a golden sword appeared from the sky, emitting divine light, illuminating the sky and pointing directly at the tip of his pen. It was Dao Venerable Tianyan's divine sword. The terrifying sword light tore through the sky, and murderous aura surged into the sky. Feng Changhao, I, heavenly human race, am giving you too much face. Dao Venerable Tianyan's eyes were full of murderous intent. He looked at the Eternal Human King and said, you trampled on the 9 realms agreement, openly interfered with the internal affairs of our heavenly world, and took in the rebellion of our heavenly world. Do you really think that our heavenly world would not dare to start another ancient war? Chapter 184 How to Die, What's Wrong with Killing a Dragon Lord and Destroying a Dragon Divine Sect? My heavenly world has destroyed many sects of alien races that dared to wreak havoc on the continent. The Supreme Demon Sect was so powerful back then, with 5 Emperor Venerables, yet they dared to wreak havoc on the human race. My Holy Sihang Sect was the strongest sect on the continent back then, but we still dared to destroy them. Do you have the guts to do this in the eternal human realm? The Dragon Divine Sect is no exception. The matter of the sky-splitting Dragon King Zan Wush interfering in the battle of the Holy Heaven Sect to annihilate the Dragon of the Divine Sect is far from over. At this time, Chu Tianxing's hoarse voice also sounded, that's right, Eternal Human King, this matter is not over yet. My Shungshan Sect will not only destroy the Divine Sect, but also the Kangoo Dragon Court. Chu Tianxing walked over with bloodshot eyes, the blood-red lightning between his brows still glowing, looking extremely ferocious, but after practicing the Taiching Qingxing Ju, his extreme consciousness had calmed down a little. Everyone. Chu Tianxing's bloodshot eyes swept across everyone in the field, and his voice was low and hoarse. The dragon race pressure originated from my Shengxian sect. Our Shengxian sect is the strongest sect in the contemporary heavenly world, so we will never refuse the responsibilities that should be taken on. Human King, Holy Lord Sihang. Chu Tianxing bowed to the two and said in a low voice, "Thank you both for your great help to my Shengxian sect. Here, as the acting deputy leader of Shengxian sect, I make a promise to you two and many of the strongest people on the continent." Chu Tianxing's eyes were like blood-red lightning, tearing through the void, staring at the eternal Human King. This time in the Nine Realms competition, no matter how many sects in the eternal heavenly world will participate, my Shengxian sect will never have a prodigy monster withdraw. I, Saint Child Chu Tian of the Saint Tian sect, will lead all the evildoers of the Saint Tian sect to participate in the Nine Realms competition and take the top 3 places in the competition. Chu Tianxing's hoarse voice sounded like a thunderclap to many powerful people, even to the Sihang Holy Sect and Hengkong Human King. It contained endless madness, which made them tremble violently and their pupils shrink drastically. Take the top 3 in the Nine Realms competition. Moreover, they have to face suppression from the prodigy monsters sent by Dragon Race, and interception from the Dragon Race descendants of the 8 realms. Chu Tianxing's words sounded extremely crazy to them. The current generation of Hengtian's human world is indeed strong, including the Human King and Jian Kongju, and 5 heavenly ranking Emperor Venerables, but this does not mean that the younger generation is also strong. Whether they can even get rid of the bottom is an unknown, and no one has this confidence. In addition, the Dragon Race openly interfered and threatened to suppress them, and the 8 Dragon Race inheritances joined forces to target them, so a group of powerful people such as Emperor Venerable were directly crushed by the terrifying pressure and wanted to withdraw from the competition to save the life of their own prodigy. It is conceivable how crazy Chu Tianxing's words sounded to them. Saint Child Chu Tian of the Holy Heaven Sect, Chaos Demon God Visualization Technique, number 1 on the Earth list, created many miracles, they acknowledged. But, Chu Tian is only 9 years old. Now is the soul refining realm. As for the 9 realms competition, anyone who is a prodigy and a monster under the age of 30 can participate. What a concept! Hylian Saintis was 18 years old and had already reached the peak of the body integration realm. Moreover, if she did not want to open up more secret treasures, build a more solid foundation, and hone her combat power, she could break through to the divine realm at any time. Then looking at the 9 realms of the human race, there are countless talents under the age of 30 whose combat power is not inferior to that of Hylian Saintis. Once upon a time, there was even a demon in the realm of a god who was less than 30 years old. And Chu Tian is only 9 years old. Chu Tianxing actually wanted Chu Tian to be the leader of Shengxian sect and publicly stated that he wanted to represent Heng Heavenly World to win the top 3. It is conceivable how wishful thinking these words were. Even if the 9 realms competition begins in 3 years, what realm can Chu Tian reach? The human kings had blank expressions on their faces. Although they did not speak, one could see obvious smiles on their faces. But after all, they participated in this matter to give face to Dragon Race and their own Dragon Race heritage, and it was led by the Eternal King, so they just went with the flow. This is also the reason why, although they showed up together, they didn't say anything the whole time. They just went with the flow, gave Dragon Race a favor, suppressed Heavenly World, and saved the Dragon Divine sect if they could. If they couldn't, that would be the Eternal King's business. They don't do anything that would make them stand out. But Chu Tianxing's words made them all burst out laughing. The Eternal Human King was even more unscrupulous and laughed wantonly. Chu Tianxing, did your brain become damaged after entering the extreme realm? Let a 9-year-old kid lead the team to the top 3. If he can do it, I'll chop off my head and use it as a wine glass for you. The Eternal King's face turned cold. The destruction of Dragon Divine sect was indeed beyond my expectations. An old immortal was willing to risk his life and disrupted my plan. But I will protect Hell Valley, and you can't destroy Kangoo Dragon Court either. The Eternal Human King's eyes were cold and murderous, and he said, how dare you trample on the 9 realms agreement and invade my eternal human realm? The terrifying murderous aura penetrated the sky, and the situation was tense. Facing the strength of Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and Tianyan Dao Venerable, the Eternal Human King did not retreat even a single step. In the 9 realms competition, if you, prodigy from Heavenly World, dare to take one step into it, you will all die. Feng Changhao, the clothes of the Hengkong Human King fluttered, and his wrinkled face was completely filled with murderous intent. At this moment, a calm and indifferent voice resounded through the sky. In the 9 realms competition, anyone from the eternal human realm, the true dragons of the dragon race, or the prodigy monsters of the dragon race heritage who dare to take one step into it will die. The void was torn apart, and Chu Tian and Chu Tianyan walked out of it, carrying the pungent smell of blood on their bodies, which instantly spread. On Chu Tianyan's shoulders was the corpse of Zhan Wush, the sky-splitting dragon king who had been chopped in half by Tuo Lao, which looked extremely murderous. Chu Tian stared at the eternal king with a calm and cold gaze. My third uncle is too conservative, I will repeat it for him. The first place in the 9 realms competition must be from Heavenly World. Hell Valley, my Shungshan sect will be destroyed, no one can save it. And you, Feng Changhao, you interfered in the internal affairs of my Shungshan sect, colluded with Yi Tianshang, secretly planted traitors in the Hengtian ancestral temple, and killed many powerful people in my Shungshan sect. Your reign as the king of the eternal human race has come to an end. The day I become emperor will be the day your Feng family will be destroyed. Boom. Chu Tian raised his knife, and a blood-red blade shone across 3,000 miles, instantly slashing towards the eternal human king. This knife is from me on behalf of Tuo Lao. Remember, many years later, your head will also be chopped off by this knife. Chu Tian's calm and cold voice, like thunder, resounded through the sky. Buzz. A black jade slip flew out of Chu Tian's hand and fell into Chu Tianxing's hand. Second uncle, Hell Valley didn't escape very far. They are still outside the domain. The strong men from Kangji Yulongting are helping them to flee. They are also carrying a Hengtian palace. We can still catch up with them now. Hell Poison Lord, how are you going to die? Chapter 185. Destroying the Eternal King. Little beast, how do you know? Hearing Chu Tian's words, the Eternal King's already extremely ugly face suddenly contracted, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing the sky to change color. Boom! He raised his hand to detonate the bloody knife that Chu Tian was about to chop at him. The human sovereign seal on his head trembled violently, emitting a vast and great kingly power, and his body was about to dive towards Chu Tian in an instant. Bang! But suddenly, an old man wearing a black crown appeared in front of him, raised his hand, and slapped him directly on the face. The powerful and terrifying energy surged like a vast ocean, directly exploding the entire soul projection of the eternal human king. The sky was filled with the aftermath, forming a tunnel like a butcher knife piercing through the void. The scene was so horrifying that it was suffocating. Feng Changhao, today I, on behalf of your father, will teach you how to respect your elders. The deep and hoarse voice contained infinite rage. The slap from King Hengkong landed directly on King Yonggong's face, directly exploding his soul and shocking everyone. Many of the strongest ones, and even the other human kings, couldn't help but tremble slightly and looked at the Hengkong human king who always had a good temper towards others. Unexpectedly, he actually slapped the eternal king Feng Changhao in the face. Even if it is just the projection clone of the eternal human king across the border. But don't forget, he is the human king of the eternal royal court, representing the face of the entire eternal human race to the outside world. This slap was not only a slap on Feng Changhao's face, a slap on the Feng family's face, but also a slap on the entire eternal human race. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at his own human king. At this moment, he saw that Hengkong human king also turned his head to look at him and said in a hoarse voice, Chu Tian, remember, you are not only the saint child of Shungshan sect, but also the prodigy of Heng heavenly human race. You represent the future of Heng heavenly world. As long as my Heng family exists, as long as you are on Hengtian continent, no alien race can touch you. Feng Changhao is no exception. Any human king, even the great emperor and sovereign of the myriad races, is the same. Chu Tian was silent for a moment, then he bowed slightly and saluted the human king of the heavenly human race. Chu Tian understands. Because of his familiarity with the original plot and the fact that King Hengkong had been forbearing, he actually didn't consider King Hengkong as one of his own. In the original plot, he protected the protagonist Yi Fan more than once. Although he did not directly target the Chu family, in a sense, he indirectly led to the destruction of the Chu family. Yi Tianshang destroyed the Chu family just like the Chu family killed Yi Tianshang this time. As long as the matter did not get out of hand and affect the overall situation of the entire Heng heavenly world, he would not care. But now, he also enjoys Yi Fan's treatment. This human king, or the entire Heng family, inherited the will of the Heng heavenly emperor and is responsible for maintaining and cultivating the power of the entire Heng heavenly human race, allowing the Heng heavenly world to continue to multiply. continue, and grow. They regard themselves as the guardian family of Hengtian continent. They don't care about internal struggles, because only competition can filter out the real prodigy monsters within. However, any attempt by external forces to obliterate the future of the heavenly human race will lead to a strong backlash from this patron saint family, and they may even fight. And now, as the number one on the Hengtian heaven and earth ranking list, he also enjoys this treatment as he breaks the records of various sub-lists of the Hengtian ranking time and time again. The soul projection of the eternal human king tried to attack him, but was directly hit by the 10,000 tons of thunder of the eternal sky human king. He was slapped in the face and the entire soul projection was blown apart. The king of Hengkong was also telling him in this way. The Shungshan sect is our own people. This is also the reason why this human king, or the Heng family, has such a high prestige in Heng heavenly world. King Chu Tian has always respected this human king. Even the arrogant Jian Kongju has personally followed the Heng heavenly king to visit the other 8 worlds of human race. The human king. At this time, Chu Tianxing flashed and handed the jade slip that Chu Tian had given him to the human king. With a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes, he said, he defected from the Hell Valley, stole many secrets of the ancestral court, and also forcibly moved the Hengtian palace in the valley to the eternal human realm with the supreme divine ability. Damn them, Buzz. At this time, the Hell Poison Lord's face was pale. The moment he heard Chu Tian's words, he had already torn the space apart and escaped directly into it. But suddenly, a silver dragon claw tore through the void and pinched him like a chick. I have not yet settled accounts with you for colluding with Yi Tianshang and acquiescing in the murder of my second daughter by the Lord of Death. Now you want to leave. Do you agree? Chu Tianwang's cold voice resounded through the void, directly freezing the chaotic void turbulence. Then he grabbed the Hell Poison Lord and threw him to the ground. Together with the Desert God Emperor Venerable, they were suppressed by the majestic Taihuang Tianlong seal. Buzz. At this moment, an angry roar resounded through the void, the eternal human king seal glowed, the endless king's majesty was vast and mighty, the great aura tore through the void, and faintly one could see behind the endless time and space, a tall and burly figure seemed to try to directly break through the boundary and descend into the Hengtian human world. Hengkong, how dare you slap me in the face? Feng Changhao roared and unleashed a series of divine abilities that shook the heavens and the earth. Without the gate to the heavenly world being opened and without the cooperation of the other human kings, he used the aura emitted by the human king seal as a coordinate and was actually going to kill directly. His eyes were bloodshot and he was furious, as if he wanted to fight a bloody battle with the human king Hengkong. Boom, 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 the eye of heaven between Chu Tian's brows opened, purple light flashed, and faintly one could see a vast and majestic royal court floating in time and space, exuding an ancient and vast aura. Feng Changhao stood in front of a golden throne. He raised his hand and displayed his earth-shattering divine ability, which was so powerful and terrifying that it tore through time and space. Beneath the throne, there are many terrifying and powerful beings. Their faces cannot be seen clearly because of the endless divine light, but they are obviously the strongest in the eternal human world. Some of them even have an aura that is not inferior to that of Tao Venerable. Chu Tian also saw a blue dragon spanning 1,000,000 miles in the void. The cold dragon eyes seemed to be staring at him. The boundless murderous aura passed through the boundary and made the sky of Shungshan sect change color. These powerful beings seemed to feel deeply humiliated by the slap in the face of the eternal king, and they all used their supreme divine abilities to break through the boundaries of time and space and directly descend into the eternal space realm in their physical bodies. Eternal human king, in order to protect Shungshan sect, you not only destroyed Dragon Divine sect and killed sky-splitting dragon leader, but also slapped me in the face. This is declaring war on my eternal human world. Feng Changhao's furious roar had penetrated time and space, causing the endless time and space of Heng heavenly world to change color. It seemed that tens of billions of eternal human race armies were already ready to break through and rush over at any time to destroy Heng heavenly world and kill all of Shungshan sect. The endless and terrifying evil spirit caused the sky to turn upside down. The sky was as dark as the abyss, and it seemed as if doomsday would come at any time. Tianyan Dao Venerable, Chu Tianwang stood side by side, towering on the top of the sky, with fluttering hair, staring coldly at the other end outside the realm, not retreating a single step. Chapter 186 Why Fear Warno. Among the many strongest men in Hengtian continent, some had pale faces, some were trembling slightly, and some were full of fighting spirit, with various expressions. The projections of the human kings from the other 7 realms had been shrouded in divine light, so their complete faces could not be seen. They stared at the eternal royal court on the other side. This old dog, does he want to start a war? Chu Tianyin was covered in blood, with murderous eyes. He was severely injured by Li Tianlongkui and still had injuries on his body, but he was not afraid at all. Instead, he grinned and sneered. I have long wanted to destroy these sons of B*********** in the eternal human realm. Uncle San, Feng Changhao doesn't have this prestige yet. Chu Tian's face was calm. Even when facing this world-destroying scene, he was not moved at all. He was familiar with the original plot and understood that the forces within the eternal human realm were even more complicated than those within the eternal heavenly world. Where did Ren Yuxuan get the information in the Black Jade slip? Because of the inheritance of the demon race in the eternal human world, on the other side is an ancient demon race sacred land, whose status is almost comparable to that of the Holy Sihang sect in the eternal heavenly world. The inheritance is extremely ancient and can almost be traced back to the period after the mythical era, when the human race split, and it has gained a foothold in the eternal human world. Therefore, the sacred land of the heart demons is in the eternal human realm, and as long as they are willing, they can know almost all the secrets. And inside the eternal human realm, there is not only the sacred land of the heart demon, but also the ancient dragon court, the supreme demon race, the supreme Tao ancestor, and even the heritage left by various powerful myriad worlds. You can imagine how complicated its interior is. In the original plot, the eternal human realm is almost the realm with the most complex internal composition and the deepest involvement of extraterritorial forces among the 9 realms of the human race. This is also the reason why in the original plot, Chu Tian fell into depravity and became a demon, and was hunted down by the Yi family, and why Ren Yusen dared to lead the powerful men of the demon sect to ambush and kill him. However, Heng Heavenly World is almost the purest one among the 9 worlds. The forces inherited from the alien races were almost all wiped out by the Heng Heavenly Emperor and other generations of human race strongest men. The only remaining dragon divine sect cannot even squeeze into the top 10 of the Tao sect in Hengtian continent. Chu Tian even felt that this was the reason why the Chu family's ancestor dared to capture the dragon race bloodline and start dissecting it from the very beginning, while successive human kings chose to turn a blind eye. This kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable in other major worlds of the human race, but in the heavenly world, as long as you can continue to become stronger and not be affected by external forces, this is not a problem. And this is one of the reasons why heavenly world has always been at the bottom of the 9 realms of the human race. Heavenly Emperor Heng almost unified the 9 realms of the human race. It was not just as simple as unifying the human race, but he also wanted to clear out all the influences and inheritances that foreign races had on the human race. Therefore, the other 8 worlds have been trying their best to suppress the heavenly world, and even overtly or covertly support various foreign transcendent level clans, and even the mythical clans such as Dragon Race. The internal forces are complex and numerous, which is the advantage of the eternal human realm, allowing them to always rank among the top in the 9 realms of the human race. However, the conflicts between the races have also extended to the inherited forces left behind by each of them. The fighting within the eternal human realm is far more intense than that within the Hengtian human realm. In the original plot, the protagonist Yi Fan entered the eternal human realm, got involved in the battle between the Kangji Yu Dragon Court and the sacred land of the Heart Demon, and was almost killed by Ren Yuxuan. The Eternal Royal Court is only the nominal leader of the eternal realm elected by various forces and represents the eternal human race to the outside world. However, its actual influence is far inferior to that of the eternal human king. Feng Changhao wanted to pull together various forces in the eternal human realm to declare war on the Hengkong human realm across the border. That was simply thinking too much. The inner demon sacred land, or Ren Yuxuan, will be the first one who will not agree. Chu Tian's eye of heaven could see that in the eternal royal court, it seemed that many powerful people took action, but most of them were unmoved and expressionless. The leader among them was an old man in a black magic robe. It was obvious that he was the holy lord of the sacred land of the Heart Demon. Human King, please open the gate and fight. Chu Tian clasped his fists and bowed slightly to the gloomy Hengkong human king who had just finished reading the Black Jade slip. He said, the entire Shungshan sect is willing to take the lead and fight for the heavenly world, fight against the eternal human world, and destroy the ancient dragon court. Please ask the human king to give orders and immediately send out the Hengtian guards to wipe out the Hell Valley and kill all the forces that assisted the Hell Valley in transferring the Hengtian palace. Please give the order, King. After seeing Chu Tian's actions, Chu Tianyin did not hesitate, unconditionally believed in his nephew, and immediately bowed and clasped his fists. Please give the order, King of Humans. Blood-red lightning flashed between Chu Tianxing's brows, and he bowed immediately. In the sky, King Chu Tian looked cold, staring at the eternal royal court, and slowly said, Holy Heaven Sect, why fear a battle? Tianyan Dao Venerable glanced at the Saint Emperor Peak. At this time, standing at the entrance of the main hall was a beautiful woman with a cold expression and a chill all over her body. It was his disciple, Hylian Saintis. Saintis Hylian lightly touched her brow, and a pair of purple vertical eyes opened, filled with purple light. It turned out that she had successfully comprehended the Eye of Heaven. I owe this kid another big favor. Tianyan Dao Venerable sighed and shook his head. He was very knowledgeable. Only 10 days had passed and the disciple had comprehended the Eye of Heaven and directly reached the middle level. It was obvious that Chu Tian had helped a lot. Not only did he not make things difficult for him, but he also took the initiative to help without any reservations, and the Eye of Heaven has recognized Chu Tian as its master. He could have kept this most apex-level divine ability and not passed it on to his rival Hylian Saintis, and no one could have said anything. We, the Holy Sihang sect, have followed the great Emperor Hengtian to conquer the myriad worlds. We have never been afraid of a battle. Tianyan Dao Venerable's eyes were indifferent. Human King, since the eternal Human King wants to fight, then we have nothing to fear. The Kangji Dragon Court openly sent Emperor Venerable to infiltrate our heavenly world and interfere in the affairs of the Dragon Divine Sect. This has violated the bottom line of our heavenly world's taboos and must be destroyed. Hengtian Palace is the most precious treasure of our Heng heavenly world. It must not be lost. Hell Valley should be destroyed even more. As Chu Tianwang and Tianyan Dao Venerable spoke, immediately, Lingfeng Emperor Venerable, Chiwang Sect Master, and other powerful people began to bow and ask for battle, even if they are a million times reluctant and don't want to go to war. But the most powerful sect in the oldest sacred land have expressed their views, and they have no choice but to follow suit. Instantly, the pupils of the other 7 human kings shrank drastically, and they were horrified. They never thought that under such blatant pressure from Dragon Race and with Shungshan sect facing internal and external troubles, Heng Heavenly World could actually stabilize the situation. What the hell is this? They just couldn't understand it at all. Chapter 187 What do you want to do? Give me back the Human King's seal. My fellow human kings, do you want to help the eternal Human King to the end and go to war with me, the heavenly human race? At this time, the Human King Hengkong slowly raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, his voice was hoarse, and he stared at the soul projections of the 7 human kings, his eyes full of murderous intent. With the support of many powerful people in the world, this king has no reason to fear a battle. Only die on the battlefield. It was visibly that the faces of the 7 human kings became solemn. They were just giving Dragon Race a face and going with the flow, but they didn't want to do such a crazy thing. They immediately spoke up, saying that this was an act of the eternal Human King acting on his own initiative and had nothing to do with their worlds. They also spoke up one after another, saying that the 9 realms of the human race were one clan and that they could discuss things easily and there was no need to make things go to this extent. They were willing to act as go-betweens to mediate between the eternal realm and the heavenly world. Silently, they changed from being biased towards the eternal human realm, representing the inheritance of the 8 dragon races, to being middlemen. The root of all this comes from the fact that heavenly world is fearless in every battle. Feng Changhao, I am heavenly world, why should I fear a battle? In the battle of prodigy in the 9 realms competition, our heavenly world is not afraid. Even if the whole world is fighting, our heavenly world will fight to the end. The human king Hengkong spoke in a low voice, carrying endless murderous aura, and raised his big hands to support the sky. The human king seal on his waist rose into the sky and directly collided with the eternal human king seal. Boom! The 2 human king seals represent the origins of the 2 worlds. As they collide, one can seem to see 2 vast and boundless world continents colliding with each other in the void of the starry sky. In an instant, the endless void shattered, and a space-time rift spanning millions of miles appeared where the 2 continents touched, like a huge abyss. And at this moment, this crack in the space-time boundary appeared above the sky of the heavenly world, spanning tens of millions of miles. Standing on this side was like standing on one side of an abyss. Looking up, one could see the other side. This is the gate to the realm. Before, the 8 human king seals had to be coordinated to forcibly tear open a door for realm teleportation and relocation. At this moment, when the human king Hengkong took out the human king seal on his own initiative, a magnificent realm door was directly opened. The gate to the realm. A human king croaked, "Has the human king Henkong gone mad?" Once this kind of realm gate is opened, even if there is no power to maintain it, it will take at least 10,000 years for it to slowly close. Once the two realms are connected, there will be endless fighting. Another human king spoke in a low voice, "Since the ancient war, the gates to the 9 realms have not been opened for tens of millions of years. Is Heavenly World trying to tell us through this behavior that they are fearless even if Dragon Race puts pressure on them? Even though we have always been at the bottom of the 9 realms competition, they have never been afraid of us in their realm. Madmen, the Heavenly World is full of madmen, and it will never change." A human king cursed, "You want to fight the Eternal King Court to death for such a small matter? You must be crazy. Congratulations to the host, you have exterminated the Dragon Divine Sect, reversed the plot, and changed the fate of the Holy Heaven Sect. The gate to the realm is wide open, and you are rewarded with 500,000 destiny points and a treasured realm bead. You can freely travel in the myriad worlds. Your power is not bound by the original power of the realm. Under certain circumstances, you can devour the original power of the realm." The gentle and pleasant voice of the system sounded directly in Chu Tian's ears. 500,000 destiny points, realm beads. Chu Tian's heart was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that the system would give him such a huge reward and directly give him a treasure. There are countless myriad worlds and myriad races in the heavens, and some small realms have just been born, so they will naturally block the outside world. Even if they are discovered, even if Emperor Venerable forcibly enters, he will be suppressed by the original power of the realm, and his strength will be suppressed to less than half. Some newly born realms can even directly suppress the power of intruders to the point of no return. This is also the reason why strong people from the outside world rarely break into the other world directly. Sky-splitting Dragon Kui can exert his full strength because of the power exerted by the 8 human king seals. If Chu Tian is powerful enough, this realm bead would be an unparalleled divine weapon that could destroy a world and seize the original power. Not only can it exert its full strength, but under certain conditions, it can also directly absorb the original power. What a concept! Chu Tian then discovered that a golden bead the size of a baby's fist appeared in his mind, covered with mysterious and complex patterns, and was rotating slightly on its own. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Chu Tian saw that invisible and colorless power was absorbed by the boundary beads from the cracks in the boundary and merged into the chaotic spirit beads he condensed. This is, Chu Tian's pupils suddenly shrank sharply, looking at the crack in the boundary, and immediately realized that these invisible and colorless forces were probably the original power of the eternal human world. The gate between the two realms opened wide, directly triggering the conditions for the realm bead to devour the original power of one realm. Boom. All of a sudden, Chu Tian's consciousness was pulled into the chaos spirit pearl. It was a boundless chaos. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder. In the chaos, the clear air rose and the turbid air sank. The original power evolved, and the 5 elements interacted and restrained each other. A small space, the secret realm, appeared in his chaos spirit pearl. Opening up a world inside the body. Chu Tian's heart was shaken violently. This was simply the divine ability of the creator. At least in the original plot, he didn't know who could do it. At least as far as he knew, Jian Kongju, who was ranked 23rd on the heavenly ranking, couldn't do it, and neither could his father Chu Tianwang. As for whether Saint Ancestor Duanmu, the mythical dragon emperor of heaven's fate, could do it, he had no idea for the time being. The seemingly independent small spaces such as Holy Heaven Lake and Rising Sun's secret realm are actually not independent small worlds. Instead, they are forcibly opened up with the help of treasures and are essentially dependent on the main world. And now, Chu Tian is the soul refining realm, or the body integration realm. Just absorb the original power of the eternal human world and open up an independent small world in the chaotic spirit bead that condenses the essence. Buzz. At this moment, Chu Tian's heart moved slightly, and he felt a faint call. In the small world, a large black seal suddenly appeared, standing in the center of the world, and rotating slightly. The seal exudes a great and vast royal aura. Faintly, you can see an ancient human race word engraved on it, King. The human king seal of the eternal human realm. Chu Tian's heart was shaken even more violently. His consciousness immediately left the chaos spirit pearl, and he looked up at the sky, and suddenly discovered that the eternal human king seal, which had just collided with the human king seal of Henkong human king, was gone. King Henkong, what do you want to do? Give me back the human king seal. The eternal human king's extremely furious voice exploded directly from the other side of the realm rift. Faintly, Chu Tian could sense a suffocating fear in his voice, as if he had lost something extremely important. Chapter 188 The Crazy Eternal King, Henkong, where did you take my human king seal? In the cracks of the realm, a terrifying aura surged and the void was directly torn apart. This time, without the restrictions of the realm, the scene in the Eternal Royal Court appeared clearly in front of the Holy Heaven sect. The Eternal King's face turned ashen as he stood before the throne. There was a hysteria in his expression. One could even faintly detect a strong sense of fear in his eyes. The King of Henkong opened the gate and connected the two worlds, which was completely beyond his expectations. He did not expect that even with the supreme power of the dragon race and the inheritance of the 8 dragon races, and the hell rebellion he instigated, he could not cause internal strife within the Heng Heavenly World. His original plan was to completely isolate the Shungshan sect within the Heng Heavenly World. Unexpectedly, the strong support of Tianyan Dao Venerable and Henkong Human King directly reversed the situation. Now they have even opened the gate to connect the two worlds, and are ready to fight all out and start a war between the two worlds. But all these combined are far less terrifying than the sudden disappearance of the Human King seal. He actually lost the ability to sense the mark of the Emperor's soul that remained in the eternal Human King seal. He swept the realm with his vast spiritual sense, but within 1,000,000 miles, he could not find any trace of the Human King seal, as if it had simply evaporated from the face of the earth. At that moment, the suffocating fear of losing the Human King seal made the eternal Human King's scalp almost explode and his hair stood on end. The Human King seal is a symbol of his status and a treasure of the human race passed down from the mythical era. It can communicate with the original power of the eternal human world and control the door to the realm. The eternal human realm is in chaos. There are various inherited sects supported by powerful races from outside the domain. However, the Feng family can sit firmly on the mountain and gain the recognition of the complex internal forces, allowing him to become the human king. In addition to the Feng family's strength, it is also because of the Human King seal that can communicate with the origin of the world. The Human King seal is not only a symbol of identity, but also the Feng family's most precious treasure, and even the treasure of the entire eternal human race. If I lose it from him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Boom! The eternal Human King took a step forward, directly crossing the realm rift, and his physical body descended upon the Holy Heaven sect. His vast power swept across the sky, and endless cold murderous aura penetrated the 9 heavens. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden flames burned all over his body. It was the power of the Emperor's soul boiling. He began to sense the location of the eternal Human King seal like crazy. Henkong, you should understand the importance of the Human King seal to our Feng family and to the entire eternal human race. How dare you set your sights on the Human King seal? Do you really want to start a life and death battle with my eternal realm? The eternal king roared hysterically, and the terrifying power of the Emperor's soul swept through every corner of the sky and the earth. At this time, in the eternal king's court, the most powerful beings in the eternal realm also began to speak out and issue angry threats. Powerful men of the heavenly world, you actually stole my Human King seal of the eternal world. Hand it over immediately, or you will not be able to bear the consequences. The eternal Human King seal is the treasure of my eternal human race. People from your Heng family don't have the blood of the Feng family. What's the point of seizing it by force? It will only bring you trouble. The 9 worlds are all human races. Do you really want to go so far as to trample on the bottom line of our eternal human world? Do you really think that our eternal human race will not join forces to destroy your eternal heavenly world? One after another, cold and deep voices shook the sky, containing a strong anger. At this time, the blue dragon that was coiled in the endless void let out a deep dragon roar. Eternal Void Human King, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, Heavenly Dao Venerable, you have gone too far. Not only did he kill the head of my Kangji Yu Long Ting Battle Hall, destroy the Dragon Divine Sect, and trample on the dignity of my great dragon race, but now he is even more audacious and has stolen the Human King seal. I, the Ancient Dragon Emperor of the Ancient Dragon Court, am here today to express my stance to all the human kings and the strongest men in the 9 realms. If Heng Heavenly World does not hand over the eternal Human King seal, my Kangji Yu Dragon Court will support the Royal Court in declaring war on Heng Heavenly World at all costs, and will not stop until we get back the treasure of my eternal human race. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vast dragon power disrupted the universe, and coupled with the burning imperial soul fire of the eternal Human King, it seemed as if it was going to destroy this world. Kangji Yu Long Ting is an ancient sacred land ranked among the top 3 in the eternal human realm. It is extremely powerful, has an ancient heritage and profound foundation. If the sky-splitting Dragon King, the first in the battle hall, is only nearly comparable to the Emperor Venerable on the heavenly ranking in terms of combat power, then the Lord of the Dragon Ting, the ancient Dragon Emperor, can at least step into the threshold of the heavenly ranking, or even become the stronger Emperor Venerable. There was a suffocating atmosphere between heaven and earth, and the situation was tense. As if a rare inter-realm war in tens of millions of years would break out at any time, the eyes of many human kings were filled with horror. When they saw the eternal human king going crazy, they were shocked and quickly recalled their human king seals. They were all confused. The human king seal is the most precious treasure of the human race. It is connected to the origin of all realms and can control the power of heaven and earth. After being refined, it should be impossible to lose it. Even if they drift to the endless void, they can be recalled in an instant as long as they think about it. For millions of years, the human king seal has never disappeared out of thin air. The eternal human king seal has really disappeared. A human king's voice was hoarse and low, with an endless sense of horror. We were clearly watching it just now. It clearly collided with the Hengtian human king seal and opened the door to the realm. It has been standing in the sky all the time, but suddenly, it disappeared inexplicably. It really is like seeing a ghost. The gate to the realm has been opened many times in the past tens of millions of years, but this kind of strange thing has never happened before. The human kings spoke in low voices, their voices were shocking and terrifying, and they were even trembling. This is simply incredible. Even a mythical like the Destiny Dragon Emperor would not be able to quietly take away the human king seal, a treasure that connects to the origin of the world and has been refined by them and has the imprint of the Emperor's soul, right under their noses. What the hell? It really is what the hell. It's so weird. Hengkong human king, is it really the work of the strong men from your Heng heavenly world? If so, please take it out as soon as possible. The human king seal is the treasure of the origin of the realm. You are not the blood of the Feng family, and you are not even the eternal human race. Unless you can really destroy the eternal human race and annex the origin of the great realm, you will not be able to activate. Someone else spoke up to dissuade Hengkong human king. Although he was a little bit unbelievable, he began to suspect that it was someone from Heng heavenly world who did something wrong. After all, it was too much of a coincidence. It really is the eternal human king seal. Chu Tian murmured to himself. His heart was also shocked, and he integrated his will into the small space of the Chaos Spirit Pearl. He suddenly saw a black seal floating in the sky, exuding an ancient and great aura. The human race's treasure, the human king seal, is a treasure that has been passed down from the mythical era. It is said that if there were no 9 human king seals, the human race would have probably been extinct during the period of division. Chapter 189. Crazy and powerful King Chu Tian. Could it be that because the realm bead devoured the origin power and directly opened up a space created by the origin power in my mind, the human king seal thought that I was the most suitable owner for it? I'm afraid that's the case. This is the only way to explain it. The 9 human king seals suppress the 9 realms of the human race and connect the 9 realms' original powers. Even the human kings of each realm can only barely communicate with the original powers of each realm through the human king seals. But now, I have directly opened up a space in my body with the original power. This is 10,000 times more righteous than the human king bloodline of the Feng family. Chu Tian was somewhat shocked, and suddenly realized that as the human king seal entered his mind, the original power drawn by the boundary bead suddenly accelerated and continued to merge into the space. His current realm is far from being able to touch the realm of the original power, but under Chu Tian's powerful mental induction, he can feel that a mysterious and great power is quietly but comprehensively cleansing his spirit and enriching his foundation. Moreover, he was already extremely powerful at this time, with a physical strength of 50 million kilograms. Without absorbing any external power, he began to improve silently. 0.50.5 million caddies, 51 million caddies, 52 million caddies. You know, most of the original power drawn by the boundary bead has entered the space of the Chaos Spirit bead. This is probably less than 1/10,000th of the original power, or even 100,000th. But just like that, Chu Tian's abnormally powerful Chaos Demon God visualization technique body began to improve again. Buzz. It was at this time that Chu Tian felt that his spiritual realm was constantly improving under the cleansing of the dissipated original power. It might not take long before he could reach the soul refining 10th layer. There were even secret treasures, which were broken into one by one at a moderately fast and slow pace. My understanding of the various apex-level divine abilities seems to be deepening, and the Wan Dao Ding is becoming more complete. Chu Tian was extremely shocked by the miraculous performance of the original power. This wisp of dissipated original power could bring him such great benefits without making a sound. This simply means that even if he does nothing now, his strength will continue to increase dramatically by relying on the power of the origin absorbed by the boundary bead. The power of origin, the myriad worlds, the vast starry sky, the most supreme energy, gave birth to the myriad worlds, gave birth to all things, gave birth to countless races and spirits. Chu Tian even felt that the realm improvement brought about was probably only what he could perceive now. It is very likely that there are many functions that he cannot perceive, such as making his foundation deeper, improving his understanding and potential, etc. Because his current realm is too low, he has not yet reached the realm where he can touch the original power, but by chance, he has opened up an original world in his body. This is simply the energy that belongs to the Creator, the God of creation. I'm afraid that he will have to reach a certain realm before he can truly discover the effectiveness and great power of this small world. Because the original small world is in the Chaos Spirit Pearl, in his mind, he can even faintly feel that this original small world seems to contain something earth-shattering. Chu Tian tried to explore this small world with his mind, but all he could see was a chaotic fog. Boom. But at this moment, Chu Tian suddenly felt a terrifying murderous intent erupting, accompanied by a terrible collision. His consciousness immediately left his mind and looked into the crack in the void boundary. His pupils suddenly shrank slightly. I saw that my father, King Chu Tian, had actually already rushed into the eternal royal court with murderous intent. A vast 12-clawed silver dragon entanglement was hovering behind him, making a terrifying dragon roar and punching the ancient dragon emperor. I will use your life to pay tribute to Tuo Lao. King Chu Tian's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his voice was low and hoarse, revealing a sense of hysteria, like a crater of a volcano that had been suppressed for too long. The intense anger had been suppressed in his heart, and at this moment he unexpectedly took the ancient dragon emperor as the object of venting his anger. Want to start a war? I, the Shungshan sect, will accompany you to the end. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Apex-level dragon-shaped divine abilities manifested one after another, with hundreds of the most powerful dragon races appearing around King Chu Tian, winding and circling, tearing through the void, and suppressing the ancient dragon emperor. King Chu Tian was terrifyingly powerful. He used his dragon-shaped divine ability, and the aftermath penetrated the endless void, causing the entire eternal court to tremble and causing palaces to collapse. His eyes were full of bloodshot, and he made the ancient dragon emperor roar continuously. His dragon scales shattered, and his black dragon body, which was as winding as a mountain range, kept breaking into pieces, and dragon blood splattered. King Chu Tian, you are too arrogant. You actually dared to kill me in the royal court of the eternal human realm. Everyone, why don't you take action? The Heavenly World series of actions, and the theft of the human king seal, are a violation of the dignity of my heavenly world. One could faintly hear a suffocating tremor in the ancient dragon emperor's voice, as if there was a hint of fear, as if the strength displayed by King Chu Tian frightened him. Has King Chu Tian gone mad? Someone asked in a horrified voice. He actually charged directly into the eternal king's court. Is he seeking death? This guy's strength is so abnormal that even if the eternal king's court wants to kill him, it will probably have to pay a huge price. No wonder the Shungshan sect dared to kill the dragon race messenger. I heard that King Chu Tian's wife is even more powerful than him. The Nine Realms competition is about to be held. Are Heavenly World and Eternal World really going to start a war? I don't think so. There is no deep blood feud between the two worlds. To start a war between the two worlds for a dragon race messenger, only the sects and forces in the two worlds are crazy. The eternal human king is helping the dragon race inheritance so much because he has a great feud with the holy heavenly sect. Unless the heavenly world really attacks the eternal king's court, the realm war will not begin. The forces in the eternal realm are too complicated. Not to mention other forces, the sacred land, which ranks first in terms of individual units, has always been at odds with the Kangoo Dragon Court. They have fought countless battles. How could they possibly help them go to war with the Shungshan sect? If we start a domain war among the human race because of the death of a dragon race, our human race will become the laughing stock of the myriad worlds. It seems that Heng Heavenly World is going to die to protect Sheng Tian Zong. We have done what we should do and tried our best. Chapter 190 You're bullying me too much. The human kings discussed privately, discussing various possibilities. Even though the 9 realms were constantly fighting overtly and covertly, and killing each other was the norm, a realm war would start, and it was for a dragon race messenger, which no one wanted to see. Moreover, a war between the 2 realms might even affect the holding of the 9 realms competition, affect their interests, and might even drag them into the battle. Second uncle, third uncle, notify the 3 major families, the Council of Elders, and the sect's top leaders to mobilize the sect and prepare for war. Chu Tian's eyes were calm, and he turned to Chu Tianyan and Chu Tianxing and said, "The eternal human race wants to fight, and has bullied our heavenly human race. They even created the human king seal issue, and want to continue to smear our heavenly human race. Then, as the heavenly world, our Shungshan sect will do its duty. In that case, let's fight." Chu Tian's voice was calm and indifferent, resounding through the sky and echoing throughout the Shungshan sect. Within the Shungshan sect, many of the supreme elders, the Council of Elders, the sect's top leaders, and even the 3 apex-level families began to emit a terrifying aura. Buzz. Chu Tianyan, who was covered in blood, brandished his sword and grinned, "Then let's kill as much as we can today. It's not enough to just kill a dragon from divine sect." Chu Tianxing's eyebrows glowed with blood-red lightning, his voice was cold and full of majesty. "All the people of Shungshan sect, listen up. Sect Master Panzong has been killed by Heavenly King Emperor Venerable. According to the succession order of the sect, before the new sect master takes office, the deputy sect master will act as the sect master. I am the acting deputy suzerain appointed by Heavenly King Emperor Venerable himself, and I will now be acting on behalf of the suzerain. The Eternal Royal Court, the Ancient Dragon Court, have slandered and insulted our heavenly human race and our holy heavenly sect. In this case, our Shungshan sect has no reason to fear a battle. I hereby declare that the entire sect is preparing for war. I have issued a general mobilization order. All 108 counties and 58,460 major cities of the Holy Heaven sect are to prepare for war. The most powerful of the Holy Heaven sect are ready to go to the Eternal King's court with me to welcome the return of Heavenly King Emperor Venerable. According to the ancestral precepts of the Shungshan sect, the sect will never give up on a strong person." As soon as Chu Tianxing finished speaking, a breath of fear began to fill the sky. Warring states and murderous spirits were rampant. Deep in the Shungshan sect, an ancient aura began to revive. The sect's general mobilization order means a life and death battle in which all the sect's strength will be deployed. This has only happened a few times in the history of the Shungshan sect. Even the dragon-slaying divine sect only dispatched the war affairs hall and a part of the Chu family and the sect's resources. Heavenly human race, you guys are going too far. The eternal human king roared in anger, with the fire of the emperor's soul burning all over his body. He had been searching for the human king's seal for such a long time but could not find any trace of it. He never expected that before he could get angry, King Chu Tian would directly charge into the royal court and kill the ancient dragon emperor. The Shungshan sect also began a general mobilization. Even that little brat popped up again and said that he lost the human king's seal on purpose in order to throw dirty water on the heavenly human race. Damn it, you little b****************, d, who do you think I am, a dog from dragon race? The eternal human king was furious, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he roared, "My eternal royal court and the dragon race are allies. We are helping the 8 inheritances of the dragon race. How could we possibly joke about the human king's seal, the family treasure?" But at this moment, among the strongest people in heavenly world, deep, cold, and murderous voices began to sound. "Human king, heavenly star emperor venerable, our Kamikaze Valley is ready and can go out to fight at any time." Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable said in a cold voice, "Everyone knows that the human king's seal is connected to the original power of a world, and it is impossible to lose it out of thin air. Even you, the eternal human king, took the initiative to tear up the 9 worlds agreement and came to our heavenly world to cause trouble, but you still said that we, the strongest people of the heavenly human race, took away your human king's seal. This is too much. Do you really think that we, heavenly world, can let you bully us? Then let's fight." The Weapon King sect master also shouted angrily, "That's right, unscrupulous and lawless, this guy really thinks he can cover the sky with one hand, treat everyone as fools, fight to the eternal ancestor court, and destroy his mother's Feng family. Let's see if this so-called human king family is really invincible. Yeah, FK him. I have endured this for a long time. In the 9 realms competition, the younger generation couldn't beat them, but we old guys have never been afraid of his eternal human race. The strongest people in heavenly world also began to. My Hengtian ancestral temple has been silent for too long, causing many people to forget that my Heng heavenly world has never been afraid of anyone since the mythical era, and even interfered with the internal affairs of my Heng heavenly world. There were traces of bloodshot in the old eyes of the Hengkong human king. He stretched out his big hand, covering the sky and the sun, and directly covered the eternal human king underneath. I am not interested in the eternal human king seal, and I don't want to know where it is. Feng Changhao, I don't need the human king seal to kill you. You yourself sent the human king seal into my heavenly world, meddled in my affairs, colluded with Hell Valley, planted spies in my Hengtian ancestral temple, and stole a Hengtian temple left by the ancestor. You are so ignorant of your own life and death. The voice of the human king Hengkong was like thunder from heaven. Now, you have made the human king seal disappear. What kind of drama are you trying to put on with me? Do you think I am an idiot who knows nothing? Feng Changhao, you are an idiot and a fool. You are a shameless dog of the dragon race, a scum who can only wag his tail and beg for mercy from other races, and a disgrace to the human race. The king of Hengkong blocked out the sky with his huge hand, crushed the sky, and covered Feng Changhao. At the same time, he issued an order: everyone in the heavenly world obeys my orders. Since the eternal world wants to fight, then I, the heavenly human race, have never been afraid of anyone. War. Tao Venerable, you will immediately take my human king order and lead a 10,000-man Hengtian guard of the ancestral court to rush to the starry sky and destroy the Hell Valley. The powerful Kangji Yu Long Ting who are accompanying and protecting you, as well as any forces from the eternal human realm, will all be destroyed by me. You must take back the Hengtian palace at all costs. There was an endless amount of cold murderous intent in the voice of King Hengkong. Your command. Tianyan Dao Venerable glanced at Feng Changhao coldly and said indifferently, Feng Changhao, if you want to be a dog for the aliens, this is not the way to be one. You really make me feel pity. You really think that your Feng family is invincible. You teamed up with the 8 dragon race inheritances and made up an incident of the human king seal being lost, so that you can bully our Heng heavenly world at will. Act recklessly. Buzz. As soon as the words fell, Tianyan Dao Venerable disappeared from the spot in an instant, and a cold voice rang out, Siheng Holy Sect has made all preparations for the war. You, Feng Changhao's face turned pale, his blood was surging, he felt extremely aggrieved and angry, and suddenly he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Heng heavenly world, you have gone too far in bullying me. Chapter 191 He can't figure it out, you have insulted and slandered me so much. Do you really think that I, the eternal human race, dare not fight a life and death battle with you, the heavenly human race? Feng Changhao's eyes were full of bloodshot. Facing the many powerful people in Heng heavenly world, their attitude was like an adult scolding a child, coupled with the loss of the human king seal. He almost collapsed. He can't figure it out. It was obvious that he had gained the support of the heavenly dragon emperor and the recognition of the human race, and his prestige and strength had been unprecedentedly improved. This time was even more unprecedented, as he directly won over the human kings of the other 7 realms to suppress heavenly world together. How come the situation has been reversed without us noticing? It should have been him who was suppressing the constant suffocation in heavenly world, but it became him who was struggling every step of the way. Everyone, why don't you come down yet? The eternal human king roared, and turned to look at the eternal royal court. Most of those powerful people were watching indifferently. Except for the beginning, they seemed to take action for him and bombarded the boundary barrier, but now they all seem to be blind. Now that the boundary barrier is gone, they no longer come and are just expressing their support with their mouths. At this time, the demon Saint Lord, who was standing in front of the many powerful people in the eternal king's court, suddenly raised his head, his dark red eyes flashing with brilliance, and said, Human king, the situation has developed to this extent. I want to ask you a question. Is that okay? Master Demon Saint, your demon sacred land is one of the strongest sects in our eternal human realm. If you have any questions, can you allow me to answer them one by one in time? Feng Changhao's blood was flowing backwards, and he almost vomited blood again, but he had to suppress his anger and said hoarsely, Now, please come with me to find the human king seal, otherwise, the interests of my eternal human world will suffer unprecedented damage, and it will not be of any benefit to your sacred land. Human king, it's not that my inner demon sacred land is unwilling to contribute to the greater world. It's just that I don't want to send the strong men and disciples in the sect to die in such an unclear way. The demon saint glanced at Chu Tian vaguely with his dark red eyes, as if he didn't understand what the eternal human king meant. He said coldly, "My eternal human realm is an ancient clan ranked 92nd in the myriad worlds, and even once broke into the top 80. Even if we are not as powerful as the mythical dragon race, when did we become a pawn of the dragon race? For the life and death of a mere dragon race envoy and a dragon race affiliated inheritance sect from the outside world, we are willing to risk offending a fellow human race world and even risk a life and death battle. The human king even threatened to lose the human king seal and forced our sect to cross the border and fight a life and death battle with the eternal heavenly world. The human king's behavior is really incomprehensible to this Saint Lord, and I'm afraid it is also a common question in the hearts of the powerful people in the world." At this time, with the demon Saint Lord leading the way, another middle-aged fat man in a gray robe stood up and frowned, saying, "Human king, the demon Saint Lord's words are also the question in my heart. What benefits did dragon race give you that made you sacrifice the interests of my eternal human realm at such a cost?" That's right. If the 8 dragon race inheritances including Kangji Yu Long Ting joined forces and spared no expense, we could understand. But they only asked the human kings of their respective realms to come forward to exert pressure. Why did you, the human king, show up alone? You spared no expense and even hid the clan's most precious treasure, the human king seal. A tall and thin middle-aged man frowned and asked, "What exactly do you want, human king?" As the human king of the royal court, you are the representative sent by the Feng family this generation. You should put the interests of the world first. But now you are risking the interests of the eternal human race to fight for the dragon race. Following the lead of the heart demon saint, many powerful people could no longer hold back and began to speak out. We are not children anymore. We all represent the interests of an ancient sect or a big family. The eternal human king is the one they put forward to represent the interests and majesty of an entire world. But now, the way they act is as if they were children playing house. It was only because the Feng family had been kings for generations and had great majesty that they had suppressed the thoughts in their hearts before. But now, with the demon Saint Lord taking the lead, many powerful people could no longer endure it. The kings of the other 7 realms only agreed to come forward to give dragon race some face and make a gesture. But for the sake of Kangji Yu Long Ting, you agreed to dragon race to cross the realm and fight to the death with Heng Heavenly World. What are you trying to achieve? Even if you have benefits, why should everyone help you cross the border and fight for dragon race? You guys, Feng Changhao couldn't bear it any longer and spat out another large mouthful of blood, trying hard to suppress the raging anger in his heart. He understood that the inner demon sacred land and the Kangji Yu dragon court had always been at odds and had fought many times, but he never expected that the inner demon sacred land would be so disregarding of the overall situation and humiliating him in public, leaving him with a difficult situation. He didn't want it to turn out like this. Everything was in his plan. As long as the Dragon Divine sect successfully escaped to the Eternal Realm, and as long as the Hell Valley successfully contributed the Hengtian Palace to the Eternal Royal Court, he would have made an unprecedented contribution. But who knew that the development of the situation was completely beyond his expectations? Facing the questions from many powerful people, Feng Changhao breathed heavily, but he had to respond, roaring, "The many dragon race inheritances, I am here to save the Dragon Divine sect in compliance with the promise of the Dragon Emperor. Why don't you show up yet? Fentian Dragon Palace, Zanming Long Yuan, why haven't you appeared yet? We clearly agreed that we would suppress Heng Heavenly World together. Do you want me to face all this alone?" But his roar echoed, but there was no response for a long time, which made him feel disheartened. What's going on? Suddenly, he was shocked and looked at the many human kings. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "My fellow human kings, why haven't the many dragon races' powerful sects shown up? Please help me contact them. Dragon race and our eternal human realm are allies. This time, we will send the strongest true dragon to help our eternal human realm participate in the 9 realms competition. That is why I am trying my best to help dragon race save the Dragon Divine sect. Please ask them to show themselves and bear witness for this king." And Feng Changhao roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes sweeping over the many powerful people headed by the heart demon Saint Lord. "The human king's seal is really gone. I am not a dog of the dragon race, but an ally. This time, the dragon race will help my eternal human realm and win the first place in the 9 realms competition. It will be of incredible benefit to the entire eternal human race." Everyone, please believe me. I am willing to guarantee with my integrity that if even one word is false, heaven will immediately punish me and destroy me physically and spiritually. But after he finished speaking, the place remained silent. He seemed to have become a big joke. The eternal human king was cold and stiff all over. He stared blankly at the many human kings. Some of them turned to look at the demon Saint Lord and others in the royal court. At this time, no one was willing to help him or believe him. Chapter 192, didn't they say they were going to start a war? Where are the people? He. Feng Changhao, at this point, don't you admit that you are a huge joke? To be a dog for the dragon race to this extent, you are the only one among the human races of all time. Chu Tian uttered a faint laugh, his calm eyes swept across the sky, his eyes of heaven swept across the realm, and he stared at the demon saint for 3 seconds, and immediately understood something. It seems that Ren Yuxuan has already arranged everything for him as he said. The influence of Ren Yusen, the daughter of the demon king of the heart demon race, was somewhat beyond his expectations. She was able to make the heart demon sacred land, the first great sacred land of the eternal human realm, betray the eternal human king and confront the royal court in person, making the eternal human king lose face. This is just like in the heavenly world, when the king of Hengkong was surrounded by enemies, but Tao Venerable, the Holy Lord of Mercy, took the lead in saying that the king of Hengkong was a dog of an alien race, and brought a group of powerful people to question him. You have to know that the human kings of the 9 realms all have extremely ancient heritage, great majesty, huge family influence, and their own strength is also unparalleled. However, the demon saint still obeyed Ren Yuxuan's orders, even at the cost of offending the eternal king, which was beyond Chu Tian's expectations. However, with the words of demon saint Lord, the situation was completely reversed. Chu Tian sighed in his heart about this. Ren Yusen, the daughter of the demon emperor and the Tianxin original demon physique, was simply a huge gift from God to him. In the original plot, why did the original owner rather die than receive this gift from God, and would rather have her entire family killed, just for the so-called innate Tao body, Lu Yun? If he had obtained Ren Yuxuan's help and the help of the sacred land in the eternal human realm, the eternal human king Feng Changhao would not have been able to poison King Chu Tian in the Sin realm. With the help of Heavenly World's heart demon sect, how could the Chu family be wiped out? With a good hand of trump cards, it was impossible for the Chu family to be exterminated. However, a miracle happened and the Chu family was exterminated, allowing the Yi family to occupy the Shengxian sect. Unbelievable. How can people be so stupid? You little beast, you keep mocking me. Do you know the difference between superiors and subordinates? Feng Changhao's eyes became even redder after being mocked by a child in public again. But this time, he didn't dare to be as impulsive as before. Mainly, he was a little scared. If the heavenly king suddenly tried to kill him, or if he was besieged by so many powerful people in heavenly world, he doubted whether the demon Saint Lord and other powerful people would take action. He had no doubt about this before, because he was the human king who represented the dignity and interests of a world. As long as his life was threatened, the strongest person of the eternal human race would definitely take action no matter what alien forces were behind it. But now, after experiencing this series of blows, he felt unsure. I am one of the 9 human kings left over from the mythical era, a descendant of the eternal queen, and the most ancient and noble bloodline of the human race. The strongest people in your heavenly world must bow and salute me when they see me. Why don't you have any manners, you green boy? Didn't Heavenly King Emperor Venerable teach you etiquette? Feng Changhao shouted angrily, scolding Chu Tian. At this moment, inside the eternal royal court, many of the strongest men of the eternal human race were so frightened that they strongly suspected that Feng Changhao had lost his mind. As a king, it is so disrespectful for him to be so mean to a child. Is this the human king of my eternal human race? The heart demon Saint Lord muttered to himself, whether intentionally or unintentionally, what on earth did the Feng family bring to us this generation? How important is the position of the human king? How sad. Now, I don't know if the human king seal is really lost. If it's really lost, many powerful people were shocked and their pupils contracted violently. What if the human king seal is really lost? You know, the power of origin is the most important thing to break through Emperor Venerable. Even after breaking through Emperor Venerable, a large amount of power of origin is needed to practice. The most fundamental reason why the human king is the human king and can be respected by all major forces is that he holds the human king seal, can communicate and absorb the original power, and reward it to the major forces. Even if the major forces do not obey orders, they will maintain their decency and supply massive resources to the royal court on time in exchange. Both sides get what they need and maintain a tacit understanding and a delicate balance. No way, the human king seal is a treasure of the origin of the realm, it communicates with the origin of the whole realm, how could it disappear out of thin air? The tall and thin middle-aged man smiled with difficulty. Master Demon Saint, your words are a bit sensational. That's right, the heavenly world does not have the ability to suppress the human king seal. If it could, the human king seal of the 9 worlds would not have been in control since the mythical era and never lost. Many powerful people also spoke out. Then wait until our human king finishes his acting and works hard for Dragon Race, and then comes back to confirm it. Demon Saint Lord said in a low voice, I also hope that this is just a big joke played by the human king on us. Demon Saint sighed softly, our human king is like a child who never grows up. Everyone, please go and save the ancient dragon emperor. Otherwise, he will probably be beaten to death by King Chu. After all, he is a member of our eternal human race. Although he has always believed that we are a lowly and inferior human race, not as great as the dragon race. Feng Changhao, your words are so childish that they make me want to laugh. Chu Tian's voice was calm and indifferent. I feel distressed that the human race has a human king like you, and I feel pity for the eternal human race in the hundreds of billions of human races. Do you know why many human kings didn't speak, and why many dragon races have only been passed down to this day with only voices but no traces? Because they are first the sect of my human race, and then the force that has inherited the dragon race. It's fine that the dragon divine sect and the ancient dragon court can't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant, but you, a great human king, can't tell the difference between the deep and the shallow. It's really pitiful and sad. Chu Tian's eyes were calm, but they were filled with a strong sense of coldness. It's a pity that my parents didn't kill you at the ruins of myriad worlds, but let you go back, causing the eternal human race to suffer such a humiliation. Feng Changhao's eyes widened angrily. What happened in the ruins of myriad worlds was an eternal pain in his heart. A terrifying murderous intent flashed in his eyes, little beast, you. Buzz. But in an instant, an even more terrifying evil spirit enveloped him. Feng Changhao, if you want to die in my Heng heavenly world, you can try it. The Hengtong human king's voice was indifferent, and murderous aura filled the sky. Didn't you say you wanted to start a war? I, heavenly world, have made all preparations to fight. The rift in the realm has also opened. Should I kill you, the human king, right here? What about the dragon race masters you mentioned, the 8 dragon race inheritances, or the blue dragon race dragon emperor? Chapter 193 Big Brother is busy, how can I not come, Hengtong, you? Feng Changhao's eyes were bloodshot and he growled. A strong sense of shame filled his entire body and mind, making him almost go crazy. We are not done with the matter of the lost human king seal. If you do not return the human king seal, my eternal royal court and the Feng family will fight you to the death. Goodbye. Feng Changhao's eyes were full of bloodshot. He also understood that if he continued to stay here, he would suffer more humiliation and contempt, and even if he used all means, he could not find any trace of the eternal human king seal. Leave. Chu Tian's calm voice resounded. Did my Shengxian sect let you go? Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Tianwang tore through the void, holding a huge blue dragon skull in one hand and a blue dragon tendon in the other hand, and walked out of it across the boundary crack, with terrifying evil spirit raging. Behind him in time and space, many powerful people in the eternal human world surrounded the dying ancient dragon emperor, giving him the power of origin to prolong his life. He was covered in blood, his head and the dragon ball were cut off by Chu Tianwang, and even the dragon tendon was pulled out by Chu Tianwang. If the Demon Saint Lord had not arrived at the last moment with many powerful people to maintain the dignity of the eternal human race, he, the Lord of the Dragon Court and the honorary deputy patriarch of the Kang dragon race, would have been killed by King Chu Tian in the royal court of the eternal realm. But even so, King Chu Tian managed to fight his way out of the encirclement and blocked Feng Changhao, who was about to leave. Boom! The Kanglong tendon was swung by King Chu Tian, like a dark red thunder, exploding the void and slamming towards the eternal human king. Feng Changhao, do you think that the death of my Chu family's demon slave can be let go just like that? King Chu Tian's voice was like thunder, carrying a strong murderous aura and killing intent. The dragon tendons lashed Feng Changhao's face and body with the force of 10,000 tons of thunder, bringing up a large piece of flesh and blood. His face was torn open, and his flesh and blood were blurred. For the human king of a world, this was an extremely huge humiliation, much more serious than the previous time when Feng Chenghao's soul projection was slapped to pieces by the human king Hengkong. Because this is the true body of the eternal human king. Moreover, King Hengkong is the king of a world, and his status is equal to Feng Chenghao. But King Chu Tian, no matter how powerful he is ultimately only a deputy leader of a sect, and there is a huge gap in status. This is like Chu Tian, a saint child of a prestigious sect, being whipped in the face by a core disciple of another family in public. The sensation was simply earth-shattering. Boom! In an instant, from the depths of the eternal royal court, waves of earth-shaking aura erupted. It was the Feng family, an ancient family that had been passed down since the mythical era. The strong men in the family could no longer suppress it. Everyone, no matter what mistakes the human king made, he represents the face of our world. Now that he is being treated like this in public, how can my eternal human race have the face to survive in the myriad worlds? An ancient and deep voice sounded from the depths of the royal court. Millions of eternal guards, listen up. Immediately prepare for cross-border battles and save the human king. Another ancient voice sounded at the same time. Before, no matter how Feng Chenghao was accused, after all, no one in Heng Heavenly World took action against him, so the Eternal Royal Court did not want to confront Heng Heavenly World head-on under such circumstances. But now, the situation has changed suddenly. In the Eternal Royal Court, waves of terrifying aura have revived. Millions of elite eternal guards of the eternal human race have appeared, wearing silver armor, holding red-tasseled spears, and carrying murderous aura. It seems that they can cross the boundary at any time and kill into the eternal heavenly world. In the deep void of the eternal court, an ancient and powerful being has awakened. King Chu, how dare you be so bold? Feng Chenghao roared like crazy. Do you think I am still the same me in the myriad worlds, allowing you to trample and humiliate me? Now I am the king of a world, and you dare to slap me in the face. You are finished, completely finished. No one in the myriad worlds can save you. King Chu Tian's eyes were bloodshot and murderous intent filled the air. He didn't even bother to glance at what was happening in the eternal royal court. He simply slapped Feng Chenghao to suppress him. The Taihuang Tianlong seal condensed into his body, crushing the void, and a dragon roar shook the sky. Shaoshan is right, I should have killed you directly in the ruins of myriad worlds. Why did I kill Tuo Lao? I want to kill you. Who in all the myriad worlds can save you? Boom, boom, boom. King Chu Tian, do you really think that I am not your opponent now? I was just careless just now. Feng Chenghao directly reversed time and space, as if freezing time. As the human king, he held the human king's seal and had been in contact with the original power for many years. His strength had become terrifyingly strong. Second uncle, third uncle, let's start the fight. Chu Tian said in a calm and cold voice. The death of Tuo Lao is a huge loss to our Shungshan sect. This matter will never end like this unless it is resolved. And the moment he finished speaking, the voice of the Hengkong human king also resounded through the void. Hengtian guards, move out. Boom. In the distant Hengtian ancestral temple, an iron-blooded aura erupted. Millions of Hengtian guards wearing blood-red armor and holding dark red scimitars stepped out of the ancestral temple, and the aura of Blood Fiend reached the sky. The teleportation formation was activated, and millions of Hengtian guards appeared directly in the cracks of the realm, confronting the eternal guards. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Apex-level sects across Hengtian continent also began to activate the teleportation array, and the 200,000 elite warriors from the Divine Wind Valley arrived first. The Holy Heavenly Sect is the strongest sect in the Hengtian continent. It has been humiliated for no reason. This matter concerns the face and dignity of our Heng Heavenly human race. Spirit Wind Emperor Venerable appeared beside Chu Tianxing and said coldly, in this battle, I, the God Wind Valley, will give my all and support you to the end. Boom. The next moment, 200,000 shirtless men holding black hammers from the Qi Wang sect arrived, and the air was filled with a majestic and powerful aura. My Qi Wang sect must help with this matter. When is it time for outsiders to interfere in the internal affairs of Heng Heavenly World? The leader of the Qi Wang sect grinned, stood side by side with Chu Tianyan, and took out a 3-meter-long purple hammer. The sky was constantly fluctuating, and the strongest men led the elite men of the sects to arrive one after another. Siheng Holy Sect is here. The void was torn apart, and the first person to walk out was a shiny little bald man. He was full of energy and had his nose pointed upwards, but it was a pity that his hair was not flying. He was grinning, and the corners of his mouth almost reached behind his ears. "Brother, if you have something to do, how can I not come?" Inside the crack, powerful men from the Sihang holy sect stood densely, staring coldly at the eternal royal court with murderous aura. Heavenly human race has used practical actions to tell the outside world that what many apex-level sects say about being ready to fight is not just talk. Everyone, prepare to fight alongside this king into the eternal human realm. Everlasting heavenly human race, never afraid of battle. The old face of Hengkong human king was stern. When he raised his hand, a blood-red Fang Tian Huaji appeared in his hand. Chapter 194 Dragon blood spreads across the sky. Since the mythical era, my Heng family has led all the people of the heavenly world in every bloody battle, and we have never been afraid of your eternal human world. Buzz. The Fang Tian Huaji was flowing with blood and dark red light, as if it wanted to break away from Emperor Venerable's hand and rush out to drink blood. A slight vibration would cause the sky to collapse. Emperor Venerable of Hengkong holds a Fang Tian Huaji and stands in front of Heng Heavenly World. He wears a crown and a black robe. Behind him are many apex-level sects of Heng Heavenly World, headed by Shungshan sect and Sihang Shengzong. Feng family, if the Eternal Queen was still alive and knew that you betrayed the human race and allowed the alien forces to invade the eternal human race, even if the Eternal Queen and my Heng family's ancestors were at odds, I'm afraid she would turn around and wipe you out first. In the mythical era, our human race was once the invincible mythical overlord standing at the top of the myriad races. The dragon, phoenix, and Kirin were merely the auspicious totems of our human race. But now, even though our human race has been declining for many years, you, as a descendant of the 9 great kings of the human race and a descendant of the Eternal Queen, are willing to be a pawn and a lapdog for the dragon race. If you want to be a dog in the eternal human realm, that's your business, but if you want to drag me, the eternal heavenly world, to wag our tails and beg for mercy, that's just overthinking. In the cloudy and old eyes of Heavenly Emperor Heng, there was a strong murderous aura and fighting spirit. He swung the Fang Tian Huaji, and the dazzling blood-red light shook down the stars outside the domain. My Heng family has led the Heng heavenly human race since the mythical era. We have only one goal, and we have never concealed our goal. That is to unify the 9 realms and revive the glory of our human race in the mythical era. In ancient times, our ancestor, Heavenly Emperor, appeared out of nowhere and overwhelmed the myriad races. He tried to unify the 9 realms of the human race but failed, causing the heavenly human race to be feared by the myriad races. Your 8 realms have also been secretly targeting Heavenly World, but Heavenly World has never been afraid of fighting, and we have never resented our ancestor Heavenly Emperor in the slightest, because he is the great hero of heavenly human race since the mythical human sovereign. No, he is the great figure of the entire human race. Even if your 8 realms joined forces to invade, there are records in ancient books, but my Heng Heavenly World has never been afraid of fighting. Even if my Heng family fought until only 10 men, women, old and young were left, we have never led Heng Heavenly World to retreat even a single step. My Heng family's status as the king of the eternal human world was won with blood and the lives of generations of strong men. Feng Changhao, Feng family, you are a bunch of dogs who can only wag your tails and beg for mercy from foreign races. What can you compare with my Heng family and this king? The heavenly human king stepped into the crack of the realm, and the void of thousands of miles shook. The breath of blood fiend filled the air. After the mythical era, the heavenly human realm has nothing else but the courage to protect its own people. It will never allow the outside world or foreign races to interfere in the heavenly world at all. You son of ABCH Feng family, didn't you threaten to start a war? Chu Tianyun was covered in blood and grinning. Even though he was only half a step away from Emperor Venerable and even Chengxing's white tiger's sword was broken, he still stood at the front with Chu Tianxing, murderous aura rising to the sky. White tiger appeared from above his head, roaring to the sky, with boundless ferocity. Emperor Venerable Lingfeng, Sect Master Qiwang and other powerful men, brought with them powerful men from their own sects, hundreds of millions of powerful men, all roared in anger, shaking the sky, with fighting spirit boiling. The sound waves passed through the cracks in the realm and entered the eternal realm, causing the earth over there to collapse directly for millions of miles, mountains and rivers to collapse, and the universe to be torn apart. We are the holy Sihang sect, so why should we fear a battle? The little bald Huime shouted, her eyes sparkling, and she stepped to Chu Tian's side. She stole a glance at her cousin Huime who was standing at the entrance of the main hall of Saint Emperor Peak, and whispered, "Brother, wasn't my appearance and speech on behalf of Saint Emperor just now very handsome? This time, I think my cousin can look at me with a higher opinion of me. Chu Tian remained silent. Ever since he knew that this guy was a lawless and arrogant person in the original plot, and that he was just trying to gain the attention of Saint Ashilian, he always thought Huime was pitiful. Why bother? Buzz. Chu Tian looked up at the sky, the eye of heaven glowed, and suddenly he saw endless blood rain falling, and a huge black shadow covered the sky. Boom. Suddenly, a huge and winding black dragon body fell from the sky, slammed heavily into the earth, and crushed a mountain. The endless blood rain falling from the sky was actually the blood of the blue dragon. Bang, 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 there were constant wailing sounds, as dragon bodies and even corpses of the human race fell from the sky. Some of the blood was dark in color, glowing green, and was extremely toxic. It was clearly the blood of the powerful poison masters of the Hell Valley. Kang Ming Dragon Lord, bloodthirsty poison lord. A powerful person looked up at the sky with horror in his eyes, and saw that the Holy Lord of Mercy, Tao Venerable, had penetrated the distance of time and space, raised a huge palace with one hand, and returned to the eternal heavenly world. Behind him, there were tens of thousands of Hengtian guards wearing dark red armor, full of murderous aura and their blood-stained scimitars. Reporting to the human king, all 160,000 people in Hell Valley have been annihilated, not a single one is left alive. From the Kangji Dragon Court, 1 Emperor Venerable, 3 half-step Emperor Venerables, and 30,000 divine kings and below, all of their escorts were killed. Tianyan Dao Venerable, his clothes not stained with blood, landed on top of the winding and vast blue dragon body, holding the Yuntian divine sword in one hand. His voice was indifferent, with a strong murderous aura. Now, the sky was already dead silent, and all the human kings were in the eternal royal court, in silence. Faintly, in the eternal royal court, the might of the eternal guards seemed to have weakened a bit, as if suppressed by the soaring fighting spirit of the Hengtian guards. Deep in the eternal royal court, many mysterious strong men had revived and seemed to be fighting to the death to protect the human king Feng Changhao, but at this moment, the momentum suddenly came to a stalemate. The heavenly world put up a huge display, but inside the eternal human world, apart from the Feng family and a few other forces like the Kangji Long-Ting, there was almost no reaction and it was dead silent. Puff. Deep in the royal court, the ancient dragon emperor, who had just regained his human form, was so angry that he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of dragon blood and roared, "I am so angry too." His heart was bleeding. In a short period of time, 2 contemporary dragon lords of Kangji Long-Ting, one died at the hands of the Chu family, and the other died at the hands of Tianyan Dao Venerable. There are also 30,000 dragon court elites sent out. King Chu Tian had his dragon tendons pulled out, his dragon head cut off, and his dragon ball taken away, causing him to suffer heavy damage to his vitality, foundation, and strength. He was even in danger of falling back to a lower realm. Even though Kangji Long-Ting had an ancient heritage and profound foundation, it could not withstand such a heavy loss. To say that its vitality was seriously damaged would be an understatement. In the sky, King Chu Tian was extremely powerful. The Taihuang Tianlong seal crushed the sky. The silver light was as mighty as a waterfall from the sky. Feng Changhao's body was constantly exploded and reassembled. He roared continuously, vomited blood, and his hair was disheveled. Anyone could see that King Chu Tian was truly trying to kill him, and if Feng Changhao was a weaker Emperor Venerable, he would have been killed long ago. But even so, faced with the huge battle array put up by Heng Heavenly World, there was not a single powerful person in the Eternal King's court who dared to break into Heng Heavenly World to help their own human king. Chapter 195 The Holy Spirit Arrives. Jia Wuya, do you still consider yourself a member of the eternal human realm? Is your sacred land still the sacred land of the eternal human race? The ancient dragon emperor roared, the heavenly world has already bullied our eternal human race. Even the human king is in danger. As the strongest sacred land in the eternal world, why don't you take action? In the eternal court, many powerful people were silent and turned their eyes to the old man in black robe in the front. He is none other than Jia Wuya, the sacred land lord of the eternal night, demon venerable. Long Pan, when you and the human king joined hands with the other dragon race inheritances to overwhelm heavenly world, you did not inform my inner demon sacred land. Jia Wuya had a blank expression on his face, but there was a devilish light flashing in his eyes. Now that you've caused a big trouble and can't handle it anymore, I want the entire eternal human race to back you up, and let my inner demon sacred land fight for you. I just want to ask one question, why? You didn't think of me when you had the advantage beforehand, and now you can't bear it anymore and ask us all to fight for you. Is there such a heaven-defying truth in the myriad worlds? Your Kangji Yu Long Ting's sky-splitting dragon king killed a Chu family strongman, so your Kangji Yu Long Ting should be held responsible. If the human king wants to take the blame for you with his life, we can only sit back and watch. We can fight for the dignity and interests of the eternal human race, but we will not fight for you, the ancient dragon court, to protect the dragon race. Puff. The calamity is endless. We are from the same ancient sacred land. Your inner demon's sacred land is not even worthy of carrying shoes for the holy Sihang sect. The ancient dragon emperor Long Pan was furious, his dragon eyes were bloodshot, but he had nothing to say. The pupils of the other kings from all walks of life contracted violently when they saw this. No one expected that the conflicts within the eternal human realm would be so intense. The dignified human king Feng Changhao suffered such treatment, and the inner demon's sacred land turned a blind eye in order to suppress the Kangji Yu dragon court. Chu Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, thinking in his heart how to reward Ren Yuxuan after the war. This time, she did a really good job. She firmly controlled the inner demon's sacred land to assist him and did not cause trouble for the Shungshan sect. Feng Changhao was furious, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he roared at King Chu Tian. King Chu Tian, your Chu family also killed the head of the Kang Ancient Dragon Court War Hall, and he was a super powerful Emperor Venerable, the honorary elder of the Kang dragon race. Your Chu family only lost a servant who was on the verge of death. Even if he didn't die in the battle, he would die of old age in a few years. No matter how you look at it, your Chu family has made a big profit. What else do you want? It's just a black stink bug. It's a disgrace to the human race. How can it be compared with the strong men of my Chu family? Chu Tian's eyes were calm and cold, and the eye of heaven pierced through the void, saying, moreover, Tuo Lao is not a servant of my Chu family. He is a direct descendant of my Chu family and is the deputy patriarch. He has made great contributions to the Chu family. Feng Changhao, you'd better keep your mouth shut, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. You little b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** dagger, but his body was blown up again by Chu Tianwang's punch, and he reassembled his body from afar. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. The Chu family is the founding family of the most powerful sect. If there is a deputy clan leader of the venerable level, he has been paying attention to it. How could he not know? It is obvious that this little beast is trying to elevate Tuo Lao's status in order to take the opportunity to blackmail him. King Chu Tian, tell us your Chu family's conditions. What exactly do you want to end this dispute? Feng Changhao said in a hoarse voice. King Chu Tian's white hair fluttered in the wind. He was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan, and then looked at his son. Killing Wang Feng Changhao is obviously unrealistic. Invading the eternal human world is even more impossible. The eternal human realm is ranked higher than the current heavenly world. If we attack it, we will force the major forces in it to join forces and have a great battle with heavenly world. Chu Tianxing was silent for a moment, then said, Shaoshan, when Tuo Lao was alive, he loved you and Yunsheng the most. What do you think, Shaoshan? It's impossible to attack the eternal human realm and destroy the Kangoo Dragon Court now. We have set up a deterrent formation. They dare not attack us, but we cannot attack them either, otherwise the human king and Tao Venerable will not support us, and many forces will not follow us. Chu Tianyan's voice was hoarse as he transmitted a message to Chu Tian, as if he was afraid that Chu Tian would be impulsive and must destroy the Kangoo Dragon Court right now. The pressure of dragon race is still there. The 7 dragon race. Inheritances from other realms were simply suppressed by their respective human kings and prevented from interfering, but this did not mean that these forces no longer existed. The 7 world kings are not on the side of Heng Heavenly World, and have even been enemies. If Heng Heavenly World were to split internally or give in, they would probably have a different attitude now. The 3 Emperor Venerables on the heavenly ranking, Emperor Venerable Hengkong, Emperor Chu Tianwang, and Emperor Tianyan Dao Venerable, or in other words, the unprecedented unity of the Zuding, Shengshan sect, and Siheng Shengzong, suppressed their ambitions. If they had no intention of suppressing Heng Heavenly World, they would not have been persuaded by Feng Changhao and showed up together this time. At this time, holy light filled the sky, and a man covered in golden holy light whose face could not be seen walked out of the crack, followed by a woman in yellow carrying a purple coffin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The holy light was so vast and its pressure was so immense that the sky was shaking. Even though almost all the strongest people in heavenly world were present, this figure shrouded in golden holy light seemed to be the only one in the sky. His power was so terrifying and vast that even some emperor venerables were breathless, and it felt like they were looking up at a towering mountain. The holy god of sunlight, how could he appear in the eternal heavenly world? In the eternal king's court, an old emperor venerable cried out in horror, with deep fear in his eyes. In the eternal king's court, horror appeared in the eyes of many powerful people. The holy god of sunlight is a mythical legend in the myriad worlds. He has no name or surname, and no one knows where he came from or where his roots are. But soon after he was born, he seemed to have some conflicts with the dragon race. He single-handedly entered the dragon realm, beheaded a dragon emperor, and killed millions of dragon race. It is said that he even alarmed the mythical dragon emperor to take action personally, but still could not stop him and let him leave calmly. That battle shook the myriad worlds. No one knows his background, but when he walks, he is like a holy sun shining on the starry sky, so he is revered as the holy god of sunlight by the myriad worlds. He is an apex-level emperor venerable second only to the mythical level emperor of heavenly destiny. This strongest person has no roots and no origin, but possesses the strongest strength. He is simply a nuclear bomb of destruction. He has the ability to destroy any ethnic group after the top 100. Even the top 100 ethnic groups in myriad worlds would be terrified when facing him. After all, he is alone, free, and so powerful that he can kill countless people of your clan at any time, but you cannot pose the same threat to him. Therefore, no one wants to offend such a powerful apex-level independent cultivator. Chapter 196 Astronomical Figures, 3 Nails and 9 Bows. It was said that the Destiny Dragon Emperor personally came forward and reached a reconciliation with the Sunlight Saint. He also invited him to become an honorary guest elder of the dragon race and offered him a very high salary, but he was rejected by the Sunlight Saint. Demon Saint Lord Jia Wuya said in a low voice, "The holy god of sunlight, a person that even the demon king of the heart demon race has to treat seriously, suddenly appeared in the holy heaven sect. Is this the reason why the little princess asked the golden wolf demon venerable to pass on a death order to him, not allowing a conflict between the inner demon sacred land and the Shungshan sect to break out?" Feng Changhao's face turned pale as he looked at the girl in yellow carrying the purple coffin. Veins bulged on his neck. He wished he could snatch the purple coffin away and whip the corpse of the old camel sleeping inside it millions of times, until his bones were crushed to ashes, to relieve the hatred in his heart. But the Holy Spirit of Sunlight was right next to him, and even if he had 10,000 courage, he wouldn't dare to do anything. "Shaoshan, this is my sister's master, the Holy Spirit of Sunlight. This time he is here to take my sister to the Holy Land for training. My master said that her method may be able to save Grandpa Tuo." Facing Chu Tian, Chu Yunsheng spoke with the same bright smile as before, and seemed to have come over Tuo Lao's death. However, Chu Tian could see that she no longer had the innocence and liveliness of the past. "I have seen the Holy Spirit of Sunlight." Chu Tian looked calm and bowed, but he felt complicated inside. In the original plot, although this person accepted Chu Yunsheng as his apprentice, it was just a coincidence during their travels in the myriad worlds. After Chu Yunsheng turned into a killing demon soldier, he never showed up again. In other words, although he accepted Chu Yunsheng as his nominal disciple because of her natural holy bones, she was still in the probation period, but Chu Yunsheng failed to pass his examination. After transforming into a killing demon soldier, he was too lazy to get involved in the struggles within the sect, so the title of master and disciple became a thing of the past. But now, with the help of Chu Tian, Chu Yunsheng reversed Yi Feng's transformation into the killing demon cauldron, sublimated him to the nirvana realm, continued to evolve his holy bones, and honed his character, so he passed the probation period of the Sunlight Holy Spirit. Taisheng Yin Yang Great Tao, "I see, little guy, you are pretty good." A voice that could not be distinguished between male and female sounded in Chu Tian's ears. The holy god of sunlight actually knew the Taisheng Yin Yang Great Tao, and seemed to understand the affairs between the Taisheng Taoist clan and the Taisheng demon race. "Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, I came here because I sensed that the holy bone nirvana has been sublimated, but it still has flaws. I want to take Yunsheng to the divine domain to practice and polish it, and I came here specifically to ask if you agree." The Holy Spirit of Sunlight spoke to King Chu Tian, and suddenly, a huge hand stretched out, tearing the sky, penetrating the realm, and grabbing the ancient dragon emperor, who had been severely injured by King Chu Tian, like a small insect, across billions of miles between the two realms. Even dragon race doesn't dare to touch my disciple. How can you, a mere acquired azure dragon, have the courage? The voice of the holy god of sunlight was icy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flames of holy light burned fiercely, scorching the ancient dragon emperor, causing him to let out a shrill and painful dragon roar. Holy god, I. Buzz. The holy spirit of sunlight did not give the ancient dragon emperor a chance to explain. His dragon tendons were pulled out and his dragon balls were taken away. He had no power to resist and was instantly covered by the holy light. In a short moment, he was refined into a ball of life essence and was thrown into a purple coffin by the holy spirit of sunlight. In an instant, in the two worlds of Hengtian and Yongheng, many powerful people and the 9 great kings fell silent. Chu Tian's face was calm. He understood that this was because the holy god of sunlight acknowledged Chu Yunsheng as his disciple, so he took revenge for her. The root of everything comes from the extreme sublimation of Chu Yunsheng's holy bones, which is already excellent enough. To put it bluntly, this is a world where strength and talent are respected. Congratulations to the host for completely reversing the fate of Sister Chu Yunsheng, gaining the recognition of the Sunlight Holy Spirit, and obtaining the great opportunity to enter the divine domain. I will reward you with 300,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. Through a series of arrangements, you have killed the ancient dragon emperor and the sky-splitting dragon king, and dealt a strong blow to the eternal human race. You are rewarded with 500,000 destiny points. The gentle and pleasant voice of the system sounded in Chu Tian's ears at the same time, because the source of all these things came from Chu Tian reversing the primary and secondary relationship between Yi Feng and Chu Yunsheng. The system directly gave Chu Tian a huge destiny point reward. This god is full of respect for the mythical human race and has no intention of interfering in the internal affairs of the human race. However, this is about my disciple, the eternal human king. If you and your fellow eternal human race members have any dissatisfaction, you can come to the divine domain to find me. The Holy Spirit of Sunlight spoke coldly, and his words were full of indifference to the eternal king Feng Changhao, whose face was ashen. Brother, this is called lawlessness, this is called domineering. Huimei was very excited, scratching her head frantically, her face flushed. When can I become a strong man of this level? By then, if my cousin dares to disobey, she dares, she dares. She dared. What are you going to do? Chu Tian was speechless. I will suppress Duan Muwaner first and make her tell me how she became so big. Then I will find an opportunity to make my cousin grow that big as well. Huimei said, gritting her teeth. She still didn't have the courage to continue, so she had to shift her target to Duan Muwaner. Sure enough, what a miserable dog. At this moment, the sky was suffocating. Even though the Sunlight Holy Spirit said that he would not interfere in the internal struggles of the human race, it was obvious that he had already stood on the side of the Holy Heaven sect. In this confrontation, whether it was internal unity or external support, the eternal human realm was at a complete disadvantage. Eternal King Feng Changhao, the day I become emperor, I will kill you with my own hands. Chu Yunsheng's voice was icy. Feng Changhao's eyes were full of bloodshot. As the king of men, this was the second time he was threatened in person by a little kid, but he still didn't dare to speak. Dad, I have decided to leave Heavenly World and go to Divine Domain to practice with Master. In 3 years' 9 realms competition, I will come back to participate and kill all the prodigy of the human race in the remaining 8 realms. Chu Yunsheng bowed slightly to King Chu Tian, expressionless, then smiled at Chu Tian and said, Shaoshan, work hard to practice, don't let your sister surpass you in 3 years. Apart from old Tuo, it seemed that only in front of Chu Tian could she vaguely see the lively and innocent Chu Yunsheng. Sister, see you in 3 years. Chu Tian also said with a smile. Soon, Chu Yunsheng and the Holy Spirit of Sunlight left and disappeared into the sky. Chu Tianwang's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was filled with murderous intent. The feeling of loneliness and desolation became stronger and stronger. He did not utter a word from beginning to end. Feng Changhao, in the battle with the Dragon Divine Sect, our eternal heavenly human race suffered huge losses. Chu Tian had a blank expression on his face and began to speak. Your eternal human race must compensate for 3 apex-level secret realms, 10 apex-level divine mineral stars, 500 mature apex-level divine medicines, and heaven-level primordial stone mines. Chu Tian proposed a series of unimaginable astronomical figures, and Feng Changhao and even many powerful people in the eternal royal court had their pupils shrink drastically after hearing it. Moreover, You need to personally lead all the senior members of the Kangji Yulongting to kneel down and pay tribute to the strong men of our Shengtian sect who died in this battle, and kowtow 3 times and 9 times. Otherwise, you will never be able to leave Heavenly World today. Chapter 197. It's not your turn to interrupt, what did you say? The furious roar tore through the sky and caused the wind and clouds to swirl back. After hearing the conditions proposed by Chu Tian, Feng Changhao could barely bear it. After all, he thought that this little brat might be a little precocious, and his negotiation method was to deliberately come up with an astronomical figure to bargain with him. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. And after all, he was the one who trampled on the 9 Realms Agreement, lost the Human King seal, and was backstabbed by the forces within the realm. So Feng Changhao's face turned pale, but he was still enduring. But when he heard Chu Tian's last words, his defense was completely broken. Let me offer sacrifices to those lowly disciples of your Shengtian sect, kneeling 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Little b asterisk 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 d, are you f asterisk 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 g crazy? Do you know who I am and who I am descended from? I am the king of the human race, one of the 9 human kings under the mythical human sovereign, a descendant of the eternal queen, the current patriarch of the Feng family, the patriarch of the eternal human race, and one of the most noble and great figures in the myriad worlds. Even if your father, King Chu Tian, and your mother, Jian Kongju, were here, they wouldn't dare to ask me to kneel before them. How dare you say such words that humiliate this king, the Feng family, and the eternal human race? Feng Changhao was almost half out of control, roaring continuously, and turned his gaze to Henkong Renwang, Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing, Tianyan Dao Venerable and others, as if to say, did you deliberately let this kind of kid who doesn't know any rules come out to humiliate him? Let's have an adult who understands the rules of negotiation and knows how to be decent. Otherwise he will flip the table. The sky was completely silent, with only Feng Changhao's angry roar echoing. Everyone could understand his anger. Given his status, no one is qualified to make him kneel, except the coming of the mythical human sovereign or the return of the 9 first-generation human kings. Even the arrival of the Dragon Emperor of Heaven cannot make him kneel. The soul projections of many human kings also turned their attention to Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and other decision-makers, hoping that they would stand up and speak. But after a while, they suddenly discovered that Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianxing were just standing there, looking coldly at Feng Changhao roaring like a mad dog, without saying a word, as if they were looking at a clown. In an instant, many people suffocated. They suddenly discovered that Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing, and even Chu Tianyan, did not seem to be joking, but absolutely supported what the little kid said. Even if he makes the eternal king kneel down, they will absolutely support him. Are you crazy? Or maybe they were hallucinating. How could a human king kneel down before a group of people who died in battle? For a person who stands at the top, dignity and respect are more important than any tangible resources. No, they are 10,000 times more important. It is impossible to make Feng Changhao kneel down. It is easier than killing him directly. If Feng Changhao really knelt, his life would be over in a sense. The person is not dead, but it is almost the same as being dead. What's the difference between a human king who kneels down to pay tribute to the public and kowtows 3 times and 9 times and being dead? But how would they know? The support of the 3 brothers Chu Tianwang, Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan to Chu Tian only appeared after Chu Tian performed one miracle after another and created one incredible thing after another. Although Chu Tian is young, they already have a word called trust in their hearts. They firmly believe that Chu Tian will never do anything without a purpose. Feng Changhao, are you done barking? At this time, Chu Tian looked calm, staring into Feng Changhao's eyes, and said word by word, I am not kidding you. If you want to walk out of the heavenly world alive, you must pay for all the above conditions, and you must lead all the high-ranking officials of the Kangoo Dragon Court to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times to see them off. Do you think I deliberately gave you an astronomical figure? If you are really that childish. Chu Tian's cold words were very calm and his tone was not high, but they echoed in the sky for a long time. It was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the minds of everyone present. Chu Tian actually said that the eternal king Feng Changhao was childish. He is obviously only a 9-year-old child, and there is still a childish look on his face. But at this moment, they really couldn't tell whether this was a child or not. You little beast, you! Feng Changhao was stunned, stiff as a sculpture, standing there blankly for a long time without moving. The other 7 human kings were also confused, and then their faces instantly turned gloomy. This is not just a humiliation to Feng Changhao. They even wondered whether this little beast took the 9 human king families of the human race seriously. No, it's the Chu family and the Shungshan sect. Did they really take the 9 great kings of the human race seriously? Do you really dare to let the king kneel down to you? Hengkong human king, is this little beast's words also your attitude? A human king could no longer hold back, his voice was cold, and for the first time a cold aura permeated his body, which seemed to instantly turn the world into an abyss. The human king family is the most noble family of the human race with the longest heritage. How could they kneel down and bid farewell to a group of lowly dead people? This is not only a humiliation to Feng Changhao and a trampling on the Feng family, but also a collective humiliation to the human king family. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space between heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a dark abyss. This human king was extremely terrifying, and his aura seemed to drag the entire heavenly world into the abyss. He is Yushuan, the king of the underworld, and is known as the lord of the underworld. The netherworld is a powerful race that has always been ranked among the top 3 in the 9 realms of the human race. It is said that in the mythical era, it controlled the 6 realms of reincarnation and hell established by the human race. It has an extremely profound foundation and is the most mysterious race in the human race. The dragon race inheritance that exists in the netherworld is Xuanming Longyuan, one of the most powerful inheritances among the 9 realms dragon race inheritances. It even reached an agreement directly with the eternal human king, asking Feng Changhao to help him rescue the dragon divine sect and let the Kangji dragon court emerge. But even this super powerful dragon race inheritance was suppressed by the Dark Lord Yushuan, and he dared not show up without permission. It can be imagined that the status of this Dark Lord King is so strong that Feng Changhao cannot match it. But now, he was also angered by Chu Tian's words. The soul projection glanced at Hengkong human king coldly, and then looked at Chu Tian. Little guy, I think you are young and ignorant, and I am afraid you don't understand the greatness and dignity of the 9th human king's family. I will not bother with you today. Back off, let the adults discuss adult matters. Suddenly, Chu Tian spoke indifferently, and his voice seemed to resonate with the heaven and earth. This was the original power he absorbed, which resonated with the realm and actually interrupted the words of the Yushuan human king. Yushuan human king, this is the battlefield between the heavenly world and the eternal human race. It is not your turn to interrupt. Or do you want to pay compensation on behalf of Feng Changhao, kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times? Chapter 198 Ancient Human Race Battle Arena. If you are willing, my Shungshan sect can let you take my place. Chu Tian stared coldly at the Yushuan human king, not frightened by his might at all. With a supreme physique, even other mythical level destiny dragon kings could not make him bow down just by their might, let alone Ming's and Yushuan. Buzz. Lord Ming's mysterious expression suddenly turned cold and gloomy. But at this moment, Hengkong human king also said in a low voice, I don't think there's anything noble about the descendants of the human king's bloodline. My Heng family is on the verge of extinction. It's not the first or second time that there are only a few people left in the bloody battle. I still can't see where the nobility is. I, Hengkong, was able to become the human king not because of my noble bloodline, but because of the prestige accumulated by my ancestors who fought bloody battles to protect the human race. Who the hell is Feng Changhao? What contribution has he made to the human race? This time he even trampled on the 9 realms agreement, instigated a rebellion in Hell Valley, and took away our heavenly human race's treasure, the Hengtian Palace, causing great losses to the Shungshan sect. The king of Hengkong looked at Feng Changhao coldly and said, I think it is reasonable for you to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. As soon as these words came out, even though the Dark Lord Yushuan human king was only a projection of his soul and his face could not be seen clearly, one could feel that his expression seemed to become hideous and distorted, and the aura he exuded became even more terrifying. The other human kings also had different reactions, but without exception, their facial expressions changed visibly. But faced with the words of King Hengkong, they could not refute them, because the Heng family is the family with the greatest number of casualties and sacrifices in battles among the 9 human king families. They have firmly sat on the throne of human king by relying on the prestige accumulated through bloody battles, rather than by relying on any noble bloodline. However, given that the Heng family had fought bloody battles time and time again and were almost wiped out, with only a few strong men left, it was impossible for them to be the human king of heavenly world. Any apex-level sect could have destroyed the Heng family, which was extremely weak at that time. the noble bloodline and origin that they value are important to the Heng family, and seem to be important. It can be said that it is not important, and it is really not that important. If you want me to kneel down and kowtow 9 times, you might as well just kill me. Feng Changhao's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he roared, "Come on, try to kill me. If you kill me, it will be you who initiated the war between the two worlds, not my eternal world. I swear to heaven that I will never kneel." The strong men of the Eternal King's court and the Feng family are all watching. "Come on, come and kill me." Feng Changhao roared like a madman, his eyes full of bloodshot, trying to maintain his last dignity and bottom line as the king of men. Otherwise, if he lost the human king seal and had to kneel down 3 times and kowtow 9 times, he would be dead when he returned to the eternal human world, not to mention continuing to be the human king. Chu Tian looked at Feng Changhao calmly with indifferent eyes and said, "If that's the case, then go and die." There was an unquestionable indifference and murderous intent in his voice. After his spirit materialized, his iron will manifested like a towering mountain, causing the pupils of many people to shrink suddenly. If Feng Changhao wanted to compete with him to see who had a stronger will and a more resolute stance, then he had chosen the wrong person. As the godfather of a global business empire, no one could ever change his determination. Yi Tianshong had just been deposed and killed. Although he had destroyed the Dragon Divine sect and gained huge benefits, he also suffered huge losses, causing people in the sect to be unsettled and facing internal and external troubles. This is the first time in millions of years that a clan leader has been deposed. The Yi family has deep roots. There are many complex forces within the sect, and there are various factions spread out, so there must be many ambitious people. After all, the Chu family is not the patriarch of this generation, and they have experienced a long period of lows and have given up a lot of interests. Now, if the Chu family wants to stabilize the situation, it urgently needs to establish great prestige and let the eternal human king lead the high-level officials of Kangji Yu Longting to kneel down and pay tribute to the strong men who died in this battle. This will immediately establish great prestige for the Chu family. The Chu family now urgently needs some major events to establish the family's prestige and tell everyone that even if the sect leader Yi Tianshong is deposed, the Chu family is still the sect's mainstay and can lead the Shungshan sect to reach another peak. At this moment, the expressions of many human kings suddenly changed drastically. They could really feel that this little guy was not joking. Feng Changhao's roaring voice suddenly stopped. Over at the Eternal Royal Court, an old antique has emerged from the Feng family. He has approached the demon saint Lord Jia Wuya and many powerful men, demanding that they come forward immediately. Buzz. As Chu Tian's voice fell, a hint of murderous intent flashed in King Chu Tian's eyes, and he slapped Feng Changhao directly with infinite murderous intent. Tianyan Dao Venerable and Hengkong Human King also exuded terrible murderous intent, enveloping Feng Changhao. Wait! Feng Changhao roared in fear. Hengkong Human King, since the contradictions between the two realms cannot be reconciled, and the hatred between Shungshan sect and Kanggu Dragon Court is as great as the sea, then according to the 9 Realms Agreement, this king believes that the human race battle arena can be opened. As long as Shungshan sect can defeat the strong men of the same realm in Kanggu Dragon Court, then I can agree to all the conditions you put forward. Feng Changhao's voice gradually became hoarse, his eyes were full of bloodshot, including 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows and kneeling down to pay tribute and bid farewell. But if you lose, everything that happened before will be written off, and I will take away all the remaining masters of Hell Valley, Hell Poison Lord, and even Dragon Divine Sect. You will also have to compensate my eternal human race for all the losses in this battle, and fully cooperate with me to retrieve the human king seal. Feng Changhao's voice was hoarse, with a sense of madness and hysteria, and he was betting everything. Holy Heaven Sect, do you dare? One battle will decide the outcome. The king of Hengkong frowned slightly. The 9 Realms Agreement does have something to do with the forces within the 2 realms. If the conflict cannot be reconciled, the human race ancient battlefield can be summoned to resolve the conflict on the battlefield to prevent things from developing to an unpredictable level. Eternal Human King, as a king, it is rare to be as shameless as you. Tianyan Dao Venerable said coldly. You were the first to trample on the 9 Realms Agreement. Now that you are in trouble, you bring up the 9 Realms Agreement again. The thickness of your face is much stronger than your combat power. But at this time, many human kings looked at each other and seemed to have reached a consensus. The Yushuan Human King said coldly, Hengkong Human King, Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, the 9 Realms Agreement was drawn up by the 9 Realms Human Kings after the ancient war in order to avoid another war of that level and the human race killing each other. your Hang family's ancestors were included in it. It is agreed that the Nine Realms kings will jointly supervise the implementation of the Nine Realms agreement. After discussion, we believe this is the best way to deal with this. But in this matter, the eternal human realm was indeed at fault first. If the Holy Heaven sect does not want to fight, it can refuse. The Kangji Dragon Court, or even the Eternal King Court, cannot pursue the matter further afterwards. We, the 7 human kings, are willing to jointly guarantee it. Chapter 199. It's only natural at this time. The other kings also nodded, and they also wanted to use the Nine Realms agreement to end the dispute as soon as possible. After all, if we continue to develop, if the Eternal King Feng Changhao really died here, or if he really knelt down, it is probably unknown whether the Nine Realms competition in 3 years can be held smoothly. At this time, Chu Tianyan also appeared beside Chu Tian and told him what the human race ancient battlefield in the Nine Realms agreement was. He thought Chu Tian didn't know. After all, this kind of agreement involving the Nine Realms was something that many people would never come into contact with in their lifetime. Even he only learned about it after he became the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. Chu Tian had a calm expression and just nodded slightly, unperturbed, because he had already known about the Taoist tribe's ancient battlefield. In the original plot, the Holy Sihang sect had a battle with a sacred land in the Netherworld, summoning the human race ancient battlefield. But the ending was that, except for Tianyan Dao Venerable, all the other realms of the Sihang Holy Sect were crushed. In the end, it was only with the help of the protagonist Yi Fan who fabricated the identity of Hylian Saintess's fiancé that the Sihang Holy Sect was able to restore its last dignity. It was also through that battle that the protagonist Yi Fan completely conquered the iceberg Saintess Wei Lian. Chu Tian didn't expect that he would come into contact with the human race ancient battle arena so soon. Do you think that Kangji Yu Long Ting is invincible below the divine realm, and above the divine realm, he can also defeat the heavenly god and divine king? Chu Tian said calmly, I, Shungshan sect, will accept this battle. Below the god realm, it's me. Buzz. At this time, a great sense of supreme permeated the Saint Emperor Peak. Chu Yuyao walked out of the main hall, with layers of tears in her pupils and the power of supreme all over her body. The god realm of Kangji Yu Long Ting can be attacked together. Divine King Realm, it's me. Chu Tianyan grinned, his eyes fierce. Although I am still injured, it is easier to kill 10 or 8 half-step Emperor Venerables than to eat or drink water. As for the Emperor Venerable battle, Chu Tian looked at King Chu Tian. It depends on whether Kangji Yu Long Ting dares to accept the battle. Feng Changhao looked at King Chu Tian with red eyes and said, then we will have 1 match below the divine realm, 1 match in the divine realm, 1 match in the divine king realm, and the venerable realm will be omitted. Best of 3. Many human kings were silent and did not speak. This was already the best way. Even the ancient dragon emperor was killed, his dragon tendons were pulled out, dragon race was taken away, and he was crushed to death by the holy spirit of sunlight. What can the ancient dragon court use to fight against King Chu Tian? If we invite 10 old dragon emperor venerables from the background, I'm afraid they will all be killed by King Chu. It is hard to say about the battle in the divine king realm, but Chu Tianyan's combat power has been heard by all walks of life. But at the divine realm and below, Kangji Yu Long Ting should be taken down for sure. After all, the path taken by the dragon race inheritance is recognized by the strongest people in the 9 realms. They are almost invincible below the divine realm, and they can almost sweep the divine realm. After all, they have the advantages of both races in the early stage. However, as time goes by, they seem to be a little weaker than the real human race monsters. In the 9 realms competition, the reason why Heavenly World has always been at the bottom is because only prodigy under the age of 30 can participate, and Heavenly World has always excluded the inheritance forces of alien races. The Dragon Divine sect was suppressed too harshly, so it was crushed by the dragon race inheritances of other realms. The 9 realms had a great advantage in the early stages of alien inheritance. Throughout the Heavenly World, if we look at the top strongmen, even if they are not the strongest, they are definitely not the weakest. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he said calmly, as you wish. Feng Changhao gritted his teeth, looked at the human kings again, and said, then I'll trouble you all to be witnesses. Of course, the dark human king said coldly, the 9 realms agreement is jointly protected by the 9 realms human kings. No one is allowed to trample on it. This is the basis for the peaceful coexistence of the 9 realms. Buzz. Feng Changhao sneered, raised his hand, tore the sky apart, and directly connected to the ancient dragon court. In the crack, there is a vast mountain range, stretching for millions of miles, with towering ancient trees, terrifying dragon power in the air, and the sound of dragon roars sometimes resounding through the void. Kang Ji-yu, Kang Ming, the two of you get out here. The time has come to avenge your father. Feng Changhao shouted angrily. On the ancient battlefield of human race, life and death are irrelevant. This king allows you to kill people. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, two pitch-black dragons flew out from the depths of the mountains, winding and roaring, and arrived above the Shungshan sect. The terrifying dragon power was so vast and powerful that it raged, making people shudder. One of them is 1,000 miles long from head to tail, and the other is nearly 800 miles long. Their dragon horns are towering, their dragon eyes are dark, and their bodies are covered with dragon scales that flash with terrifying light. Real dragon cubs. The pupils of the profound emperor suddenly shrank, and he said in a low voice, "These are two real dragon cubs. Feng Changhao, this is the human race ancient battle arena. It's a battle between the Kangoo Dragon Court and the Shungshan sect. It's not a 9 realms competition. You can invite the prodigy from the alien race to participate. Let the evildoers from Kangji Yu Long Ting come on stage." The human kings frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied with Feng Changhao's ignorance. The true dragon cub is invincibly powerful. They also tend to favor Feng Changhao, but there must be limits. They cannot accept such blatant violation of the rules. But at this time, Feng Changhao said in a hoarse voice, "My fellow human kings, please feel carefully whether these two real dragons also have the blood of my human race." Feng Changhao sneered and said, "You should all know that Long Pan is the deputy patriarch of the Kang dragon race and married the daughter of the Kang dragon emperor. These two real dragon cubs are the children of Long Pan and the Kang dragon princess. Long Pan's body has been mostly transformed into a dragon. He combined with the blue dragon princess and gave birth to two blue dragons. Since the womb, he has been using the dragon race secrets and treasures to cleanse their blood and purify the purity of the dragon race bloodline. This has cost a huge price. This also means that when they were born, although they were not in dragon eggs, they were born directly in the form of 12-clawed blue dragons. But in reality, Kang Ji-yu and Kang Ming are my human race, the people of Kang Ji-yu Dragon Court. These two were prepared by Long Pan for the 9 realms competition. Now they are participating in the battle on the human race Taiku platform and fighting on behalf of Kangoo Longting. It is completely reasonable, and avenging their father is even more natural. Roar, roar, you lowly human race beast, we want to avenge our father. I'm going to eat you." Chapter 200. Refers to the dragon as a human being. Shameless, extremely shameless. Lingfeng Emperor Venerable was shaking with anger. He raised his finger and pointed at Feng Changhao, unable to speak for a long time. This is clearly a young dragon. The 1,000-foot-long dragon has already ignited the divine fire and entered the divine realm. There is no difference between it and an adult dragon. After hearing Feng Changhao's words, the strongest people from Heng Heavenly World also used their spiritual sense to scan the two blue dragons, and their faces suddenly became gloomy. They surprisingly caught some human race blood aura from the two blue dragons, but it was so faint that it was almost invisible. The atmosphere was dull for a while, and then curses suddenly rang out. This is not the human race at all. Feng Changhao, as the king of men, how can you be so shameless as to do this? The definition of dragon race inheritance is that the prodigy of the human race practices the divine ability scripture that imitates the dragon race's creation. But these two azure dragons are clearly two azure dragon cubs who practice the divine ability scripture of my human race. Feng Changhao, if you go to the dragon realm and capture a real dragon now, force it to have some human blood essence, and then have it practice the human bloodline, will it become a human? This is simply confusing right and wrong and calling a horse a zebra. They are clearly two 10-clawed blue dragons with pure blood. They are probably dragon emperors, with strong talents and great monsters. Their blood runs through the sky. If they were placed in the dragon realm, they would be apex-level true dragon cubs. Human race in the body integration realm and the divine realm, even the most powerful dragon race inheritor cannot cultivate such a powerful body. After feeling the powerful energy of the two blue dragon cubs, the strongest people in Heavenly World were furious. If they were not afraid of Feng Changhao's identity as a human king, they would probably rush up and point at his nose and curse him. But after all, not everyone is a Chu Tian king, a Dao venerable, and not everyone has the courage to accuse a human king. They need to consider whether they can afford the retaliation afterwards. But he was born as a human being, and the king of the human race, with a noble status, yet he is so shameless. This 10-clawed Kang dragon bloodline also possesses the human race's divine ability comprehension. In the dragon world, they are probably the strongest group of true dragon cubs. However, letting them represent the Kang ancient dragon court on the human race Taiku platform is simply blatant cheating. Chu Tianxing's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, "My fellow human kings, this is probably not in line with the fairness principle of the human race ancient arena." Feng Changhao's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he immediately responded hoarsely to the many cursing voices. "They are the offspring of Long Pan, the ancient dragon emperor of Kanggu Dragon Court, and the princess of Kang Dragon Race. Even though they have less human race blood, they have been living in my eternal human realm and have been personally certified by my king. They are human race. Doesn't the Nine Realms Agreement stipulate that if a human race supreme marries a foreign woman, the children born to her will not be human race children? As far as I know, among the strongest people in your heavenly world, there are quite a few who have alien blood, right?" The human kings remained silent and seemed to be hesitant. After all, in their opinion, these two azure dragons were basically azure dragon cubs and had nothing to do with the human race. But they had also heard about Chu Tian's battle record and Chu Yuyao's awakening of the ancient dual pupils and supreme bone. If it were an ordinary monster from the ancient dragon court, they might not be able to defeat the two monster children of King Chu Tian. They didn't want to see the scene where Feng Changhao, the dignified human king, kneeled down and said goodbye to the lowly human race of Shengshan sect. Thinking of this, they remained silent, which was tantamount to approving Feng Changhao's behavior. At this time, Feng Changhao laughed coldly, then looked at King Chu Tian and said, "Heavenly King Emperor Venerable, if these two blue dragons are not human race, then your one son and three daughters are all from the ancient sword god clan and not from my human race." Chu Tianwang's white hair fluttered in the wind, and he said indifferently, "Feng Changhao, you'd better put away your sophistry and keep your mouth clean, otherwise I will kill you. If my wife gets the news, I'm afraid it will be your death. Even these people in the field can't protect you. My children are the purest descendants of the human race. They are proud of their human race identity from the bottom of their hearts." Then, without looking at Feng Changhao's gloomy face, King Chu Tian turned to look at Chu Tian and said, "Shaoshan, Yuyao, your father just pulled out a dragon tendon from the blue dragon emperor and took away his dragon ball. Do you have the confidence to skin and tendon these two evil beasts? 3 years later, in the Nine Realms competition, there may even be monsters that are 10 or 100 times more evil than these two blue dragon cubs. If you don't have this confidence, then your father will consider giving up participating in the Nine Realms competition." At this time, the two blue dragon cubs also roared fiercely and showed their fangs and claws at Chu Tian and Chu Yuyao. The void was cracked by the dragon's tail, and cracks appeared one after another, which was fierce and powerful. "Humble human race, do you dare to fight against the great dragon race? Come here quickly, I want to eat you alive and avenge my father of lowly blood. How dare you, a lowly bloodline, become an enemy of my great dragon race?" The two azure dragon cubs roared continuously, and some of the strongest men in heavenly world had veins popping out between their brows, and they almost wanted to raise their hands to slap them to death. Even they themselves do not admit that they are human race, but some of the human races at the top forcefully recognize that they are human race. The human king Hengkong was furious, but there was bitterness in his eyes. If this continues, when will our human race be able to return to the peak era of mythical? But facing the 8 human kings, the pressure he was under was enormous, so he did not say anything, only feeling frustrated. "Human king, we are all old. The future belongs to the younger generation. Let them make their own choices," Tianyan Dao Venerable said in a low voice. At this time, Chu Yuyao's cold eyes swept across the two blue dragons, and she stepped into the sky. The layers of dual pupils were filled with mystery and coldness. She looked down at them, pointed at the blue dragon on the left that was 1,000 feet long from head to tail, and said indifferently, "Black insect, come up and die." Chu Yuyao spoke very little and did not answer King Chu Tian's words, but responded with actions. Buzz. A great sense of supreme emanated from her. In the center of her chest, a golden bone was glowing, and the dazzling light illuminated the dim sky. Chu Tian glanced at King Chu Tian and said calmly, "Dad, the first place in the Nine Realms competition must be from Heavenly World. 2 mere blue dragon cubs are nothing to worry about." Buzz. At this time, the 1,000-foot blue dragon roared, soared into the sky, dodged and moved, with a black light, and roared, "Humble human race girl, remember, the one who kills you is the descendant of the great 10-clawed blue dragon. the future great emperor of the Blue Dragon race, Kang Ji-yu.